The catastrophe of the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351, The Old Man Comes. Plants cannot directly absorb the energy of corpses, but generally in places like mass graves, plants grow very lush. On the one hand, it is the result of no human intervention, and on the other hand, the corpses have been infested by microorganisms such as bacteria. When it is decomposed, plants can absorb the elements in the soil. From this point of view, the growth of plants has a lot to do with microorganisms, but now, the situation seems to have changed. Many mutated plants have changed their way of life. The characteristic of their mutation is to ignore the decomposition of microorganisms and directly decompose the corpse to obtain energy. What Shen Feng sees now are many roots wrapped around the corpse. In fact, it is a proof. Shen Feng began to search in the woods, but he walked a long way, almost crossing the entire forest, and found no saplings. The thinnest juniper he could see had a diameter of 1 meter. Such a thick tree, even if it was Lu Zhishan who came and couldn't take it away. Shen Feng looked at the thick junipers in the forest and began to look for seeds on the ground. Since he couldn't find juniper seedlings, he should focus on finding the seeds. As long as he brought the seeds back, there would be a chance to cultivate them out of juniper. There is a lot of pollen accumulated on the ground, and there is a lack of light in the woods. Except juniper, no other plants can grow. After all plants need sunlight to survive, even the aquatic plants in the sea. The bottom of the sea, except for anaerobic organisms, plants do not exist. Shen Feng scraped open the thick accumulation of pollen on the ground with his hands, searched for a long time, but failed to find juniper seeds, so he had to give up at this time. It's really strange, don't these junipers reproduce? Why can't we find neither seedlings nor seeds? Shen Feng thought to himself, unable to find what he was looking for. Shen Feng could only return to the barracks. Before going back, Shen Feng summoned a strong wind to blow away all the pollen on his body. Then he took off the gas mask and breathed in the fresh air. Shen Feng also felt more comfortable. The gas mask worn by Shen Feng completely isolates the outside air. Only in this way can pollen be prevented from entering the respiratory tract. The oxygen in the mask comes from the oxygen bag that comes with it, and it can breathe for more than an hour. If the oxygen is completely consumed, but also replace the oxygen bag. Although wearing an oxygen mask doesn't affect Shen Feng's breathing, but it's really stuffy, and Shen Feng doesn't like it, unless necessary, otherwise he won't wear it back at the barracks. The director of the hospital was still waiting for good news from Shen Feng, but when he heard from Shen Feng that no seedlings and seeds were found, he was extremely disappointed. He was now worried that the hospital would not be able to get narcotics at will. Although pharmaceutical factories and other places are still producing medicines, their output is very low, and anesthesia is inseparable from surgery. Therefore, after the dean heard about the discovery of the effects of mutant plants, he immediately asked, "Don't burn down the woods." Shen Feng saw the expression on the dean's face, and quickly comforted him. "Dean, please listen to me. I will find a way to buy anesthetics in the future. Don't be so sad. We don't necessarily need these anesthetics. I can't do it in the woods. I saw a lot of dead mutant beasts, so juniper pollen may not be safe." The dean bowed his head and said nothing. He didn't dare to stop Shen Feng's plan, but he was somewhat unwilling in his heart at this time. A soldier came to report, "City Master, Mr. Kevin Lu is here," and he brought an unknown person with him, saying he wanted to see him. Shen Feng nodded and said, "Go and invite him here. Kevin Lu is not doing experiments in Yazhou. Why did he come here?" At this time, the dean also began to leave. He came to the barracks to hope that Shen Feng would suspend a decision to burn the forest, but at this time, the tree species could not be brought back, and the seeds could not be found. It seems that arson is inevitable. Well, after much deliberation, I can't stop Shen Feng's decision, not to mention that this is a suggestion that hundreds of thousands of soldiers agree with. To end the war as soon as possible and go home to rest as soon as possible. When Lu Kevin walked into Shen Feng's tent, he said loudly, "City Master, I brought you an acquaintance." After finishing speaking, Lu Kevin opened the curtain of the tent, and walked in with a bloated man. This man was dressed thickly, wrapped in a big cotton jacket, with a winter hat and earmuffs on his head, and a smudge on his face. With sunglasses and masks, the whole person has almost no exposed skin. "Who is this?" Shen Feng asked with a frown. At this time, the bloated man slowly took off his sunglasses and mask, and said, "It's me, K. Yiming. It's really not easy to meet you, Shen Feng, the great city lord, and you need an acquaintance to take you with you. I can see you." When Shen Feng saw K. Yiming appearing here, he immediately felt a headache, and said helplessly, "Why are you? I said that these days I always see crows in the sky. It turns out that there are evil guests coming to the door. Alice, maybe this is my bad luck." When K. Yiming heard this, he was a little angry immediately, and couldn't help but said, "After all, I'm a brother who fought together. Can you be more polite to me? Why do you say I'm a bad guy? Isn't this obvious?" Shen Feng sighed helplessly, and said, "When did you come to me not to cause trouble for me? The first time, you received an order from the headquarters to beat me, and the second time, you forced me to. I went to Yanjing to participate in the battle, and took me to kill the Dragon King for the third time, and now you are coming to me for the fourth time. There must be nothing good. That's what you said wrong. I'm here to bring you good news. You see, the weather is so cold now. It's summer in Australia. I invite you to travel." K. Yiming said with a smile, "Travel." When Shen Feng heard this strange word, he was even stunned, thinking that he is a dead otaku who has never gone out to travel, but he always sees people posting photos in his circle of friends, and he feels that he has spent his whole life with travel no problem. But now, when Shen Feng heard about the travel, he was a little moved, but after thinking about his current task, he shook his head immediately. "No time, no time. Go by yourself. Don't look for me. I don't have any battles here. It's over. I don't have time to run that far." If he had time, Shen Feng would also like to take a look around, but now Shen Feng is still leading people to fight the mutant beasts in the mountains, so there is no time to travel, so he resolutely refuses. "Don't be so rigid. Sometimes you need to relax. Let others fight here. You can't get tired. Sometimes, you need to let the people below do it." K. Yiming said quickly, "What exactly are you going to do? Don't hide it? Don't be courteous, rape or steal." Shen Feng was not polite, and began to question K. Yiming's real intention. Shen Feng doesn't believe that K. Yiming is looking for him to travel, especially at this time. The world is in chaos. Even if K. Yiming wants to travel, the Ability Management Bureau will not agree with him. So, before K. Yiming come to invite yourself, there is definitely a secret. K. Yiming smiled awkwardly and said, "Did you see it? Actually, there is a task to do. Please help." As Shen Feng expected, K. Yiming came to find Shen Feng, still to complete the task. Shen Feng shrugged, and immediately began to refuse. "If there is nothing to do in normal time, I really promised you, just go to Australia, but now, I am still fighting. Who has time to go to Australia?" K. Yiming quickly said, "Aren't you going to ask what the task is?" Shen Feng replied, "I don't even want to go to Australia. What's the mission? In short, no matter what the mission is, I won't go. You can find your way for yourself, unless you can help me end the current battle, otherwise don't talk about it." K. Yiming frowned and said, "Where do I have such skills? The war here can only be figured out by yourself. Then send the guests off. Every time you just ask me for help and don't give any benefits. Are you really fooling me as a fool? I'm not a good person, and I put down the big things in my hands to accompany you to Australia. Are you okay?" Shen Feng was too lazy to continue communicating with K. Yiming, and was about to send someone to see him off. "Everything is negotiable, and there is nothing we can't help with. As long as you can go to Australia with us, everything is negotiable." K. Yiming changed his words quickly. It seems that K. Yiming also knows what he is talking about. It is impossible for the horse to run without feeding the horse. Therefore, if Shen Feng is willing to help, he must first give enough money. Good thing, otherwise, Shen Feng would not be able to help. Shen Feng thought for a while, and said, "Then you think of a way. Send 10,000 fighter jets to drop bombs, help me kill most of the mutant beasts in the encirclement, and I can end the battle within a week, so I can fight with you." Went to Australia? No. Can you say something that is realistic? K. Yiming immediately disliked Shen Feng's request. Return 10,000 fighter jets? If I have the ability to mobilize so many fighter jets, I will still looking for your help. Forget it. If you can't do it, you can find someone else to do this. Shen Feng directly issued an order to evict the guest. K. Yiming was driven into a hurry, and quickly said, "Shen Feng, you can think clearly. If you don't do this task, you will regret it for the rest of your life. To tell you the truth, This time the task is to salvage meteorites in the South Pacific. Do you know, as long as you master this extraterrestrial meteorite, you have mastered the means to create supernatural beings. Hearing this task, Shen Feng was stunned immediately. He never expected that the task Ke Yiming asked him to help him complete was to salvage meteorites. Ability comes from extraterrestrial elements, and extraterrestrial elements come from meteorites. That is to say, as long as you get the meteorite, you can create as many supernatural beings as you want. However, Shen Feng was still puzzled, and asked, didn't it mean that there is an electromagnetic field around the meteorite, and the humans who entered it are all missing? Can we succeed in salvaging the meteorite now? Ke Yiming now told the truth. Actually, no one could salvage the meteorite before, not to mention the large number of monsters in the sea, but no one can enter the magnetic field around the meteorite. However, a few days ago, news came from Australia that someone came out of the meteorite's magnetic field, and brought out an important news, that is, people with supernatural powers can enter the realm of the gods. The meteorite fell into the sea and formed a huge magnetic field, which is completely inaccessible to ordinary people, and seems to repel all human beings who enter it. Therefore, someone named this magnetic field domain as God's domain. The meaning is very simple, that is, a place where ordinary people cannot set foot. As a result, a wealthy man in Australia bought a ferry and went to North America. On the way, he encountered a storm, the propeller was damaged, the ship deviated from the course, and was finally blown into God's domain by the storm. Everyone thought that everyone on this boat was doomed, because no one had ever been able to get out of God's domain, but there was a supernatural person on the ferry who successfully got out of God's domain by rowing a boat. According to him, he entered all the ordinary people and evolutionists in God's domain died, but he was a supernatural being, so he was not affected, and successfully rowed away from God's domain. From the moment they entered the God's domain, almost everyone fell into deep sleep, and they couldn't wake up no matter how much they screamed. In the end, the superhuman could only come out alone, and everyone else died in the God's domain. Ke Yiming continued, Shen Feng, the headquarters promised that as long as you participate in this mission, if you succeed in salvaging the meteorite, you will be given a fragment of the meteorite. At that time, you will have hundreds of supernatural beings under your command. Isn't that enough pay? Since the appearance of supernatural beings, they have been looked up to by countless people, and all supernatural beings are 1 in a million guys. Shen Feng's side is only a dozen or so supernatural beings, which can be regarded as one. It has become a powerful force, and the headquarters has about 70 or 80 people with supernatural powers. There is no organization with hundreds of superhuman beings in the world. Now, the conditions offered by the headquarters to Shen Feng can be said to be very generous. Chapter 352 The Hero's Sad Beauty Pass. Shen Feng was very moved by the conditions given by the headquarters, because he knew that the power came from extraterrestrial elements, and the bid from the headquarters was also very high. A fragment of a meteorite, although a piece of fragment is not big, it is enough for Yazhao to cultivate hundreds of supernatural beings. In this way, Yazhao's strength will inevitably be improved to a higher level, but, then again, the reason why the headquarters is willing to give such a high price is for more benefits, that is, a whole meteorite. A piece of fragment can cultivate hundreds of supernatural beings, so what about a whole piece of meteorite? Wouldn't it be more powerful? 1,000 supernatural beings, or 10,000 supernatural beings? Or even 100,000 supernatural beings? If so many supernatural beings are mastered by the headquarters, they are fully capable of cultivating an army of supernatural beings. If this is the case, then the headquarters will have an overwhelming advantage over other places. Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. Shen Feng, what are your thoughts? Isn't such a good condition enough to attract you? Ke Yiming asked with a smile. Ke Yiming felt that as long as he offered such a generous offer, Shen Feng would definitely agree to it right away. After all, such a good thing would not be found even with a lantern. No matter who it is impossible to see such a good thing. Keep calm. One supernatural person can occupy a city and become a superior ruler. If there are hundreds of supernatural persons with such strength, they can be regarded as a powerful force in the world. Once they go to sea, they can directly establish a small city. The country. This kind of strength is a great guarantee in the end of the world. I believe that it is impossible for everyone to remain calm when encountering such conditions. However, Shen Feng has seen the big world, and he immediately discovered a big loophole in this condition, so he asked directly, don't talk about the things after the meteorite salvage, you have to give the deposit, right? You said salvage if the meteorite is found. Give me the fragments. What if it is not salvaged? The headquarters has mobilized more than 30 people with supernatural abilities, and they can be salvaged no matter what. You don't worry too much? K. Yiming didn't think about the question of not being able to salvage, and he couldn't give a clear answer at this time. Then, you can salvage it. Why should you ask me for help? Can't you go together with more than 30 people? Shen Feng asked another tricky question. K. Yiming scratched his hair in embarrassment, and looked at Lu Kewin to the side, as if asking Lu Kewin for help. Lu Kevin explained helplessly, City Master, this matter involves a dispute between the Ability Administration Bureau and the Xiangsung Bureau. I don't know the specifics, but the reason he came to you is probably to feel that his edge strength is too weak. K. Yiming nodded, and began to explain the reason. It turned out that the headquarters immediately started the second salvage plan after hearing that there were supernatural beings in Australia who came out of God's domain alive. Whoever can occupy the meteorite first will have the change. The power of the world, maybe 10 or 8 supernatural beings is nothing, but if thousands of supernatural beings form an army, it is enough to overturn the world. So the Yanjing headquarters will get it at all costs meteorite, and the headquarters immediately mobilized the superpowers from the Xiangsung Bureau and the Supernatural Management Bureau to salvage them. They are currently organizing manpower and will set off in 2 weeks. The Xiangsung Bureau is full of talents, and more than 30 people with supernatural abilities are gearing up, all of whom want to complete this shocking task. On the side of the Supernatural Bureau, most of the people with supernatural abilities are performing tasks in the north, and only a few of them have special abilities. If those with supernatural powers stop them, their strength on paper will not be as good as the chosen bureau, so K. Yiming chose to find foreign aid, and the headquarters also acquiesced in this matter. The more supernatural beings involved, the greater the chance of success. The number of supernatural beings on K. Yiming's side is really too small, and most of the elite of the Supernatural Power Administration are performing tasks outside, so, except for himself, only 5 supernatural beings participated in this operation, of which Feng Qinghao, Yu Hengai, and Qin Qi are about to participate in the salvage of meteorites, and the remaining 2 people are still limited. One's ability is skin strengthening, and the other's ability is muscle growth, both of which are abilities that strengthen the body type. Now that K. Yiming has explained the reason, he expects Shen Feng to make a decision. Brother, listen to me. In this matter, you are actually caught in a trap. Because you have already entered the system, you shouldn't keep working so hard. What is the result of your hard work? Isn't it good to dawdle? Leave the salvage task to the Xiangsung Bureau. Anyway, the headquarters can't lay off you. Instead, Shen Feng taught K. Yiming that he would not follow up until he solved the crisis of mutant beasts. Just leave the battle line casually. K. Yiming was distressed and said, although I won't be laid off, I still have to work hard for my family. If I don't make meritorious deeds, I will prove my worth. If I am dispatched to the Qinghai Tibet Plateau or the deserts of western Xinjiang, wouldn't it be a lifetime away from prosperity? Do you have a family? You still work hard for the family. You made it all up, right? Shen Feng couldn't help but look around. Shen Feng vaguely remembered that K. Yiming's family members seemed to have died, so now he is in a state where one person is full and the whole family is not hungry, and the family has nothing to do with him. But K. Yiming said sternly, I'm already married, a girl with Jinling, so I have a family now, and this action is not only to let the people above know about the power management. The value of the bureau is also to make my wife's life better. After all, I also want better treatment. Lu Kewin also interjected, City Lord, I can prove this point. When you threw me in the Dabi Mountains before, it was K. Yiming who sent me to the Three Gorges. At that time, I saw his daughter-in-law. Curly hair, protruding front and back, and wearing normal clothes. The upper body is a short-sleeved shirt with a coat, the lower body is a long skirt and white shoes, and there are earrings on the ears. Hiss. Shen Feng took a breath and looked at Lu Kewin in surprise. You actually observe so carefully. Do you have thoughts about your friend's wife? K. Yiming was also very surprised. He didn't expect Lu Kewin, who looked quite serious, to be so sullen now. He even remembered clearly what his wife was wearing a few months ago. Could it be, Lu Kevin, this guy has the idea of stealing jade and fragrance? Gradually, K. Yiming looked at Lu Kewin a little bit unkindly. If it wasn't for Shen Feng's difficulty here, otherwise, he would have to fix Lu Kewin now. Lu Kevin quickly defended himself. Aren't I increasing my credibility? Why are you all thinking wrong? Is my memory good? I can clearly remember the appearance of others. Is this answer okay? Shen Feng nodded and said, all right, I didn't say no, but let me explain something now. If the Ability Management Bureau doesn't give me a suitable price, I won't help, let alone meteorite fragments things. I haven't written a word yet. Give me a deposit first. For example, help me solve the nearly 400,000 mutant beasts in the encirclement now. K. Yiming saw Shen Feng's look of no discussion, so he could only think of a way, and then began to ask Shen Feng some detailed questions. It could be seen that K. Yiming planned to find a way to help. That is to say, there are golden monkeys spraying sedatives everywhere so that the mutated beasts don't run around. Is that what you mean? So, your mop-in plan can't go on. I understand. You just need to kill these golden monkeys. Hearing Shen Feng's current predicament, K. Yiming frowned and nodded. He thought of a good solution, but he didn't know if it would work. Do you really understand? Shen Feng couldn't help asking. K. Yiming said seriously, of course I understand. In fact, it's very simple, that is to find helpers. Of course we two supernatural beings can't do anything to this group of golden monkeys hidden in the animal horde, but as long as we have supernatural powers, as long as there are enough survivors, wait until I call Fang King Heo and the others over for you, and then, everyone will reproduce the beheading action in Yanjing. When Shen Feng heard this, he immediately shook his head. Come on, instead of asking for helpers to behead the golden monkey, you might as well go and set fire in the juniper forest. At that time, the problem will be solved from the source. In Shen Feng's view, a group of golden monkeys rely on hypnotic pollen to stabilize the beast type and create temporary stability. Therefore, as long as the golden monkeys lose the help of the pollen, then continue to implement the milling tactics to eliminate the mutant beasts and behead them. The action is still a little too dangerous, however, Kevin Liu reminded Shen Feng at this time. City Master, what if these golden monkeys have stored a lot of pollen? Then, even if the woods are burned down, the golden monkeys will definitely be able to delay time. Shen Feng thought about it, and there is indeed this possibility. Although Lu Kaiwen has been helping K. Yiming to speak, it seems that he has been but what he said is very reasonable. Shen Feng was in the juniper forest. Walking around in the forest, I also know that there is a lot of pollen in the woods. If a group of golden monkeys want to store pollen, it is not impossible. Seeing Shen Feng's pensive expression, K. Yiming breathed a sigh of relief, and said to Shen Feng, it seems that the beheading operation I mentioned is more appropriate, right? Now, as long as you promise that after the war is over just follow us to salvage, then I will call someone to help immediately, and I promise to increase your combat effectiveness. Shen Feng thought about it carefully for a moment. Now it is the most beneficial way for him to end the battle, continue to procrastinate, and when it snows in the sky, the plan to besiege the mutant beast will be considered a failure. So, get help from the Ability Management Bureau. It is very necessary. The most important thing is that Shen Feng also wants to get meteorites. Even if they are fragments, as long as they can be obtained, it is worth it. As long as there are meteorite fragments, they can create a large number of supernatural beings, and Yuzhao's strength will leapfrog! With the existence of hundreds of supernatural beings, Yuzhao will be extremely powerful, and by then, Yuzhao's territory may also expand. That's fine, you should hurry up and call someone. I didn't expect that I would also use the beheading operation against a bunch of mutant beasts. Shen Feng let go, and he agreed to participate in this plan organized by the headquarters. K. Yiming was overjoyed, and immediately took out his mobile phone, ready to make a call, and at the same time said to Shen Feng, don't worry, I have already found a group of people to help you, and organized a current strongest mercenary squad. You are the captain, and we are your younger brothers. Shen Feng shrugged. It doesn't matter, as long as it can solve the problem, but K. Yiming is obviously serious. Lu Kaiwen took advantage of K. Yiming's phone call, grabbed Shen Feng's wrist, quietly led him aside, and started communicating in a low voice. City Lord, in my opinion, K. Yiming has hit the nail on the head. A beauty trick. As far as I know, K. Yiming went to Jinling to participate in the celebration banquet for killing the Dragon King. It took only 7 or 8 days. In such a short time, he married a beautiful daughter-in-law. There is no other possibility. Then, why do you still help him with the conversation? Also, does K. Yiming know about this? Shen Feng was immediately puzzled. Is K. Yiming so easy to be tricked by a beauty? Lu Kaiwen shook his head and said in a low voice, the authorities are obsessed, but the bystanders are clear. K. Yiming is indulging in the gentleness, How could I play the role of the bad guy who woke him up? As for why I helped him speak, it was because I found out the truth about monsters of the sea. I would like to hear more about it. Shen Feng said hastily. Before, Shen Feng was still worried about whether Lu Kaiwen had been bought by Kai Yiming. If he really took refuge in someone else, it would be a great loss for Yazhao. There is a shortage of talents in the apocalypse. Also studying biology, wouldn't it be a big loss if it was poached by the wall? But now it seems that the reason why Kevin Liu has been speaking for Kai Yiming is because he has deeper plans. Chapter 353 Unexpected Guest. It is very likely that there are spies of other forces hidden in the city of Yazhao. After Chang Jianyi knew this, he arranged for Lin Yu to investigate secretly. No matter what, the information of Yazhao cannot be stolen anytime and anywhere, and there are even traitors among them. It was hidden in the city lord's mansion. Chang Jianyi was going to personally investigate this point previously. After learning about the function of kidney fern tubers in Yazhao, they originally wanted to plant them secretly and sell them in the future, but they did not expect that some dead people would rather commit suicide than steal relevant information, and the research materials of kidney fern were stolen. However, the people in the laboratory did not investigate any results. As the saying goes, how can you allow others to snore and sleep on the side of the couch? Although Chang Jianyi has a strong desire for control, she doesn't think about other cities casually. She just wants to live on the current territory of Yazhao. However, even if Chang Jianyi didn't choose to expand, there were still people staring at her, which made her unbearable. What she was most worried about was being plotted against at the airport in Yazhao. There is a plane flying from the north. This is a passenger plane, which was common before, but in the apocalypse, the fuel-intensive way of traveling by plane is no longer accessible to ordinary people, especially it is a time of turmoil. Aviation flight is also a big problem. Therefore, when the passenger plane appeared in the sky above Yazhao, many people couldn't help but look up. It's not that they haven't seen the plane before. The internet was so developed that no matter what platform pushed it, they could see a little bit of it. And the reason why they look up now is just to miss their original life. It was not difficult to fly in the past. As long as you can buy a plane ticket and have no problem with credit check, you can go by plane. But now, taking a plane is no longer a service that ordinary people can enjoy. Let alone a plane, even taking a train, it's not easy. Yazhao can only go to Rongcheng by train, and can't go to other places. The airliner is not big, it can hold dozens of people. It is more like a private jet, most likely an unclaimed plane that was eventually requisitioned and repainted. The words Yanjing are written on the fuselage, so others can know that it is a plane from Yanjing just by looking at it casually. The cabin door opened slowly. First, a few soldiers came down from above. Then, a group of 6 people took the stairs to the ground one by one. Feng Qinghao and Yu Henggai walked in the front. Looking at everything around them, they felt relatively fresh. Li Qi and Qin Qiu followed behind, and the last 2 people were 2 ordinary people with supernatural powers from the Supernatural Management Bureau. This is Yazhao. As expected of a mountain city, it is spectacular from the plain. The rivers converge and the mountains stand tall. No wonder Shen Feng is now in high position. Mastering Yazhao is equivalent to mastering the upper reaches of the Yangtze River. Feng Qinghao, the first time I came here, I saw the topography of Yazhao, and I couldn't help but praise it. Yu Henggai also nodded, and felt that Feng Qinghao's words were very good, so he continued, if I had such a city, I would have started to enjoy the blessings already. I really envy Shen Feng, who has such a good location. Among the supernatural beings, he is the best. What is a man's favorite thing? In fact, the ancients have already given the answer: wine, sex and wealth. Drinking alcohol can relax the mind and relieve depression. Needless to say, there is no need to say more about sex. Whether it is a dignitary or an emperor or a minister, they all like to be served by beautiful women. Simple, with a waist of 100,000 guan, riding a crane down to Yangzhou, and qi, in simple terms, is power, and being in a high position has its own momentum. Therefore, in the eyes of Yu Henggai and Feng Qinghao, Shen Feng already possessed what a man dreams of, and this is no longer the level of envy. Even if he is jealous of Shen Feng, it is completely justified. At this time, Qin Qiu said in a low voice, don't forget, we are here to support Shen Feng, and we need to ask Shen Feng to help. If Shen Feng can bring his supernatural beings to help us complete the salvage work, if so, then it would be best. Don't say anything strange in front of him and his subordinates. Qin Qiu is very aware of the situation on her side. Nowadays, A large number of people with supernatural powers are performing tasks outside, and the manpower of the Supernatural Management Bureau is too small. Therefore, she can be regarded as asking for help. She asked K. Yiming to the purpose of coming to inquire about the tone is actually to know Shen Feng's conditions. If you can accept it, then try to satisfy it. If you can't accept it, then Qin Qiyi can only take these people under his command to the Pacific Ocean to make soy sauce. Fortunately, after probing, K. Yiming got the result, that is, Shen Feng needs to resolve the current war as soon as possible, and beheading to kill the golden monkey in the beast horde is the easiest way. Qin Qiyi didn't want to annoy Shen Feng. If the cooperation that was finally reached was destroyed, it would really be a waste of time. Feng Qinghao and Yu Henggai also nodded quickly, expressing their understanding. Both Feng Qinghao and Yu Henggai had bruises on their faces, and the reason why they were injured was not caused by zombies or mutant beasts, but by Li Qiyi, who was behind them. When are we going to the front line? Let's hurry up, so we don't have to delay and the Xiangsun Bureau will take the lead. Li Qiyi said lightly. Li Qiyi belongs to the laboratory, and he is one of the rare official identities who neither belong to the Xiangsun Bureau nor the Ability Administration Bureau. The reason why he followed these people from the Ability Administration Bureau to Yazhou is that in fact, he also wanted to meet Shen Feng. Li Qiyi hadn't seen Shen Feng since saying goodbye to Shen Feng in Yanjing 9 months ago. Although he often saw news about Shen Feng in the news, but that's all you can see on the screen. You can't even talk to each other, and this time the activity organized by the headquarters mobilized most of the supernatural beings under the authority. Although Li Qiyi is a scientific researcher, he is also a supernatural being and was also asked to participate in the plan. Li Qiyi immediately agreed. However, it was requested to act together with the ability management, and the headquarters approved it at this time. Li Qiyi was already a supernatural user, and she was a 4th-level supernatural user. If she didn't have enough evolutionary agents in her hands, she would have been able to quickly break through to the 5th level. However, even so, Li Qiyi immediately approached Feng Qinghao and Yu Henggai to challenge her, nominally to study the strengths and weaknesses of abilities, but in fact her real idea was to avenge the dead rhubarb. Qinghao and Yu Henggai didn't take Li Qiyi's challenge seriously, and agreed to the challenge easily. They thought it would be easy for the 5th level to fight the 4th level, but unexpectedly, they were beaten by Li Qiyi, and finally had to beg for mercy. Qin Qiyi looked at Li Qiyi's impatient expression at this time, nodded and said seriously, since you can't wait, let's set off as soon as possible. I heard that Shen Feng is fighting in the mountains in the south. According to my opinion, even if it is dark, you may not be able to reach it, so you still have to restrain yourself somewhat. Qin Qiyi also planned to go to the south to find Shen Feng immediately, and it would be best to kill all the golden monkeys directly, which is the fastest action to end the war. However, as soon as the group got off the plane, someone from Yazhou found Qin Qiyi. It turned out that it was Chang Jianyi, who heard that 6 supernatural beings came from Yanjing, and they were all fighting alongside Shen Feng before. So I will immediately serve wine to a few people to clean up the dust. Qin Qiyi was about to refuse immediately, and said, we have received an invitation from Shen Feng to complete the task. At this time, we don't have time to attend the banquet, so let's forget it, both. Feng Qinghao and Yu Henggai nodded solemnly, saying that at this time, the task should be completed first. But Li Qiyi suddenly said, I see, why don't you go and see her? This is the hostess of Yazhou, and the host has already invited us. It's a bit unreasonable for us not to be perfunctory at this time. It was Li Qiyi who was in a hurry to go to the front line before, and now Li Qiyi is the one who changed his mind. Qin Qiyi has lost his temper. Why did this little girl have a sudden change of mind? Qin Qiyi thought about it, and had no choice but to follow Li Qiyi's suggestion. The time to complete the task was not too short, and it took him half a day to drive here, and now there is no effort to eat a meal unexpectedly. Li Qiyi had this thought in his heart, let me see what a woman who can make Shen Feng never forget her obedience and obedience looks like. Li Qiyi has never met Chang Jianyi. Although you can often see it on the news, it is still not true. If you want to really understand a person, the easiest way is to see it with your own eyes. The so-called famous is not as good as meeting, that is what it means. The city lord's mansion prepared an extended car for the 6 people, and then drove directly up the mountain. The more you go up the mountain, the more beautiful the scenery is. When you reach the top of the mountain, you can look down and see the Yangtze River in the distance. The river rushes in from a distance, and then rushes towards the east. Everyone was brought to the Fengshan Palace. When they arrived at the palace, they were shocked. They never expected that Shen Feng actually built a palace on the top of the mountain. Is this the strength of the city lord of Yazhou? Even if it is living, it is not comparable to ordinary people. It is great for ordinary people to live in villas or manors, but Shen Feng actually lives in a palace. Entering the main entrance, you can first see several halls standing on the ground, with carved beams and painted buildings, red walls and yellow tiles, which looks resplendent and resplendent. The corners of several eaves of the palace are flying high, like the wings of a bird. Walking in, there are pavilions and pavilions, and in the deepest part is a huge castle made of blue bricks. The outside of the castle is whitewashed with lime. At this moment, Zhang Zixi ran out of the castle, ran directly to Qin Qi, and then asked, "Sister Qin, my big brother is Zhangju. Do you know his current situation?" Qin Qi also heard the news that Zhangju had entrusted Shen Feng to take care of his younger sister, but he didn't expect Zhang Zixi to live in Shen Feng's house directly. "Isn't this taking good care of her?" Immediately, Qin Qi replied, "Your big brother is still on the grassland. I heard that he is protecting the iron ore and coal mines. Your sister-in-law is also there with him. Both of them are fine, but they don't have time to communicate with you. The mission is still relatively confidential." Zhang Zixi breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Qin Qi's answer. It was the first time she had been away from her family for such a long time. Although she was taken care of by Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan in Yazhou, no one dared to despise her. She has also won the title of a little witch, but this is always dependent on others. If possible, Zhang Zixi still wants to stay with her family. Next, a group of people came to a separate small building with a separate courtyard. There were flowers still blooming in the courtyard, and there was a pergola in the courtyard. A mahogany table was placed in the pergola, surrounded by many. The servants are busy at this moment. Chang Jianyi walked out of the small building with a big belly, with a smile on her face, and beside her, Luo Qing was still holding Ziya along. At this time, Luo Qing was very vigilant. The guests invited by the deputy city lord. This time it's not ordinary people, those are 6 supernatural beings. I have to be careful of these people. Several, I have known you for a long time. Please sit down. I am Shen Feng's wife. I am very happy to know that you are here to help. I also heard that Shen Feng and the others fought side by side in Yanjing. They must be close friends. Please forgive me for the hasty and poor hospitality." Chang Jianyi walked forward with a smile. "Where is there? I also want to thank Madam for the hospitality. We have long heard that Shen Feng has a good wife. If he can get to where he is now, his Madam's support must be behind him." Qin Qi said hastily, "There is a rule in dealing with this aspect, that is, when others flatter you, you cannot take it for granted, you must be humble, otherwise you will appear too arrogant, and it is best to flatter you back. In this way, the harmonious atmosphere will first." It was established. Li Qi successfully met Chang Jianyi. He had heard that Shen Feng's senior sister was a beautiful beauty, but now he saw it with his own eyes to be sure that it was true. At this time, Chang Jianyi was generous, not stage-fright at all, and she was very polite when she came up to say hello. With a warm smile on her face, she looked like a gentle and virtuous woman. What surprised Li Qi the most was Chang Jianyi's stomach. Did he say that people with supernatural abilities would have poor fertility? But Chang Jianyi was already pregnant. Could it be that the scientist's analysis was wrong? The more powerful the animal, the more likely it is to be affected by its fertility. There are environmental factors and its own factors, and superhumans are generally recognized as poor fertility guys. Chapter 354 The Monster Using Ability. Lu Keiwen took Shen Feng aside while Kei Yiming was on the phone, and began to explain in detail that he had been talking to Kei Yiming, not because he was bribed, but because he had deeper considerations. It turned out that after the first failure of the Yanjing headquarters to salvage the meteorite, all the information about the meteorite was sealed up, and the battle process at sea was never announced. Therefore, many people only know that the monsters in the sea are very powerful, but no specific understanding. Kevin Liu studies biology, and the creatures on land have not been studied clearly, but the books are also placed here. No matter what kind of species, he knows a thing or two, but the monsters in the sea, Liu Kevin has no knowledge at all. I don't know, so, he can say that the Dragon King of the Yangtze River is not suitable for living on land, but he has no understanding of the behemoths in the sea, and he doesn't even know what the weakness of these monsters is. However, when Liu Kevin is free, He likes to search for information, especially information about giant sea monsters. He wants to find out how powerful these monsters are. In the end, he found a video from Europe, which was accidentally shot by European mercenaries. After it was uploaded on the internet, many people thought it was fake. After watching it, Kevin Liu felt that it is likely to be true. In this video, a fleet is attacked by a huge monster at sea. This is a narwhal, 500 meters long, and may weigh tens of thousands of tons. To expel this monster in the sea, the soldiers are also shooting continuously. This actually angered the narwhal. After taking a breath on the water surface, the narwhal also felt pain after being hit by several shells, so it immediately set off a huge wave. The ship was so big that the waves could not lift it. The overturning of the boat, on the contrary, consumed the strength of the narwhal. Suddenly, the narwhal raised its head and made a high-pitched sound. The water around it was frozen in an instant, and the temperature around it also dropped instantly. In just an instant, a huge ice layer appeared on the sea surface. The team can no longer move forward, the propellers are frozen. In the end, the narwhal walked away without attacking. To the end, as if it knew that there was a strong battle on the human side. The fleet was frozen for several days, and it was not possible to sail again until the ice thawed. Through this video, Liu K1 analyzed one point, that is, the mutant beasts in the sea can also use supernatural powers, and, very likely, there are extraterrestrial elements in the brains of the monsters in the sea. City. Master, do you understand now? Why do I want you to go to the sea to participate in the mission? I don't want you to kill 2 monsters and bring the specimens back for us to study. Kevin Liu explained. You serious? Shen Feng looked at Liu K1 helplessly, and said, I can't even bring back a single tree, and you want me to bring you back tens of thousands of mutated sea creatures? With such strength, I would have personally killed all the mutant beasts in the encirclement. Although Shen Feng's knowledge level is not very good, he is not as good as a professional scientific researcher like Kevin Liu, but he is not a fool. He thought that he killed the Dragon King of the Yangtze River back then, but he couldn't take away the hundreds of tons of corpses. Now the monsters in the sea can be thousands of tons, or even tens of thousands of tons, not to mention whether they can be killed. Even if they are killed, there is no way to bring them back to Yazhou. From this point of view, Shen Feng really doesn't know whether he is naive or Liu Kevin is naive. Liu K1 quickly said, City Master, don't say that. Even if the mutant beasts in the sea are huge, they must have weaknesses. As long as you find the weaknesses of these mutant beasts, you will be able to kill them, right? Shen Feng waved his hand and said, let's not mention this. Let me ask you, why can't mutant beasts on land use supernatural powers, and corpse kings can't use supernatural powers, but instead, mutant beasts in the sea can use supernatural powers? I don't understand that. Well, it's a matter of affinity. Extraterrestrial elements are easy to combine with the nervous system, probably related to the relevant receptors of the nervous system, and the affinity with a human nervous system is the highest. Kevin Liu explained, the zombies can barely be regarded as human beings. The corpse king also has extraterrestrial elements in his brain. Why can't they use supernatural powers? Instead, what kind of electromagnetic waves can they use to communicate? Shen Feng continued to ask. Liu Kevin said, this is due to the changes brought about by the zombie virus. The surviving humans have antibodies in their bodies and can resist the zombie virus, but the zombies have been completely infected, and these viruses like to lodge in the nerves of humans. In the system, even if individual zombies have extraterrestrial elements and become corpse kings, even if their affinity has been changed, they will still not be able to perform abilities. The mutant beast in the sea, how do you explain it? Shen Feng asked. Liu Kevin shrugged and said, you ask me, how do I know? Unless you catch one and bring it back for me to study, otherwise, I won't be able to figure it out. Having said that, Kevin Liu still wanted a large mutant beast in the sea, and it would be even better if he brought it back to Yazhou, and found a way to make it into a specimen for experimental research. It seems that Kevin Liu can't figure out why these monsters in the sea can cast supernatural powers at this time. Kai Yiming also finished the phone call, and then walked over excitedly, and said to Shen Feng, there's an unexpected harvest. I heard that Li Qi is also here. This is a celebrity. I heard it is she discovered the extraterrestrial element. Do you know it? No. I didn't expect that she would come here too. It's hard to handle. Shen Feng had a headache, but he didn't expect Li Qi to come to support him. It would be inappropriate if Chang Jianyi saw something, then. How about asking me for an autographed photo? I heard that Li Qi never appears in public, so many people want her autographed photo. If you know her, please help me get one. K Yiming said quickly. Seeing K Yiming like this, Shen Feng frowned and said, is it that exaggerated? She is not a celebrity, and you still need her autograph, K Yiming explained. Shen Feng, you don't know about this. In fact, there are many people in China who are Li Qi's fans, including my wife. People outside are spreading that Li Qi is Yan, the hero behind Beijing's beheading operation. If she hadn't discovered the outer element, your beheading operation would not be so simple, so everyone thinks Li Qi is the most unfair. I heard that Li Qi's ability is to use light, so everyone called Li Qi the goddess of light. Hearing this title, Shen Feng couldn't help but complain that Li Qi's name was actually given to Li Qi. She's not fair? Not only did she prostitute my supernatural potion for nothing, but she even beat me and my wife before. She is very lucky. Shen Feng couldn't help but said, he knew about Li Qi, a woman with a strong personality, but there is no need to be touted to perfect height. Lu Keiwen suddenly pulled Shen Feng's clothes and said, don't forget what Mu Ying said, this is probably a flattery. Shen Feng nodded and realized that there is indeed such a possibility. Many people in the Ability Management Bureau have been flattered, so they were sent out to perform tasks from afar. It seems that they have been reused, but they need to go do more dangerous tasks. Therefore, Li Qi's high prestige among the people is likely to be the result of hype, and the behind-the-scenes hands may be the gang of Xiangsun Bureau. K Yiming didn't care about this, and said seriously, brother, you are not willing to ask for an autographed photo for me. This is too much? Shen Feng had no choice but to agree, and said, alright, I'll get one for you. K Yiming looked at the sky and said, they won't arrive until tomorrow at the earliest, please treat me to dinner, I'm hungry, please. Eat braised wild pork, I guarantee you can eat 3 bowls of rice. Shen Feng said, if it's really delicious, then I don't need rice, I can just eat meat. K Yiming was not polite at all, since it was delicious, there was no need to just eat rice. Can't we just eat meat? After Li Qi met Chang Jianyi, she suddenly felt ashamed. She thought she was well qualified, knowledgeable, and a supernatural being. She practiced martial arts since she was a child and had a good figure. After Yi, she discovered that what Chang Jianyi wanted, especially basic necessities of life, was far beyond her own conditions. What? A match made in heaven. Li Qi said sourly in his heart at this moment. Zhang Zixi asked, shall I call Sister Zhaoyan back for dinner? It's rare for us to eat together, Chang Jianyi quickly said, no need, she is still dealing with official business and said she won't be back at noon. I have already asked Sister Du to deliver the meal, so there is no need to call her. Chang Jianyi invited everyone to sit down, and then the kitchen began to serve dishes. These dishes were all made under the supervision of Chang Jianyi, so there is no need to worry about safety at all. Chicken, duck and fish are available, and many of them are the meat still comes from the mutant beasts just brought in from the front line. It is very fresh. Qin Qi and the others also met Chu Chaoyan. Now that they heard that Chu Chaoyan was handling official business, everyone couldn't help but wonder why the person handling official business became Chu Chaoyan. However, at this moment, Li Qi asked Chang Jianyi, Deputy City Master, have you checked the child in your stomach? Do you know if it's a boy or a girl? Chang Jianyi shook her head slightly, and then said with a happy face, I don't need to do an examination, because I can feel that the child is healthy, and I don't need to care whether it is a boy or a girl, because whether it is a boy or a girl, it is me. The crystallization of love with Shen Feng, we will give him the best things. A trace of hesitation flashed across Li Qi's face, and then he asked, then can I touch it? Chang Jianyi had a look of astonishment on his face. He didn't expect this woman to make such a request. I heard that she was a person with supernatural powers in the laboratory. I thought she was someone who was involved in the research of meteorites, but now it seemed that it was not the case. Before Chang Jianyi could answer, Luo Qing immediately refused. She said nervously, no, my wife is in the critical moment of raising a baby. Ordinary people can't get clothes. You are a supernatural being, let alone get clothes. If an ordinary person approached Chang Jianyi, Luo Qing was still sure of protecting his wife, but if a person with supernatural powers approached his wife and suddenly cast his supernatural ability, she was not sure that he would be able to protect his wife. Therefore, for the sake of safety, It is still not allowed to let strangers with supernatural powers approach. However, Chang Jianyi waved his hand lightly at this time, and said, "It's okay, you are Miss Li, right? If you want to touch the child, you can only feel it through the belly." After receiving Chang Jianyi's answer, Li Qi walked forward slowly, stretched out his left hand and placed it on Chang Jianyi's abdomen. At this moment, the palm of his hand suddenly began to gather photons, and there were also rays of light blooming in Chang Jianyi's abdomen. This scene made Luo Qing very nervous. If the other party made a sudden attack, even if the wife was not killed, the fetus in the womb might not be saved. Fortunately, Li Qi didn't do anything. She slowly withdrew her palm, and said with a smile, "Please forgive my abruptness. I checked your child. It is very healthy. It is a boy. Congratulations to the Shen family for having a baby." Li Qi's ability is to control photons, which can also be used to detect human bodies. The method is also very simple. Control photons to enter other people's bodies. After detecting the situation, control photons to come back. Physical condition, but this trick can only be effective if it is in direct contact. If it is separated by air, it will not be able to do this. When Chang Jianyi heard Li Qi's answer, a smile appeared on his face. "Then thank you, Miss Li, for letting me know. If it's a boy, Shen Feng and I both hope that he can become an upright man in the future." Chapter 355. The reason why Chang Jianyi let Li Qi get close to her was actually half because she believed that Li Qi would not do her any harm. Yizhao was her territory. Half of it is out of self-confidence. Although she is pregnant with Liu Jia, she is still a fifth-order supernatural being. Her physical fitness is here. If the opponent makes a move, she can stay away in an instant. There are still many evolutionary bases at home. After eating it, enough to save lives. Facts have also proved that Li Qi did not take it too seriously to do it suddenly, but after testing the fetus, he did nothing. Luo Qing felt relieved, and sat beside Xiaolong holding Xiaolong. Xiaolong had teeth, but he still could only drink milk powder. The child started sucking while holding the bottle. While sucking, he looked up and down the group of people who were eating. Curious, Xiaolong is different from ordinary children. Other children always cry and yell when they meet strangers, and they may scare themselves by farting, but Xiaolong likes to stare at strangers and is not afraid of strangers. Get used to seeing strangers often. After getting along with Chang Jianyi for a while, Li Qi understood that it was impossible for her to replace Chang Jianyi, so it was best not to reveal the hidden feelings in her heart, otherwise, it would be bad for Shen Feng and bad for herself. Not good. It seems that this relationship can only be stopped. Don't think too much. Li Qi thought silently in her heart. She planned to bless Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi. Qin Qi also asked a question in his heart at this time. "I just heard you said that Chu Qiaoan won't come back for dinner, so does Chu Qiaoan also live here?" Chang Jianyi nodded and said, "That's right, Fengshan Palace is my home, and it's also her home. I'm not afraid of your jokes. I treat Chu Qiaoan as my younger sister. Now, our sisters live with Shen Feng, can be regarded as a family. This kind of situation is actually very common." Qin Qi understood, and nodded. So that's the case. Before in Yanjing, he knew that the relationship between Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoan was not normal, and they seemed to share the same trouble. Including when Chu Qiaoan was seriously injured, Shen Feng stayed outside the ward all day, until Chu Qiaoan's physical condition improved, and then he felt relieved. But now it seems that Chu Qiaoan is really with Shen Feng, and she also got the consent of Shen Feng's real wife. It can only be said that this kind of fact is too common in the end of the world. If the previous law is still useful, then what Shen Feng did must be against the law, but at this moment, there are many people who have done more than Shen Feng. After Feng Qinghao heard this, his face changed slightly, as if he never expected such a thing to happen. Li Qi was surprised when he heard the news about Chu Qiaoan at this time, and couldn't help asking, "Vice City Lord, are you willing to share a man with others?" When Chang Jianyi heard this question, she shook her head helplessly. It is true that other women may not have the right to choose, but she is the deputy city lord of Yizhao. She is so powerful that she can tolerate other women joining her family. It can be said that the heart is too big. I don't want to share, but sometimes the authorities are obsessed. Shen Feng is not willing to let go, and Chu Qiaoan is obsessed with him. What can I do if I don't agree? What's more, she also had a life and death relationship with Shen Feng. Jealousy and suspicion of her will chill the hearts of the people below. Chang Jianyi said helplessly. Hearing this narration, Li Qiyi immediately understood Chang Jianyi's thoughts. It turned out that Chang Jianyi would also choose to compromise. If there is a first time, there will be a second time, and it seems that I can't give up too early. Li Qiyi thought silently in his heart. After the meal was over, Chang Jianyi also gave a small box to each of the party participants. When everyone opened it, they found that the boxes contained all evolutionary agents. These evolutionary agents were made into jelly. Wrap in edible plastic immediately. The 6 people present felt that it was very precious. Although since Yuren Shu and Rongchang invented the production method of the evolutionary base, laboratories around the world can manufacture the evolutionary base, but the most fundamental raw material of this thing is the brain of the mutant zombie. Therefore, the evolution base is actually very precious. Even the people of the Ability Management Bureau cannot get too many evolution bases, otherwise, they would have successfully evolved to the 6th level. But now, Chang Jianyi sent out so many evolution agents casually, and everyone present was stunned. Evolution base, really rich and powerful. This gift is too expensive, we can't accept it. Qin Qi instinctively wanted to refuse, but Fang Qinghao and Yu Hengai immediately began to wink at the big sister, and said in their hearts, "Big sister, don't talk nonsense, how can we not accept such a good thing? If you accumulate a little more evolution base, you can evolve to the 6th level." Both Fang Qinghao and Yu Hengai were fascinated by the evolutionary base in front of them. Moreover, since this is a gift from others, it is fine to accept it. Can others sue themselves for it? Chang Jianyi also quickly said, "This is all trivial, please don't be offended, you have come all the way to yes how to help. I also know that some food or gold is nothing in your eyes. After much deliberation, you can the one that can be obtained is the evolutionary base, although the gift is shabby, but don't dislike it." Chang Jianyi's attitude was very sincere, as if the gift she gave was too shabby and a bit embarrassing. The expressions on the faces of the people present suddenly became complicated, and they said in their hearts, "This thing is not shabby, who can casually take out so many evolutionary agents?" Everyone thought that what Chang Jianyi said was in Versailles. If it was to send gold or food, it would be precious enough. After all, in the end of the world, these two things are hard currency. As a result, Chang Jianyi also sent ordinary people a lot of evolutionary bases that were impossible to come into contact with were sent over. This was obviously a big deal, but in Chang Jianyi's mouth, it turned into an embarrassing gift. The gap between the two sides is really too big, Qin Qi couldn't refute. The preciousness in his own mouth was nothing but shabby things in the eyes of others. This is the gap. Therefore, Qin Qi reluctantly said, "Since this is the case, then it is disrespectful. We accept the gift. As for the war in the south, I believe that with our help, it will be conquered soon." Chang Jianyi prepared a car for a group of people outside the Fengshan Palace, and handed over a box again. It turned out that K. Yiming was in the barracks, and it was not good to favor one person over another, so he asked a few people to deliver the gift in this box as well. After that, Qin Qi and his party left towards the south of Yazhou. When Fang Qinghao and Yu Hengai were in the car, they couldn't help holding the box and watching it constantly. At their stage, if they want to continue to evolve, the evolutionary bases they need are simply an astronomical number. The evolutionary bases in this box are 5. The appearance of promotion is not enough for them to evolve, but if they accumulate more evolution bases, they will definitely be able to continue to evolve. However, Qin Qi, who was sitting in the back row, looked at the box and suddenly figured out why Chang Jianyi would give gifts to strangers like herself, and it was such an expensive gift. She had more calculations. "I understand, Chang Jianyi is trying to use these evolution agents to block our mouths. Have you noticed that what Chang Jianyi said just now did not mention Shen Feng going to the Pacific Ocean to salvage meteorites things? Obviously, she means that these evolutionary bases are the price for our help, but she actually doesn't want Shen Feng to go to sea." Qin Qi whispered to the few people around him. Qin Qi's voice was very low. She was worried that the communication on her side would be heard by the driver in the front row, so she was very careful when speaking. The rest of the people heard Qin Qi's analysis, and they all figured it out. It turned out that Chang Jianyi actually had such deep considerations in giving gifts, and his scheming was so frightening. Li Qi also frowned. He didn't expect Chang Jianyi to have such a deep meaning in a small matter of giving gifts. It seems that what Xiao Zukin said is right. The knowledge of the world is knowledgeable, and the understanding of human feelings is the article. Cannibals. Mouth is soft, but his hands are short. Chang Jianyi actually wants to use the evolutionary base as the price for us to make a move. It's not easy. Feng Qinghao analyzed Yu Hengai's thought for a while, and said with a smile, "It's simple. Isn't there a saying called flirting to the blind? Chang Jianyi's idea requires us to have a high emotional intelligence to understand it. Then, why don't we do nothing? Are you clear? Isn't that alright?" Yu Hengai wanted to pretend to be ignorant of the world at this time, so after taking the evolutionary potions given by Chang Jianyi, he still had to take Shen Feng away. "It can be regarded as earning on my own side." Qin Kui rolled his eyes at Yu Hengai, stretched out his index finger and poked him on the forehead, and said unconvincingly, "Don't come up with such a bad idea, unless you want to break up with Yazhao in the future. Otherwise, you pretend to be like this. If you look ignorant of the world, you will be blacklisted by others." Qin Kui's age is not in vain. Don't look at the chaotic situation in the apocalypse, but there are always unspoken rules operating in society. There are no express rules for this kind of rule, but it has been established by convention, that is, politeness. Chang Jianyi gave a gift, thanked her for making the move. The etiquette has come. If she blacked out the evolutionary base, it would break the unspoken rules. Chang Jianyi may not have an attack, but she just needs to quietly put this: if the news gets out, the reputation of the Ability Management Bureau will be bad in the future. Therefore, Qin Kui did not accept Yu Hengai's bad idea at all. Li Qi frowned and thought for a while, then said in a low voice, "I think the breaking point of this matter is not ours, but Shen Feng. We need to convince Shen Feng that he is willing to go to sea with us instead of Chang Jianyi is working hard here. What do you think?" "Yes, Miss Li's method is better." Qin Kui nodded hastily. Li Qi's current method is better. It will not let Chang Jianyi have any objections, and he can also take Shen Feng out to see. The person driving the 6 supernatural beings was none other than a young man. It was impossible for ordinary people to notice him, but he was actually a supernatural being except for important occasions. Lin Yu never showed up in other situations. Therefore, even in the city lord's mansion, few people knew him. However, since Lin Yu used the supernatural potion, he has a supernatural being, and his main responsibility is to inquire about news. Now, taking the initiative to drive Qin Kui and others is to quietly eavesdrop on the conversation of these people. What's ridiculous is that Qin Kui lowered his voice to discuss. He thought the driver couldn't hear anything, but Lin Yu listened to it all, not missing a single word. Lin Yu recorded all the conversations of these people, and planned to tell Chang Jianyi quietly after returning. These people are really too careless. Even if I am not a supernatural person, there may be some recording equipment in the car. They were talking in low voices in the car. Aren't they afraid of being recorded? They really don't have any sense of secrecy. In Lin Yu's heart, he already looked down upon the few people in front of him. He is a person who specializes in intelligence and investigates those suspicious people. But at this moment, facing a group of people who have no sense of confidentiality, it's easy to get the content of other people's conversations. Lin Yu calmly sent a group of people to the mountains in the south of Yazhao, and it was already dusk, and the clouds in the west were bright red, as if lit by flames. No wonder people called the sunset clouds as fire clouds. The sky seemed to be on fire. The teacher's poems describe it just right. Kangshan is like the sea, and the setting sun is like blood. Chapter 356 Group Stealth. At dusk, Qin Kui and 6 others came to Shen Feng's barracks. At this time, dinner was being made in the barracks. Although it was not as good as what was eaten in Fengshan Palace, because it was a big pot of rice, it was difficult for everyone to adjust, and there was no way to cook it. It is refined, but the advantage is that the smoke is relatively strong, and you can feel relaxed when you eat it. The soldiers dug a U-shaped hole on the ground, and then put a cauldron on top of the hole, with firewood under it, and cooked in the cauldron were chopped mutant meat, onions, ginger, garlic, etc. The seasonings were also constantly thrown in, and many of the phoenix eggs were mixed with potato cubes and thrown into the cauldron. It is not easy to make big pot rice, and it is difficult to adjust to everyone. Some people like heavy taste, while others like light taste. Therefore, no matter how it is made, people who eat it will always dislike it. If you don't like it, there's nothing you can do. The soldiers who cook don't care. At worst, those of you who are dissatisfied can cook it yourself. Seeing this scene, Yu Hengai couldn't help rubbing his stomach, and said with some embarrassment, "Unfortunately, I ate too much at noon. I'm not very hungry now, so I can only eat 2 big bowls." Yu Hengai is telling the truth. He is indeed not very hungry now, but after saying these words, it seems strange. The average person's appetite is about the same as a large bowl, but Yu Henggai, an 18-year-old boy, said that he was not too hungry, actually want to eat 2 big bowls. Is it a natural rice bucket? In fact, Yu Henggai is only speaking according to the standards of people with supernatural abilities. For people with supernatural abilities, they have a lot of appetite. After all, they need to face daily consumption. Exercise requires energy consumption, and using supernatural abilities also requires energy consumption. Not much? Eat a little, and you will starve to death. Therefore, it is best for a supernatural person to have a power, so that he can support himself and meet his daily needs. Feng Qinghao said with a smile. You can't embarrass the people of the Ability Management Bureau. You must eat 5 bowls of rice to show our sincerity. If you eat less, Shen Feng will feel that the food is not to her liking. Woolen cloth, Yu Henggai nodded with a serious face. For the glory of the Ability Management Bureau, he can only work hard to let go of his appetite. At this moment, Li Qi saw a cloud flying in the sky, and there was a young man on top of the cloud, and he suddenly understood, and said to the people around him, "Look, could this person above be Shen Feng's brother-in-law?" Everyone looked up and found that there was indeed a person flying in the sky. They also thought of what Shen Feng said inadvertently in Yanjing before. He said that his brother-in-law could fly. Now it seems that this is indeed the case. It's still too simple, and the combat power doesn't seem to be very good. There was a smile on Feng Qinghao's face, but there was a trace of contempt in this smile. Isn't it just driving the clouds? It has no lethality, and can't do anything except fly. Ahem, don't say strange things. Qin Kui hurriedly stopped Feng Qinghao from talking nonsense. Now he is asking for others, so he must be careful when speaking at this time. Chang Haoji was also slowly descending. He heard that the people from the Ability Administration Bureau were coming, so he took the initiative to lead the way, and after falling into the clouds, he said directly, "Several heroes, follow me. I saw your awards ceremony on TV before, and I know your titles." Chang Haoji admires the strong, so he is still very polite to these supernatural beings who fight side by side with his brother-in-law. Feng Qinghao couldn't help but patted his chest and said, "It's okay, this time the task is up to us, we will definitely complete the task perfectly." Chang Haoji brought 6 people to a spacious tent. In the tent, Shen Feng and K Yiming were bragging. Lu Keiwen leaned aside to read a book, and Lu Keiwen also decided that this time he went to see, he would follow Go. Even if you can't enter the god's domain, you can wait outside the god's domain. Shen Feng, long time no see. Qin Kui entered the tent and began to say hello. Shen Feng saw a group of people appearing, and greeted them warmly. Please sit down, you haven't had dinner yet, I'll send someone to deliver the food right away. Although the food is simple, don't be picky. Wait until dinner, let's get ready to do the mission. As long as we kill all these golden monkeys, we will be able to wipe out the mutant beasts in just over a week. K Yiming also nodded at this group of people. Speaking of which, K Yiming spent relatively little time in the Ability Management Bureau. After being recruited, he only went to Sanxia as a bodyguard after being trained. Therefore, for these colleagues, on the contrary, were not as familiar with Shen Feng. Kevin Liu didn't even bother to look up. He never liked to pay attention to people he didn't know. He just wanted to complete his own research, which was the most important thing. If there is a huge sea beast corpse in front of Luke Kevin, it is guaranteed that Luke Kevin will jump up happily, but if it is a visit from someone he does not know, Luke Kevin will not care. Li Qi walked up to Shen Feng, his eyes rolled around, a smile appeared on his face, and he asked, "Shen Feng, long time no see, do you miss me?" "No. I'm busy all day, how can I have time to think about other friends? Speaking of which, I don't know what you're here for," Shen Feng said seriously. Now Shen Feng doesn't want to kneel on the washboard because of being involved by Li Qi. Kneeling on the washboard is still a trivial matter, but when he thinks of writing a million-word self-criticism, he immediately fears it. It takes at least 3 months for an author to write a million words. If it is his turn to write a review, he may not be able to leave the washboard for a year or so. Therefore, Shen Feng couldn't wait to draw a clear line. Since nothing happened anyway, as long as the line was clear, no one would be able to say anything strange. "Really? I think of you often." Li Qi smiled sweetly and said, "I'm going to go to sea in a while, and I'll be on the boat then. Please take care of me." Shen Feng shrugged and didn't say anything. Li Qiyi is also a researcher, and she went out to sea with everyone this time, which is quite normal. However, Chang Haoji frowned at this time, with a puzzled expression on his face. He felt that his brother-in-law and this strange woman seemed to have an unusual relationship, but he had no evidence to prove it. Suddenly, Shen Feng saw the bruises on the faces of Feng Qinghao and Yu Henggai, and felt strange immediately, and asked, "What happened to your faces? Did you get beaten by someone?" Both Feng Qinghao and Yu Henggai pointed at Li Qiyi at the same time, and said, "Didn't everyone eat her pet dog before? She came for revenge, and we couldn't beat her." Shen Feng was surprised when he heard this. He saw that Li Qiyi hadn't changed from half a year ago, but she was able to defeat Feng Qinghao and Yu Henggai consecutively after becoming a superhuman. This is a bit too exaggerated, bar? It's not impossible for latecomers to rise above, but it's too dreamy to step on the shoulders of elites, Li Qiyi said confidently. After the meal, I'll show you off and let you know how good I am. I'm not a vase. Shen Feng knew that Li Qiyi's ability was to use light, but in his opinion, the skill of manipulating light should not be very good, so he doubted Li Qiyi's combat effectiveness. The group of people in the tent are still eating Hesse nonsense. Since getting off the plane, the group of people from the Ability Management Bureau have already had 2 meals. What they ate in Fengshan Palace were delicacies from mountains and seas. The best delicacies in Yazhou can be delivered to dining table, while in the barracks there is a big pot of rice, braised pork with rice, and seaweed egg soup after dinner. Shen Feng was also ready to set off, and the task of commander was handed over to Lu Qiang again. "Brother-in-law, I want to go together too. I can support you." Chang Haoji saw that Shen Feng was going to perform a mission, and wanted to go with him. Chang Haoji's dream of charging into battle on the battlefield was shattered, but he still wanted to perform the task of beheading. Wan Jun took the enemy's head from it like a bag, which was something to be proud of. Besides, Chang Haoji also wanted to belong to his own title. Even K. Yiming has the title of Dragon Slayer, and if he doesn't make some great achievements, it is even more impossible to have the title. But Shen Feng pressed his shoulder and said, "After I leave, you will be the only supernatural person on the northern front. If you encounter a dangerous situation, you still need to take action. So, the ones here, the situation is entrusted to you. This task is even more important." Chang Haoji was stunned by Shen Feng's words. Indeed, he needs to consider the overall situation, and he can't do what he wants willfully. Shen Feng smiled and said to the other 7 people, "Let's go. We've had enough food and drink, and now we need to work." Li Qiyi nodded, and said to the people around him, "You all stand within 5 meters of me, and I can make you all invisible, so that you will not be discovered. In this way, we will be able to hide without anyone noticing." Sneaked into the chassis of the mutant beast. Shen Feng felt very surprised. He had seen with his own eyes that a person with supernatural powers could be invisible, but he was restrained by Lu Xian. He directly used thermal energy detection to find the target and killed him with a single knife. Although he was rescued by Wang Aoi later, but it is said that he later died in the underground cave of Yanjing. But Li Qiyi's ability can make everyone within 5 meters invisible, which is not something ordinary abilities can do. At this time, Li Qiyi said proudly, "Although the light goes straight and doesn't seem to have any lethality, the magic of using it lies in one heart. As long as the direction of the light and the number of photons can be changed, the light entering the eyeball will change, and animals with eyes cannot see." At this time, Li Qiyi generously explained the principle of this skill to the supernatural beings around him, and everyone has received 9 years of compulsory education, so they all know what Li Qiyi is talking about now. Only the light enters the eyes. Humans can see the scenery, but when the light changes, it can achieve the effect of invisibility. Feng Qinghao and Yu Henggai have a good understanding of this. When they were challenged, they also felt that Li Qiyi's abilities were not scary, but when they accepted the challenge, they realized that they could not see Li Qiyi's abilities at all. The figure was finally beaten up in the sneak attack that appeared from all directions, and had no choice but to surrender. Seeing Li Qiyi's ability, Shen Feng was immediately overjoyed. From this point of view, he could still get close to the golden monkey in the animal horde without anyone noticing it. As soon as Li Qiyi stretched out his hand, the surrounding photons began to gather, forming a thin light curtain within 5 meters of him, but the others lost the trace of 8 of them. A group of people set off quickly. After Shen Feng was cut off, his speed was too fast, and the people behind him couldn't keep up. Shen Feng also has no objection, as long as he can complete the task and successfully carry out the beheading operation. That's enough. Before departure, Shen Feng specially distributed an oxygen mask to everyone. These people have never seen hypnotic pollen. If they are accidentally inhaled, they will fall asleep on the battlefield. But we're a group of 8 people, 5 of them are 5th order abilities, and the remaining 3 are all 4th order abilities. Speaking of combat effectiveness, they can be regarded as the strongest team, at least in China. Shen Feng is also very confident. Originally, he could assassinate the golden monkey alone. After all, his speed is invincible and he has a good grasp of the abilities. Now that there are 8 people with abilities here, Shen Feng's confidence is even greater. To use allegory to describe it, Zhang Fei eats bean sprouts, a piece of cake. Chapter 357 Evolved Golden Monkey. Li Qi activated his supernatural ability, and set off invisibly with many supernatural beings around him. After crossing the battle line, he walked towards the beast tide in the most central area. They were all splashing hypnotic pollen, and these golden monkeys covered their noses with wet cloths. Shen Feng originally thought that with the ability of invisibility on his side, he would be able to drive straight into the hinterland, find the golden monkey and kill it. But when the group arrived at the periphery of the beast horde, they immediately encountered the situation that had just appeared. Many snake-like mutant beasts were startled, and they looked towards Shen Feng, spitting out words in their mouths, and their bodies were also shaking. It begins to swell, making a hissing sound. Shen Feng knows that this is what snake mutants do when they encounter danger. Rattlesnakes can shake their tails to frighten their hunters, while other snakes inhale quickly to intimidate their enemies, causing their bodies to expand. Make yourself look more mighty, and at the same time, it will make a hissing sound, which can be used to intimidate the enemy. These snakes did not act hastily, but slowly coiled their bodies up, with their heads shrunk in the center. If the enemy dared to approach, these snakes would attack instantly. Shen Feng couldn't help asking in a low voice, "What's going on? Aren't we invisible? How can these snakes still see us?" Li Qi frowned, suddenly thought of something, and said directly, "It seems that many snakes have infrared sensing organs, which are on both sides of the head, so these snakes don't see us. But the infrared detection has detected our existence." When Shen Feng heard this, he immediately felt helpless, and said, "Since this is the case, we don't need to pretend anymore, just go straight in. Yu Hengai and I will lead the way, Kei Yiming and Sister Qin will protect the flanks, and the others will follow us." Shen Feng's original plan was to rush in and kill the golden monkey. The power of the supernatural being is enough to support him to do so. If not, he can use the Dongfeng Haodang to captivate the mutant beast size and escape. Since I can't hide it now, it's better to carry out the original plan. However, Feng Qinghao spoke at this time, and he said seriously, "There is no need for this. Isn't it because the heat we radiate has been noticed by these snakes? I just met a small stream on the way here. Let's go back. I use the ability can block the heat emitted, and you can still go deep into it." Shen Feng thought for a while. There was no need to take risks, and he agreed to Feng Qinghao's suggestion. The group retreated a long way, leaving the edge of the beast tide. At this moment, the snake-like mutant beasts were relieved, and then continued to lie on the ground relaxed. In the eyes of the snakes, they just felt that some human-shaped objects have moved away, which means that the danger has been lifted. And after Shen Feng retreated to the edge of the creek, Feng Qinghao used his ability to draw a lot of clear water from the stream, and the water flow slowly flattened, sticking to the light curtain Li Qi arranged. At this time, there was a water flow. Even the snake's infrared sensor cannot detect the presence of heat. This time, the 8 people approached the beast tide again, and the snakes on the ground hadn't noticed anything, which meant that the water flow had indeed blocked the snake's senses. Everyone moved towards the beast tide, but many mutant beasts were next to each other, and if they wanted to move forward, they would inevitably have to contact the mutant beasts. Once the mutant beast is alarmed, the plan may fail, because the golden snub-nosed monkey is not without IQ, and once it senses danger, it will probably run away. When this happens, Yu Hengai needs to do something. When Yu Hengai casts his supernatural power, the surrounding area becomes tripled in an instant. Many mutated beasts that were still sleeping suddenly bear 3 times their weight. The beast was directly fractured, the bone spurs stuck in its internal organs, and died soon, and these mutant beasts were very miserable before they died. Yu Hengai's ability is very simple to use. It is nothing more than increasing gravity. It is most useful in large-scale battles. However, this ability also has a fatal shortcoming, that is, it is easy to hurt teammates, and thanks to the people present, they are all supernatural beings, and they can withstand 3 times the gravity. If it is several times more, they can withstand it in a short time, but if it goes on for a long time, they will definitely die after all the mutated beasts were crushed to death. Shen Feng quickly said, Okay, Yu Hangai, put away your abilities, I'm almost out of breath. When Yu Hangai heard this, he quickly withdrew his ability, and everyone felt a lot lighter, and their breathing became normal. I'm still using it a little lightly. If I do it seriously, I can exert 5 times the gravity field. By then, you may all be kneeling. Yu Hangai said with a smile. Then, we have to thank you for your mercy, really. K. Yiming said angrily. Combat in reality is not like that in the game. Generally, there will be no damage between teammates in the game, but it is different in reality. Yu Hangai's gravity field, except himself, is not affected. Everyone else will be affected by gravity. Therefore, although it is easy to use, it can easily cause dissatisfaction among teammates. K. Yiming is also a 5th level supernatural user now, because since he killed the Dragon King of the Yangtze River, he has been honored at the celebration banquet in Jinling. Not only has he won the title, it sounds very loud, but also he got a lot of evolution bases, which made him evolve directly to the 5th level. Now, K. Yiming can also proudly say that he is the strongest group among the supernatural beings. A group of people continued to move forward. When they were walking, they suddenly saw a figure in the distance through the water curtain, and they were stunned. Could it be possible that there are still humans alive in the beast horde? But when they approached slowly, they realized that this was not someone. Although he was wearing clothes and jewelry, and looked gorgeous, the hair on this thing was very thick, black hair. If it is exposed outside, you can tell at a glance that it is a Gizhout golden monkey. This golden monkey is more than 2 meters tall and has a strong body. It can be seen that this is the body shape after mutation. Otherwise, it is impossible for a golden monkey without mutation to grow so strong. Some orangutan gorillas can grow to a size of more than 2 meters, and their combat effectiveness is also recognized as the 2nd place among primates. However, golden monkeys are vegetarians, and it is difficult to obtain energy. If they can grow 2 meters, it is completely impossible. Tamnet at this time, the golden monkey in the beast hide was wearing human clothes. Its upper body was a jacket. Although it was buttoned up, it looked ugly. Its lower body was wearing a pair of floral shorts, on which peaches could still be vaguely seen. The most shocking thing is that the golden monkey still wears a hair ornament on its head, a headband to hold its hair up, and a big emerald ring on its finger. Am I dreaming? Yu Hangai was the youngest, only 18 years old, and he didn't have much experience, so he had never seen such a scene. A monkey even learned to dress itself up. I have never known the meaning of the phrase "bath the monkey and crown the crown," but now I know it. Li Qi said lightly. The few people present were obviously frightened by the sight in front of them. The monkeys in the circus couldn't wear clothes, but they were put on by humans or after training. But now everyone sees, a 2-meter tall golden monkey started to dress up like a human. It's incredible. Shen Feng frowned and said, Stop talking about that, let me kill it. No matter how the monkey dresses up, it's impossible to turn into a human being. After finishing speaking, Shen Feng raised his hand and fired a transparent wind blade. For such an average-sized animal, a single wind blade can kill it without much action. However, if it is a particularly large animal, the wind blades are just tickling. For animals with armor, a small amount of wind blades can't even break through the defense. The golden snub-nosed monkey in clothes is still as usual at this time, carrying a big bucket in one hand. There is a lot of pollen in the bucket, and there is a scoop in the bucket, which is made of plastic. The golden monkey covered its nose with a wet cloth in one hand. Although it felt a little uncomfortable, at least it would not be hypnotized, while the other hand grabbed the scoop and began to sprinkle pollen. His task was very simple, that is, to sprinkle pollen. Just put if the pollen is scattered, it will be able to stabilize these large numbers of mutant beasts. Suddenly, the golden snub-nosed monkey heard a stab in its ear, and then felt a sharp pain in its chest. Looking down, for some reason, there was a bloody wound on its chest. There was a scream, and the ear-piercing scream pierced the night sky. After a while, the golden monkey fell to the ground and died completely. The scream of the golden snub-nosed monkey alarmed many sleeping mutant beasts. Many mutant beasts are sleeping these days. Although sleeping is a good way to save energy, even sleeping consumes energy. Therefore, the disturbed mutant beasts, they were all hungry, and because of their low IQ, they opened their mouths and began to bite when they saw the golden monkey lying on the ground. The mutant beasts are always mutant beasts, and they will not be grateful for the care of the golden monkey these days. They are only temporarily hypnotized. Temporary stability made it impossible for humans to attack at will, but the mutant beasts would not feel grateful for it. Shen Feng killed a golden snub-nosed monkey casually, thinking of contempt in his heart, and said in his heart, "But me, isn't it just dozens of mutated golden monkeys? It's still too weak, as long as we continue to find golden snub-nosed monkeys, one by one. Kill, then the millstone project can be restarted." However, just as Shen Feng's thoughts were over, there was an ear-piercing sound of boom, boom, boom from the distant mountain. After the sound appeared, it immediately alarmed many mutant beasts. Everyone had a bad premonition, and quickly looked around, only to find that several vigorous figures appeared in the animal horde. All of them were wearing human clothes and had black hair, and they were all golden monkeys. The direction of the hill began to flee. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect a golden monkey to start running as soon as it found out that something was wrong, and the voice from the mountain just now seemed very familiar. Although the voice was harsh, it was still recognizable. It was copper cymbals. This kind of musical instrument can also be used during weddings and funerals, because it is too harsh and disturbing to the people. Under normal circumstances, no one will play it casually. These monkeys are actually using copper cymbals to transmit messages. Are they kidding me? Feng Qinghao couldn't help but said, monkeys have learned to transmit messages. If this continues, is it possible that they will evolve their brains? The rest of the people didn't expect that monkeys actually have a way to transmit messages, and they learned it from humans. This can be said to be far from the image of monkeys in everyone's impression among them. The person who felt the most shocked was actually Shen Feng. He couldn't believe what he saw at this time. A year ago, he used a copper bell to attract zombies. From this point of view, the monkey's IQ can match his own. In comparison, he absolutely cannot accept it. Seeing Shen Feng's silence, Li Qi couldn't help stepping on Shen Feng's foot. The meaning was obvious. How could you, the person who prevented the beheading, be in a daze at this time? Shen Feng was stepped on, and immediately thought of the business. Since his actions were discovered, there is no need to pretend anymore. Let's do it. K. Yiming, take Hao Xiaohu to the east to attract attention and make more noise. Shen Feng said quickly. K. Yiming nodded, flames burst out of his body, and said, leave it to me. Hao Xiaohu's ability is to strengthen the skin. Although this ability seems useless, the skin after strengthening can have any effect, but it is wrong to have such an idea, because the skin has a stratum corneum. As long as it is thickened, the stratum corneum can enhance the defense. Not to mention the skin of the limbs and torso can prevent the fangs and claws of the mutant beast. Even the skin can block the slap of the grizzly bear. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358. Now that the action has been exposed, Shen Feng no longer hides his body. However, in order to continue the assassination of the golden monkey, someone needs to attract the firepower, especially the firepower of the mutant beast. Shen Feng first ordered K. Yiming. From Shen Feng's point of view, among the people present, K. Yiming was the most reliable supernatural user. Shen Feng had fought side by side with K. Yiming before, so I know that K. Yiming is serious when encountering troubles and will not shrink back afterwards. Shen Feng looked at Yu Hengai and said, Yu Hengai, it's okay for you to go to the west alone to contain the mutant beasts? Can you handle it alone? Yu Hengai patted his chest and said, no problem. I'll do two one by one, within a range of several hundred meters. I guarantee that these mutated beasts will not be able to move. Shen Feng arranged Yu Hengai in one direction alone, because this guy's ability is so unique that everyone else will be affected except himself, so Shen Feng can only let Yu Hengai be in charge of one direction alone. Anyway, this kid, the gravitational field, ordinary mutant beasts really can't get close. Then, Shen Feng looked at Feng Qinghao on the side, and said, this is not your home field, so don't follow. You bring Jiang Kui here to attract the attention of mutant beasts. I don't ask you too much. You only need to persist for 3 hours, and by then, even if the remaining 3 of us cannot complete the beheading operation, we will be able to take you out at that time. Feng Qinghao found that he was underestimated, and couldn't help being a little unconvinced, but thinking about it carefully, It's really not easy to find water sources, and his abilities can't exert the strongest strength, so he should bear with it. 3 hours, absolutely no problem. Feng Qinghao said calmly. Shen Feng's plan of slamming east and west was arranged, and then he said to Li Qi and Qin Qa, later, you try to keep up with my speed. It seems that all the golden monkeys are hiding on a hill to the south. Run to the top of the hill and hit Huanglong Strait. Li Qi and Qin Qa nodded, and said, as long as your speed is not too fast, we can still keep up. After the discussion, Shen Feng immediately started to set off. In order to let the two people behind him follow him, he did not use his supernatural power, but ran normally. The speed was not so fast that the naked eye could not see it. At this speed, both Li Qi and Qin Qa were able to keep up. However, Li Qi was still using his abilities under such circumstances. The three people hiding in the light curtain were not discovered by the mutant beast, but a group of people who came out of the light curtain started bluffing. Hao Xiaohua, who was led by Ke Yiming first, rushed out, with flames constantly coming out of his body. One after another big fireballs were shot out from Ke Yiming's hands, burning the mutant beasts blocking the east one by one, and the flames fell on the ground. After touching the mutant beast, it will burn violently immediately. Even if the mutant beast rolls around, the flame will not disappear for a while. The eastern area immediately attracted the attention of countless mutant beasts. Some mutant beasts were frightened by the bright red flames, turned around and started to run away. Most of the mutant beasts were afraid of flames, because they were not beasts. Moreover, in the dim night, the dazzling light is the most terrifying. Hao Xiaohua was also using his ability at this time. He clenched his fists with both hands, and his fists instantly enlarged, as if he was wearing a glove. This is his special way of using the ability, which strengthens the hardiness layer. Like wearing leather armor, if the cuticle is thickened on the fist, it can be turned into a glove. There are no receptors in the stratum corneum, so Hao Xiaohua can't feel pain when he punches. In many areas in the south, there are actually no lions and tigers. Except for zoos where you can see such ferocious beasts, you can't see such ferocious things in the wild. However, after the animals began to mutate, many cats and dogs fled into the mountains and forests. After the mutation, the cats and dogs have grown a lot in size, and after more than a year of reproduction, these huge cats and dogs are really like lions and tigers. The cowardly mutant beasts all escaped, but the cats and dogs, which are mainly carnivorous animals, stayed. The wild nature of these two animals has been awakened, and the mutant cats have become extremely ferocious. Even if they are full, they still like playing with the extra food, while the mutant dogs stay together in groups. These dogs have already learned to cooperate in preying, and they will divide and surround when chasing prey. Now that they are attacked by humans, these two animals will immediately die to fight back. Huge cats and dogs rushed towards Ke Yiming. Ke Yiming was not afraid of danger, and a ball of flames emerged in his hand, burning all the cats and dogs that rushed to death. Within 3 meters, there were no intact animals. If it's not a charred corpse, it's a burning beast. On the contrary, Hao Xiaohua, who was behind Ke Yiming, couldn't bear it any longer. His ability strengthened his body type. Apart from a little stronger defense, he was not much stronger than other evolutionaries. Now, he encountered the surrounding. If Ke Yiming hadn't endured most of the pressure from the attacks of countless mutant beasts, he would have been unable to bear it now. Boom! Hao Xiaohua was accidentally approached by a mutant cat that appeared from the side. The cat approached Hao Xiaohua silently with light steps, and then got hit on the face. The cat's claws grabbed Hao Xiaohua's face fiercely, and the sharp nails immediately pierced into the cuticle, scratching down with one claw, and directly peeled off a piece of skin. When Ke Yiming heard the noise behind him, he quickly turned around and saw that after a mutated cat approached, a burst of flames shot out from his body, burning the mutated cat to death on the spot. How are you? Are you disfigured? Ke Yiming asked loudly. Hao Xiaohua raised his head. His face was very fair, although a layer of skin was peeled off by the mutant beast just now, but his special ability is to strengthen the skin. After this palm, his face was fine, but his head was dizzy, and he was beaten by the powerful. The force hit the head, almost knocking Hao Xiaohua dizzy. It's not disfigured yet, but if you do it a few more times, it might be. Hao Xiaohua said with lingering fear. If it weren't for Hao Xiaohua's thick skin and supernatural powers, Hao Xiaohua would definitely be bleeding when he was photographed by the mutant beast. At this time, follow me closely. I'm going to open the way. Don't be attacked again. Ke Yiming said quickly. Ke Yiming also showed his true skills at this time. The flames on his body continued to rise, his whole body seemed to be on fire, and the surrounding temperature also rose a lot, and he could feel the scorching heat from several meters away. Afterwards, a fire dragon flew out in front of Kai Yiming. Wherever it passed, all the mutant beasts were burned to death. An empty road appeared. Where the fire dragon passed, the night sky was illuminated, and the corpses of the mutant beasts on the ground were constantly burning. Countless mutated beasts saw this scene, and all of them started running around. So strong. Seeing this scene, Hao Xiaohu immediately lamented that he followed the right person. With such a strong supernatural being protecting him, his safety must be protected. Fang Qinghao, who stayed where he was, frowned when he saw the vigorous battle in the east, and couldn't help but said, Kai Yiming, this guy is not out of his mind, isn't he? Such a strong flame attracts hatred. If he is mutated, if the beast is killed, it is self-inflicted. In Fang Qinghao's eyes, the area to the east is full of flames, and Kai Yiming and Hao Xiaolong have been submerged by mutant beasts. However, from time to time in the distance, fire dragons can be seen flying into the sky. The ability kills all directions, and there is no need to worry about the danger of life at this moment. Zhang Kui saw mutated beasts rushing over, and couldn't help shouting, Mr. Fang, the mutated beasts are coming. Fang Qinghao took his time. When he entered the beast tide before, he used his ability to bring a lot of stream water. Now that he was attacked by a mutant beast, the water flow changed again. The water flow condensed into water balls one by one. The head of the mutant beast stopped flowing. The mutated beast originally thought that the two humans in the beast horde were appetizers, and if everyone rushed up to take a bite, there would be nothing left. However, when the mutant beast approached Fang Qinghao, its head was completely covered by the water polo. Immediately, the mutant beast began to shake its head, trying to shake the water polo away. However, no matter how much the mutated beast shook its head, the water polo on its head remained unchanged, still firmly biting its head. Mutant animals also need to breathe, whether they are constant temperature animals or temperature-changing animals, they all need to breathe fresh air, and after Fang Qinghao put the water polo on the animal's head, it immediately cut off the air. The mutant beasts around are constantly struggling, but this struggle is futile. Under Fang Qinghao's control, the water polo will not flow at all, and these mutant beasts can't hold their breath, and there are bubbles constantly coming out of their mouths and noses. The lungs of these mutated beasts were constantly filled with water, and their ability to breathe was gradually lost. All the mutated beasts trapped by the water polo were unable to exercise vigorously and had difficulty breathing, let alone cannibalism. They all stayed in place and struggled. At this moment, Zhang Kui also rushed forward, and the clothes on his upper body exploded in an instant. In just an instant, the clothes on his body were blown apart by his bulging muscles. Zhang Kui, who looked frail at first, is twice as big now, and as his name suggests, he's extremely burly at this time. Should die? Zhang Kui didn't use a weapon, and his strong muscles were his most powerful weapon. Zhang Kui punched a mutated cat right in the chest. Click. The sternum and ribs of the mutated cat were broken at that moment, and now, the mutated cat had no chance to struggle anymore and lay on the ground. It doesn't move anymore. The mutated beasts whose heads were trapped by the water polo stayed where they were, unable to move. After all, if they exercised vigorously, more and more water would flow into their lungs. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhang Kui had a chance to show his might. Taking advantage of Mr. Fang's opportunity to trap these mutant beasts, he punched and killed the immobile mutant beasts one by one. The mutated beast can easily dodge Zhang Kui's fist. Although it can reduce 10 times with one force, if the fist can't hit the body, it will have no effect at all. However, Zhang Kui had the cooperation of Fang Qinghao, and when the mutated beast didn't move, he just punched and killed all the threatening mutated beasts around him. Mr. Fang, this move of yours is really too strong, even mutant beasts can't get close to us now. Zhang Kui turned his head and praised Fang Qinghao. Fang Qinghao shrugged his shoulders, his face was a little disappointed. Although he was praised, he couldn't be happy, but said helplessly, I learned this from others. I didn't know this trick before. Using different it is possible to submerge these zombies or mutant beasts with water, and I learned this trick later, using water balloons to suffocate the mutant beasts. Zhang Kui nodded. It turned out that he had learned this trick from others, but he had never heard that there were other people with water abilities in the Ability Administration Bureau. Finally, in the west direction, Yuhengai's side is the quietest battlefield, but the record is not bad at all, because within 400 meters around Yuhengai, the ground has sunk a lot, and the surrounding ground is full of dead mutants. The beast, it was crushed to death by the gravity field. Alive Yu Hengai used a 5-fold gravitational field, and was affected by the huge gravitational force. The ground was sinking, and all the mutant beasts around him were crushed to death by their own weight. Inside, he immediately fell to the ground, his bones were broken, and his internal organs burst instantly. Yu Hengai found a cleaner place and sat down slowly, and said calmly, "This is too boring. Without a stronger mutant beast, I have no challenge at all." 4. Yu Hengai, the last thing he worries about is being beaten by a group. Maybe his combat effectiveness is not good, but as long as he uses supernatural powers, the enemy will not be able to approach him at all. As a containment or defensive force, it is definitely qualified. Yu Hengai sat on the ground and looked towards the hill to the south. Whether the plan can be successful now depends on Shen Feng. As long as he can kill all the golden monkeys, then everyone's task is completed, and his cover will be fine and it will be done. Chapter 359 King Kong reappears. There are many mountains in the south of Yazhou. One mountain is connected to another mountain. The terrain is very rugged, so there are many mountains and forests, and there are also many mutant beasts in the mountains. In the center of the encirclement, there are hundreds of thousands of mutant beasts sleeping on the ground. Chasing east and west, the mutant beasts were exhausted to the extreme, and now they were hypnotized by the golden monkey with pollen every day. So many mutant beasts also got a rare rest time. Of course, the precious rest is effective for large mutant beasts, but for small mutant beasts, such as rabbits or mice, they are at the bottom of the food chain in the mountains. And rabbits are still the easiest species to eat for mice and rabbits. You eat me before the army comes, and you still eat me after the army comes. Isn't the army coming for nothing? The 3 people on Shen Feng's side were quickly approaching the hill with a golden monkey. Before that, he had only killed a golden monkey, but his actions were exposed, causing the golden monkeys to take precautions and shrink back to the hill. This was also convenient for Shen. With Feng's actions, there is no need to look for golden monkeys everywhere. As long as he can find the hiding places of these golden monkeys, he can get a whole litter of them. While walking Shen Feng, he whispered to Qin Qi who was behind him, "Qin big sister, please pay attention to protect my flanks later. It is now on the mountain. Your ability can open up the road. It will be of great help to us. Must resist the pressure." Qin Qi nodded and said seriously, "Shen Feng, don't worry, with me behind you, the flanks will not be in danger. As long as you can find the enemy, I will help you kill all the golden monkeys." The 3 of Shen Feng came to the top of the hill. Although there were many mutated beasts on the mountain, a lot of cats and dogs, as well as some mutated beasts such as wild boars, cattle and sheep, but there was no trace of the golden monkey at all. If the 3 of them hadn't seen the golden snub-nosed monkey rushing towards the side of the mountain before, and seeing the current scene, the 3 of them would have wondered if there were no mutant golden monkeys on the mountain at all. Where are these golden monkeys hiding? It's impossible to run away. Shen Feng said with a frown. Li Qi shook his head quickly and said, "These monkeys don't run very fast, so it's impossible for them all to run away in such a short while. I think these monkeys must be hiding in some secret place, or in the mountains, or hide in the woods. If he was escaping, it would be impossible not to see any traces around. Now there is only one explanation, and that is to hide." Shen Feng nodded and began to search on the mountain. Qin Qi's eyes were sharp, and he saw a yellow object beside the stone in the distance, and said quickly, "Look, is that a symbol?" Shen Feng and Li Qi looked in the direction of the stone, and found that there was indeed a copper symbol on the ground. It seems that this thing is a communication tool for the golden monkey. I don't know which family held the funeral, but the golden monkey gave the symbol. Otherwise, the production technology of the golden monkey would not be able to produce symbols. Shen Feng thought for a while, and said to Qin Qi, "Qin big sister, it's up to you now. Quickly cast your powers and find out if there is a cave." Qin Qi nodded, squatted down behind him and put his hands on the ground, and began to use his supernatural powers to sense the ground, and successfully discovered the hidden cave entrance on the mountain. So he immediately led his people to the cave entrance, which was blocked by boulders. The 3 of them had already passed by this place before, but they didn't find any abnormalities. Now it seems that the entrance of the cave was specially blocked. The entrance of the cave is several meters wide, and the boulders are blocking the outside. If you want to enter the cave, the first thing to do is to move the boulders away. Qin Qi immediately wanted to move forward to move the boulder at the entrance of the cave. For a 5th level power user like her, A stone weighing more than 10 tons can also be moved, but Shen Feng saw the yellow powder that could be vaguely seen on the ground, and immediately realized that there was so much pollen on the ground, which meant that the golden monkey had stored a lot of pollen, and it might be dangerous to enter rashly. Don't worry, let's put on the oxygen mask first. Be careful, there may be a sneak attack by the golden monkey inside. Shen Feng hastily warned Qin Qiyi, and Li Qiyi did not dare to underestimate the golden monkey. After all, the golden monkey has learned to pass messages, and it is very possible to hide and attack now. Therefore, all three of them put on oxygen masks, and their vision was immediately restricted. Affected, there are many blind spots that cannot be seen, and the oxygen breathed is also a little cloudy, but the safety is guaranteed. Kaka. Qin Qiyi began to move the boulder at the entrance of the cave. He didn't know how a group of golden monkeys moved over such a big stone to block the entrance of the cave. As soon as the boulder was moved to allow a person to enter and exit, two furry arms suddenly stretched out from the hole, all of which were covered with black hair, which looked disgusting. These arms were also carrying a plastic bucket, which was full of light yellow pollen. Immediately, a golden monkey poured out the hypnotic pollen. Drenched all over, fortunately she was wearing an oxygen mask, so she was not successfully hypnotized. Shen Feng hurried forward, pulled out the long sword at his waist with a clang, and slashed it down. The pair of hairy arms were cut off on the spot, and the palms of both hands fell to the ground with the forearms, blood gushing continuously. Squeak. The golden monkey hiding in the cave immediately let out a scream. He didn't expect that his sneak attack would be deciphered so easily. Moreover, he stretched out his hands like this. Now, except for the big arm, the arm all gone. Shen Feng didn't talk nonsense, and said to Qin Qiyi, "Get out of the way, I'll come." Qin Qiyi quickly hid aside to avoid being accidentally injured by Shen Feng, but Shen Feng gritted his teeth, gathered 3,000 wind blades around him, and shot them all into the cave entrance in one breath. Since there are really mutated golden monkeys hiding in the cave, there is no need to kill them one by one. A piece of wind blade was launched, and it was hard to believe that the golden monkey in the cave could survive. Swish, swish. The wind blades flew into the cave one after another, and the three people outside the cave could hear ringing in their ears. This is the sound made by the wind blade piercing into the flesh. This is the scream of the golden monkey that was killed. This kind of sound is very ear-piercing, and it sounds like it makes people feel sick, a feeling of distraction. Ding dang dang dang. This is the sound made after the wind blade did not pierce the flesh, but hit the wall as the wind blade continued to shoot into the cave. The screams of the monkeys in the cave gradually disappeared, but the sound of jingling in the cave continued, which indicated that the golden monkeys lying in wait at the entrance of the cave had been killed by the wind blade. One after another died at this time. All the 3,000 wind blades were fired. Shen Feng saw that there was no sound in the cave, so he said in a low voice, "Come with me, go in and have a look." Qin Qiyi kept patting the pollen on her body. She also knew that it was not good. In order to avoid being hypnotized, she still had to drain the pollen. Li Qiyi followed Shen Feng into the cave first, and the cave was not dark at all, because there were many oil lamps on both sides of the cave wall, most of which had been broken by the wind blade, but there were still a few. The oil lamp was still burning. After the oil lamp burns, it will leave black smoke on the wall, which is the result of insufficient combustion, and there are many dark places on the wall inside the cave, which shows that the golden monkey has even learned how to light a lamp. These golden monkeys have really begun to evolve. I suspect that these monkeys may have learned to use flames. Li Qiyi also said Deli wearing an oxygen mask, speaking will be affected. The original normal voice, when passing through the oxygen mask, the vibration will change, so it sounds much stellar. There is a straight road of more than 10 meters at the front of the cave, and on this section of the road, more than a dozen ugly golden monkeys have died. These golden monkeys are riddled with holes. Apparently after being attacked by wind blades, they died tragically. Here of Qin Qiyi also simply cleaned up the hypnotic pollen on his body, walked in with it too, and then said, "The road ahead is going down. It seems that the golden monkey's nest is underground. I really don't understand why these monkeys live not on the woods, but in caves." Li Qiyi explained as he walked, "This shows that these monkeys have embarked on the same evolutionary path as us. It is safe to hide in trees, but they cannot walk upright, nor can they get more food, and they live on the ground. It seems that they are in danger, but they can get a hiding place and settle down. These monkeys can also use fire, really give them hundreds of thousands of years. Maybe these monkeys can replace human beings' status, Importance of flame to human beings is self-evident. Although human beings are not the only animals that can use flames, they are at least primates that use flames most perfectly. When flames appear, human civilization appears, but now at this time, Li Qi discovered in the cave that the golden snub-nosed monkey had begun to evolve, and immediately felt a sense of tension. Now the monkey seems to have embarked on the same path as humans. If there's enough time, these monkeys may still. It is really possible to catch up with human beings. Shen Feng didn't take it seriously, and said directly, "Isn't there still hundreds of thousands of years left? When these monkeys have evolved to where we are now, then we must have evolved stronger." But Li Qi said seriously, "You can't think like this. Primates are always primates. If these monkeys suddenly evolve a huge brain capacity, what will we humans do? It may be overtaken by monkeys, so don't underestimate the evolution of other species." Shen Feng nodded, patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, isn't it just a bunch of monkeys? Watch me kill them all. See how they can evolve. If you want to evolve, let's talk about it in the next life." Li Qi thought for a while, but she didn't stop Shen Feng's decision. She knew that this earth was not wide enough to accommodate two kinds of intelligent creatures, not zombies, nor mutant beasts. Therefore, it seems inappropriate to destroy the evolving mutant beasts, but for the sake of human development, it is the most appropriate way not to allow other species to evolve carelessly and destroy the evolution path of other species. The road in the cave begins to go down, and there are many messy footprints in the passage. Some of these footprints are barefoot, and some are wearing shoes. It seems that the evolution of golden monkeys is to learn from humans first. Since it is primates, and golden monkeys can also tell which species is the most powerful, and of course it is humans. Don't look at the fact that human beings are being forced into panic by zombies, and many cities have not even been able to recover, but this does not prevent human beings from being the masters of the earth, because after humans really started the war, mutant beasts still have no power to fight back. The advantages accumulated by humans after millions of years of brain evolution. Therefore, the golden monkey began to imitate human behavior, not only imitating human dressing and undressing, but also learning human communication. When it encounters danger, it immediately starts reporting, then retreats, and learns how humans use fire. It is to follow humans on the path of evolution again. No, it should have already embarked on the path of evolution. The three of them walked hundreds of meters down the cave. According to speculation, this is already deep in the ground, surrounded by stones. It seems to be a naturally formed cave. There are many oil lamps on the wall. Walking in the passage, the three of them felt a little strange. Humans have always brought light to other animals. Unexpectedly, at this time, the oil lamps of golden monkeys in the cave are lighting the way forward. After walking not far, a fire suddenly appeared at the end of the passage, and the three quickly approached. Shen Feng walked in the front. If there was any danger, he would instantly use the Wind King barrier to protect the two behind him, but until Shen Feng reached the entrance of the passage, no danger was found. Shen Feng simply rushed into the cave. This is a large hall, which looks very spacious. There is a bonfire in the center of the hall, and the raging flames are burning. If you look closely, it turns out that this is a large cave, tens of meters high. There are stalactites on the top and stalagmites on the ground, which looks very shocking, and in the corner of the cave, a huge body was standing. It was a huge golden monkey 15 meters high, with jet black hair all over its body, and its eyes were shining coldly. It was staring at the enemy who broke into his house. When Shen Feng saw this scene, he immediately thought of a movie, that is King Kong. Such a huge golden monkey, it looks extremely strong, with muscles all over its body, and its hair stands upright like steel needles. If you open your mouth, then it is a veritable bloody mouth. Chapter 360 No Evolution. Shen Feng rushed into the hall with Li Qi and Qin Qa. This is a huge karst cave. It seems that this is the karst landform. This is a naturally formed cave, and there is still water tickling around it. Falling, stalactites and stalagmites are formed after tens of millions of years. Under such circumstances, and ordinary people can't see such a scene. Shen Feng confronted the 15-meter-tall giant golden monkey in the corner. He held a shiny longsword in his hand. The muscles in the waist and legs are tense, and it seems that they may rush to fight at any time. Li Qi looked around, but he didn't find the rest of the golden monkeys. He could only see many messy footprints on the ground. These footprints led to the distance and scattered in all directions, which meant that all the other golden monkeys scattered and fled. Look, there are still a lot of bones and clothes on the ground, and there are books here. Qin Kui gasped when he saw something beside the fire in the distance. There are a lot of bones scattered beside the fire, among which are obviously human skulls, which shows that the golden monkey has actually regarded humans as food, and these bones on the ground are the best proof. There are many sticks stuck beside the fire, and a lot of meat is pierced on the sticks. Under the roasting of the fire, fat seeps out from the meat, and the fat drips on the charcoal fire, and there is smoke immediately rising up. Before, Qin Kui liked to eat barbecue, but after seeing such a scene, her mentality has gradually changed. It turns out that human beings will also be sent to the grill one day, at least recently. Qin Kui has no intention of eating meat again beside the fire. Besides the sticks wearing meat, there are also many clothes. These clothes look clean, and I don't know whether they were picked off from humans or zombies. Come to think of it, these clothes are those worn by the golden monkey. Looking to the side, there are actually many books on the side. It seems that there are books burning in the fire. These books are books with words, and books without words, that is, children's books, are placed separately. There are many handprints on the book. It can be seen that the IQ of the golden monkey is low, so you can only read children's books, because you can see the illustrations on it. It is impossible for the golden monkey to understand other books. Sure enough, these monkeys are secretly evolving, and they have eaten a lot of our kind. It is absolutely impossible to let them go. Li Qi said through gritted teeth. Originally, she was embracing the destruction of an evolving race for no reason. She was uneasy, but now, after she found that some of her kind were eaten by monkeys, she immediately changed her mind. The evolution of these monkeys is based on cannibalism. If they continue to let it go, monkeys will eat people and threaten humans at the same time. So it must be destroyed. Shen Feng stood in front with a sword in one hand, staring fixedly at the only remaining giant golden monkey in the hall. Although he didn't know the status of this golden monkey in the group, it was conceivable that this monkey was probably the strongest in the group. Individuals, because it is generally difficult for monkeys to grow to this size, go and chase those escaped monkeys. Leave this big guy to me, be careful on the way. Shen Feng whispered to the two behind him. Li Qi and Qin Kui looked at each other, and they both walked sideways. Let Shen Feng fight in the hall. Shen Feng, do you know the monkey's weakness? Li Qi asked worriedly before leaving. Shen Feng nodded slightly, and said, I have read manga for so many years, I still know this, right? If you give such a big monkey a hit on the back of the neck, it will just fall down. At this time, Shen Feng obviously remembered a manga he had read before. Although it was said to be unfinished, Shen Feng still remembered it clearly. The giant's weakness is the back of the neck, almost. For such a huge monkey, it may be difficult to successfully attack the heart and other parts, so you'd better attack its neck. Li Qi nodded, and Qin Kui chased to the side. They also held weapons in their hands, long knives in their hands, and pistols in their waists. Roar! The golden monkey went crazy when it saw a small human being wanting to go around to the side. This is the direction where its group escaped. It didn't allow humans to continue to threaten its group, so it turned around and faced Qin Kui and Li Qi rushed over. Li Qi quickly cast his supernatural ability, leading Qin Kui to become invisible instantly. The golden monkey didn't seem to have expected this to happen, and was stunned on the spot, looking at the suddenly empty ground at a loss, never expecting that the enemy would just disappear under his nose. Shen Feng didn't let go of this opportunity. In the confrontation, Shen Feng couldn't find the monkey's weakness, but at this moment the golden monkey chased Li Qi, and the side door suddenly opened wide, and the ribs and waist were exposed to Shen Feng in the eyes. Shen Feng cast accompanying like the wind in an instant, rushed to the side of the golden monkey in the blink of an eye, leaped up and jumped 7 or 8 meters high, and stabbed out fiercely with a long sword. PFFT, under the blessing of Shen Feng's strength, the long sword pierced through the golden monkey's skin in an instant, then pierced through the muscle, and pierced into the monkey's abdominal cavity. The golden monkey only showed its empty door for a short period of time, within a few seconds, but Shen Feng had already seized this rare opportunity, and stabbed out with a sword, directly breaking through the golden monkey's defense, causing a harm. Oh. The golden monkey was so severely injured that it immediately felt extremely painful, turned around and stretched out its hand to punch Shen Feng. This punch swung vigorously. Shen Feng dared not underestimate it. If he was hit, he would definitely be unable to hold it back, so Shen Feng twisted his body and kicked the monkey's waist hard, away from the golden monkey. In an instant the golden monkey slammed its fist hard on its body, and it was in great pain immediately. Its eyes gradually turned red, and it looked more and more fiercely at Shen Feng. It has already regarded Shen Feng as an enemy that must be killed in the end. It was the golden monkey who attacked first. There were many stones in the cave. The golden monkey squatted on the ground suddenly, picked up the stones on the ground, and threw them at Shen Feng. The stones thrown by the golden monkey were as big as a child's head. Shen Feng he could resist a few times, but he didn't dare to try, because once he was hit, his speed would probably slow down, so Shen Feng quickly dodged, and the movement of the golden monkey to throw stones was also gradually slowing down. After observing, Shen Feng found that there were no stones on the ground around the monkey, and all the stones around him had been thrown away at this time. Shen Feng began to look for the golden monkey's empty door. As long as it exposed its weakness in an instant, then Shen Feng would control the wind blade to kill. However, there was no stone to throw, but the golden monkey grabbed the stalagmite beside him and broke it with force, breaking the stalagmite. Then, the 2-meter-long stalagmite was thrown towards Shen Feng again. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng didn't dare to underestimate it. If such a huge stalagmite was hit, it would be impossible to recover. Shen Feng cast a company like the wind and disappeared, directly dodging the stalagmite's attack. At this time, the crisis was temporarily lifted. The golden monkey suddenly found that the enemy that hurt him just now disappeared, and he was stunned again. Just now, 2 humans disappeared before his eyes, and now, the only remaining human disappeared again. Could it be that humans will use this ability? At this time, Shen Feng quietly came behind the golden monkey. He can't hide himself. The reason why the monkey couldn't see his movements was because his speed was too fast. If it was the eagle's eyesight, he might still be able to see himself. However, for the golden monkey, he still couldn't see anything clearly, as if a living person suddenly disappeared before his eyes. Shen Feng thought to himself, as long as you cut down the back of the golden monkey's neck with a sword, you will win. Thinking of this, Shen Feng immediately cast his supernatural ability, and climbed to a position 20 meters above a huge stalactite pillar beside him. From the height, he could still see the top of the golden monkey. At this time, the golden monkey was still looking around. It seems to want to find traces of humans. Shen Feng hung on the stone pillar and waited silently. He was waiting for the golden monkey to show his back. As long as he showed his back, his time to attack would come. In the cave, stalactites actually take many years to form. Although the golden monkey is surrounded by stalagmites thrown out by him, it takes thousands of years to form such a thick stalagmite. The stalactites strip down slowly, and there are a lot of minerals in the water, so the growth of stalactites is very slow, and the stalactite columns are formed naturally after the stalactites on the top layer and the stalagmites on the ground grow together. It seemed to be dissolved. The golden snub-nosed monkey couldn't figure it out. Its extremely low IQ couldn't figure out why Shen Feng disappeared, and it was still looking for Shen Feng with its head down. Break it off. I don't know how to cherish intangible cultural heritage at all at this time. Shen Feng on the stone pillar above found the opportunity. The golden monkey was breaking off the stalagmite with its back facing him, and its broad back was facing him. Then, he pointed the tip of the sword at the back of the snub-nosed monkey's neck. Shen Feng thought that his attack must be foolproof, but inadvertently revealed a murderous look, startling the golden monkey who was looking for it with its head bowed. The golden monkey looked back in astonishment, and Shen Feng had already fallen from above. PFFT, the long sword had already pierced the golden monkey's neck fiercely, but because the golden monkey turned around suddenly, the long sword failed to penetrate the monkey's back neck, but missed, failing to hit the artery and the brainstem, and the long sword got stuck in the muscles and spine of the golden monkey. Ooh! The giant golden monkey was attacked again, and became even more frantic. It waved its palms and began to slap Shen Feng. Shen Feng didn't have time to pull out his long sword, so he could only run away in embarrassment, avoiding the slap of the golden monkey. This time, Shen Feng failed again in the attack. In fact, the back of the neck of primates has a brainstem, and the brainstem is closely related to breathing, so once the brainstem of a primate is damaged, it will surely die. Shen Feng wanted to attack the back of the golden monkey from the very beginning. Neck also wanted to be tricky, using the least force to cause the most damage, and now Shen Feng even lost his long sword, which also means that he will never want to attack the snub-nosed monkey's back of the neck again. Shen Feng was also helpless, and said, I wanted to get along with you in the fighting style of ordinary people, but what I got in exchange was alienation. Now I don't pretend anymore. I have a showdown. I am a supernatural being. Shen Feng originally wanted to reproduce the way of killing giants with long swords in the comics, but now the plan failed, and Shen Feng is too lazy to play. His strongest ability is not swordsmanship, but superpowers. The space was narrow, and Shen Feng couldn't gather too many wind blades, so he summoned 1,000 wind blades, and the countless wind blades gathered into a torrent, rushing towards the golden monkey. Sensing danger, the golden monkey immediately covered its head to avoid it, and curled up its body into a ball. However, how can Shen Feng's attack be successfully avoided by holding his head? The whole body of the golden monkey was glowing with blood, and there was a kind of seductive charm under the light of the fire, but the flesh and blood on its body were being continuously cut and disappeared by the wind blade. Shishi. The wind blade landed on the golden monkey, peeling off the flesh and blood piece by piece, and finally made a sound of dang dang, which means that the wind blade has already cut off all the flesh and blood that can be attacked. All that's left is the bones. In the end, all the 1,000 wind blades had been attacked, and the golden monkey was covered with the bones. Chapter 361. The beast tide collapses. The golden snub-nosed monkey felt pain all over its body, as if it was being bitten by countless beasts all over its body. After the attack was over, it was about to stretch its body. It had been curled up for a few minutes just now, and it had suffered countless attacks. Now, it's ready to fight back. However, the golden monkey suddenly found that he seemed unable to control his hands and feet, and his long tail could shake continuously. When he opened his eyes, he realized that only the bones of his hands and feet were left to be seen, and on the bones his flesh and blood has disappeared. AWW. The golden monkey was in great pain. All the pain in his body was released at this time. He couldn't control his limbs anymore, because all the muscles disappeared, and the bones couldn't move by themselves, and the golden monkey's body was apart from the head and torso. Only the tail can move. Even now, it is impossible for the golden monkey to manipulate its tail to attack Shen Feng. This is obviously impossible. If the tail could be used as a weapon, the golden monkey would not use its hands and feet to attack Shen Feng. Therefore, the golden monkey on the ground has lost even the ability to move, and can't do anything except roar loudly. Shen Feng slowly approached the golden monkey, and murmured, "I plan to give you a happy life, and only one sword can make you no longer suffer, but who made you turn around suddenly? I can only let you. You died in pain, walking." To the side of the golden monkey, Shen Feng suddenly saw a line of tears flowing outside the blood-red eyes. It could be seen that the monkey was in great pain at this time, and it only shed in the most painful state. The tears that come out are worthy of primates, and the tears are so similar. There are many kinds of tears. Some are because of sadness, some are because of emotion, and some are because of pain. At this moment, Shen Feng can't tell why the other party is crying. You cry too? But, don't the humans you catch and eat don't cry? Don't think about it, I won't forgive you. Shen Feng sneered. Maybe a year ago he would still cry because of animals cry and feel uncomfortable, but now, Shen Feng has made it clear that he is a human being, so he will never have half a sympathy for other animals except sympathy for the human species. After finishing speaking, Shen Feng summoned several wind blades with a wave of his hand, which directly penetrated the trachea of the golden monkey, so the golden monkey could no longer shout, and the mourning stopped abruptly. A minute later, the golden monkey died, and Shen Feng pulled out a long sword. The longsword at this time has been bent sideways, but it can also be used for fighting. However, after Li Qi and Qin Qi chased towards an underground passage, they found a few shadows that could be vaguely seen in the distance. Exclamation mark. Rise. In an instant, countless earth and rocks grew up on the ground, and in a split second, they directly pierced the figures in front of them. After being stabbed, these figures immediately let out a shrill cry. At the same time, roaring voices came from the hall behind Li Qi, and the two sang together, as if they were still echoing each other. Li Qi stepped forward and found that, as expected, all of them were golden monkeys. Among them were very strong monkeys and some were relatively short. It seemed that there were young individuals even in the group. Kill it, and save these golden monkeys some pain. Li Qi said in a low voice. Qin Qi didn't object either, grabbed the long knife and cooked all the golden monkeys. Li Qi and Qin Qi only killed 6 golden monkeys in the passage they chased. Such a small number is obviously different from the information they have. There must be more golden monkeys who chose other ways to escape. Li Qi and Qin Qi thought for a while, and said, "We need to act separately now, and we don't know how many monkeys have escaped, so we can only try to kill the individuals who are alone." Qin Qi nodded in agreement, and the two sides immediately separated and chased after different passages. The underground caves extend in all directions, and no one knows how many passages there are underground. let alone where these passages lead to. Therefore, Li Qi and Qin Qi can only mark along the road in order not to get lost. The cave is very dark. There is no lighting equipment, and it can be seen that the golden monkeys in these caves are not lit. Holding a flashlight in his hand, Li Qi chased him along a road. The road was rough, but there were many footprints on the ground, which indicated that these golden monkeys chose this road after not walking far. Li Qi found that there was a dead end ahead. The place was a little empty, like a room, and in the depths, there were many boxes. These boxes were obviously used by humans, but a group of monkeys moved it into the cave and began to store it. There was still a lot of pollen in the box. These monkeys really know how to store so much pollen. Li Qi thought silently in his heart. Li Qi walked into the room slowly, but at this moment, there was a sudden wind from one side, and she quickly backed away. Just took 2 steps back, a black shadow hit the ground heavily. It turned out that there was a golden monkey hiding on the side of the stone pillar, holding a big stone in its hand. As long as anyone entered, they would hold the stone and smash it down. The plan is very good, but the reality is that Li Qi found the danger and quickly retreated, avoiding the attack of the golden monkey. A cold light flashed in Li Qi's eyes, and he said in his heart, "Since you have learned how to sneak attack, it is even more impossible for you to leave alive." Li Qi drew out his long knife and rushed forward. The monkey didn't even want the stone in his hand, and started to run away to the side. This golden monkey was still wearing a vest and trousers. It looked very similar to a human being, but it was always not human. 2 cuts. Li Qi didn't play fancy things, and just rushed forward and slashed down. Catcha. This is a very crisp sound. The golden monkey was cut in half by Li Qi on the spot. Even the spine was cut off. Directly looking back, Li Qi saw 4 or 5 small golden monkeys in the corner, which were more than 1 meter long, corresponding to the infant stage of human beings. Seeing the adult golden monkey being hacked to death, these golden monkey cubs were also very frightened. They grabbed the pollen beside them and threw it away. However, Li Qi wore a mask on his face and did not inhale the pollen. Improper operation of the cubs made the air full of pollen. If they were not careful, these golden monkeys inhaled the hypnotic pollen instead. Cough. Cough. The golden monkey cub coughed twice, and was about to fall down to sleep, sweeping thousands of troops. Li Qi didn't care about this, and used the move of sweeping thousands of troops. She held a flashlight in one hand and swung a long knife in the other, beheading 5 golden monkey cubs on the spot. On the other hand, Qin Qi also chose a direction to chase out, but she was unlucky. She did not catch up with the fleeing golden monkey, and she saw the moonlight outside from a long distance. The footsteps at the entrance of the cave were chaotic, but no one could be seen. Well, there are other passages in the cave. Qin Qi didn't give up, walked to the entrance of the cave and took a look, only to find that it was halfway up the mountain, and there was a mist outside the cave, which could be vaguely seen in the moonlight. It was a light yellow mist, and there was a large forest below. There were animals coming in and out, but more went in, but fewer came out. Around the forest, a large area of mutant beasts fell down. Could it be that this is the forest that produces hypnotic pollen? Qin Qi said to himself suddenly. Qin Qi saw a plastic bucket on the ground on one side, and a nylon rope was tied to the plastic bucket, which looked like a water fetching tool. Qin Qi couldn't help trying, grabbed the plastic bucket and threw it out. The plastic bucket fell into the woods and made a bang sound. She pulled the rope hard and finally pulled the plastic bucket back. At this time, the bucket there is actually a lot of pollen in it, so a group of monkeys used this method to obtain hypnotic pollen. It's really lucky. There is a forest next to the hiding place for protection. Qin Qi muttered softly. Qin Qi and Li Qi returned to the hall one after another, while Shen Feng was still warming up next to the campfire. "I didn't expect that, but you chose the simplest task, and you started to rest after killing a monkey," Qin Qi joked. Shen Feng ignored the ridicule, pointed to the wall behind him, and said, "You can take a look. This is the work of the golden monkey, and you can probably understand it. I took a picture and I plan to bring it to my wife as a record. Open your eyes." When Li Qi and Qin Qi heard this, they immediately became curious. What else could be on the wall? When I walked to the side, I found out that it was a mural, and it was drawn with crayons. The only one living in the cave is the golden monkey, and the monkey seems to have learned to paint from children's books, so it also started to paint on the walls. The style is bohemian, but it is even uglier than children's graffiti. That is, some matches people are on the wall. Li Qi frowned and said, Anyway, this monkey's evolution rate is too fast. It has even learned to draw. I think it also records the number of groups, except for a few golden monkeys who left outside the group. There are more than 60 golden monkeys left. That is to say, at least half of the golden monkeys have escaped. Golden snub-nosed monkeys don't know what painting is for, and they don't know how to record history. Perhaps painting on the walls is just for fun, but this allows Li Qi to see what these golden snub-nosed monkeys are thinking. Golden snub-nosed monkeys go out hunting every day, and then down is to return to the cave to give birth. The hunting method of the golden monkey is also very simple. That is, after collecting a lot of hypnotic pollen, find a place upwind and start to sprinkle the pollen. After the pollen is blown away by the wind, it can hypnotize many animals. All the prey were brought back to the cave, whether it was humans or mutant beasts. These golden monkeys would still eat them. Seeing this, Li Qi gradually understood why the golden snub-nosed monkeys wanted to stabilize the beast tide. A while ago, you were expelling mutant beasts, which caused the mutant beasts in the encirclement to run around. The golden monkeys couldn't hunt, so they simply started a large-scale hypnotizing mutant beasts. While stabilizing the situation, you can also get prey. Shen Feng nodded and said, "Don't worry about the escaped golden monkeys. They won't be able to interfere with our plan in a short time. I will issue a reward for the mercenaries to hunt the mutant beasts, and we are still planning to retreat. Come on, the task has been completed." At this time, Qin Qi told what he had seen and heard. It turned out that after passing through a passage in the cave, he was able to walk to the hillside beside the juniper forest. The previous golden monkeys used plastic buckets to obtain pollen. The pollen deposited in the woods was brought to the cave by these monkeys and became a unique weapon in the hands of the golden monkey. Shen Feng frowned and thought about it. After a little calculation of the location, he suddenly understood that the juniper forest was still some distance away from the battlefield of K Yiming and others. Then, leave from the juniper forest and tell K Yiming and the others to put on the oxygen mask. I'm going to play a big game, Shen Feng said with a smile. Afterwards, Qin Qi led the way, and the three came outside the cave. Shen Feng took out the walkie-talkie and said, "Those who participated in the beheading operation should put on oxygen masks immediately. Put on the mask, receive." The other 5 people answered one after another, and they all had walkie-talkies, so it was very convenient to get in touch. Immediately, Shen Feng began to cast his abilities. The east wind is mighty. The strong wind covered several square kilometers around, rolled up the pollen in the juniper forest, and blew towards the north. The ground was flying sand and rocks. Even Qin Qi and Li Qi at the entrance of the cave couldn't help squatting down to avoid being blown down. Chapter 362, Beast Tide Collapse. After Shen Feng cast his ability, the wind swept across the ground, and the pollen in the juniper forest was immediately blown away. It was winter, and the north wind should have blown, but under Shen Feng's control, the wind direction changed instantly. Non-Feng blows all the pollen on the ground and branches, and spreads towards the north. A mighty yellow mist stretched for several kilometers. Wherever it passed, the mutant beasts inhaled the pollen, and immediately fell to the ground and fell into deep sleep, unable to wake up even by screaming. With an idea, Shen Feng immediately came up with a brand new way to break out of the siege, turning the disadvantage into an advantage, making all the mutant beasts on the battlefield fall asleep. As for his own people who have oxygen masks, they will not be affected. Come on, as long as all the mutant beasts on the battlefield are asleep, then I can leave safely. After completing the mission, after blowing away the pollen in the juniper forest, the original appearance of the forest was finally revealed. The 3 of Shen Feng and his party walked out of the cave, walked through the woods, and prepared to leave this place, and pollen fell from the trees again. Although the fog was not as thick as before, it could still block everyone's sight. Li Qi wanted to take off the mask, but when he saw the junipers started to sprinkle pollen again, he immediately gave up. If he inhaled the pollen, even a person with supernatural powers would be hypnotized. It is said that these pollen are substances with a strong calming effect, and most mutant beasts will be affected by pollen. There are many rotting corpses in the woods, and these corpses are covered with plant roots. I think the reason why the juniper forest can grow thick and tall is because of the energy of these mutant beasts, so it can grow so tall. Li Qi couldn't help but said, "As far as I can see, these mutant beasts basically died in their dreams." After inhaling too much pollen, the nervous system of the mutant beasts couldn't bear it, so while dreaming, they died. Perhaps, suddenly stopped breathing, and then lost consciousness. Shen Feng thought about this scene and thought it was not bad. Then these mutant beasts are also lucky, they won't feel pain when they die in their dreams. However, after Qin Qiuyi heard the description, he couldn't help but retort, I think it's too scary. Just inhaling pollen will make you fall into deep sleep. That's not counting, but you will also fall asleep because of inhaling too much pollen. I can't bear it, dying in sleep. This kind of efficiency in killing animals is too high and cruel. At this time, many sleeping mutant beasts in the woods suddenly woke up. Perhaps because the fog in the forest was blown away, the mutant beasts did not need to inhale the pollen, and then woke up again, and after waking up, the mutant beasts saw far away. The three people in the room were still holding flashlights in their hands. These mutant beasts did not dare to approach humans and ran away immediately. Qin Qiuyi pointed to the black shadow fleeing in the distance and couldn't help but said, no, you see, even mutant beasts are afraid of this weird place, and they ran away after waking up. Li Qiuyi shrugged and said, I think the reason why these mutated beasts wanted to run away was because we were frightened. Think about it, just after waking up, there were horrible two-legged beasts with glowing objects in their hands. It's no wonder you're not afraid when you see it. After the mist cleared, Shen Feng continued to observe the woods, but he still couldn't find the saplings. Perhaps, he came at the wrong time. However, Shen Feng said that the mist blown away by the strong wind began to fall while floating in the air. Wherever it passed, the ground was dyed yellow by the yellow mist, and after the mutant beasts on the ground inhaled the pollen, he fell into deep sleep and couldn't wake up. In a short time the pollen flew towards the north in a mighty way, stretching several kilometers along the way, flying from the valley in the south to the area where Cai Yiming was fighting. Countless mutant beasts were still besieging and rushing into the beast tide. Humans, although thousands of mutant beasts have been killed, there are still 400,000 mutant beasts left. With so many mutant beasts rushing up, everyone can still feel the pressure, so Shen Feng also said before leaving time limit, that is 3 hours right now, the time of 3 hours is almost up, and the group of people who attracted the attention of the mutant beasts on the battlefield are also feeling tired, especially Cai Yiming, who does not save energy during the battle, and the 3 fire dragons around him are constantly circling and tearing, looking very tired handsome, but this consumes a lot of energy. Fortunately, pollen came from the south at this time, and the yellow mist spread in the air. As it spread, light yellow powder fell. Wherever it passed, the mutant beasts that inhaled the hypnotic pollen fell into a sleep state. Bang! Bang! The heavy bodies of the mutated beasts fell down one after another. Although they were still fighting, the mutated beasts couldn't resist the inhibition from the brain, and fell into deep sleep. Their bodies fell to the ground and made dull sounds. The support finally came, and I almost couldn't hold on anymore. Cai Yiming said with lingering fear. Cai Yiming has never participated in a large-scale battle, so he didn't know how to save his energy during the battle. As a result, he felt tired after a short time of fighting, but the mutant beasts around him didn't retreat, and they were still swarming up. Now, Cai Yiming couldn't bear it any longer. Fortunately, Shen Feng's support came at this time. Everyone has put on oxygen masks to completely isolate the outside air, and yellow pollen is falling from the sky. To everyone, these pollen can't pose a threat at all. On the contrary, the mutant beast doesn't know how to dodge. After being covered by the pollen, it immediately sinks into the water. The threat around everyone was lifted immediately. Cai Yiming breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Hao Xiaohu behind him. He was also covered in injuries. Although his defense was strong and the cuticle of his skin was very thick, he was still beaten during the several hours of fighting. The mutated beasts densely packed all around were wounded. Fortunately, it was only a skin trauma, and he could recover within 2 days of recuperation. A yellow mist enveloped the battlefield where everyone was, and everyone stopped at the same time, because the mutant beasts around them had all fallen asleep, and there was no danger in the future. Feng Qinghao retracted the water flow around him. Zheng Kui restored the muscles on his body to their original shape, and continued to change into the previous frail image, and Yu Henggai silently lifted the gravity field. Feng Qinghao took out the walkie-talkie and said, the pollen has drifted past us, and the tens of thousands of mutant beasts around have all fallen asleep. What should we do next? Soon. Shen Feng's voice came from the intercom. Retreat immediately. The Marpin project will be restarted, and it is easy to be accidentally injured if you stay on the battlefield. Feng Qinghao gathered here and wanted to leave the fog immediately. Now that the task was completed, he should return to the front line. However, at this moment, Cai Yiming suddenly found that there was a mutated toad jumping around. His body was numb, his body was full of bumps, and mucus was flowing out of the bumps. He saw this scene. K. Yiming felt disgusted in his heart. Although he didn't understand why the toad wasn't hypnotized by the pollen, K. Yiming especially hated ugly things. A fireball condensed in his hand and threw it over K. Yiming wanted to burn the toad to death, but he forgot that he was in the fog of pollen. The pollen of juniper is not real pollen, but spores, organic matter produced by plants, which can also be burned. Ever since, when the fireball appeared, the surrounding pollen was ignited on the spot. Boom! The flames spread from K. Yiming's side in an instant. The yellow pollen was all over the sky, but now it turned into a sky full of flames. Fuck. K. Yiming didn't expect such a change, and was stunned at the time. Can pollen be ignited? Before K. Yiming and others could react, the flames had already enveloped the 5 of them. Feng Qinghao reacted the fastest, and quickly spread the water on top of his head, preparing to resist the flames. The air is full of pollen all over the mountains and plains. When the flames appeared, the entire fog began to burn. In the central area of the fog, the oxygen was burned out first, and such a violent combustion, the gas immediately began to expand. At this time, the explosion. Here we go. Boom. Explosions appeared one after another, and the huge airflow overturned the surrounding mutant beasts on the spot. As for the few people in the central area, they probably didn't expect such a change. They were caught off guard, and there were also explosions around them. With a sound of boom, the huge explosion set off a strong air current, which directly sent 5 supernatural beings flying. The person closest to the explosion was Yu Hengai. He didn't expect the explosion to happen in an instant. When he reacted, the whole person has been blown into the air. The sound of explosions on the battlefield, the crackling of burning flames, and the howling of mutant beasts continued one after another. The mutant beasts in the distance were frightened by the soaring flames. Within a radius of several kilometers, explosions appeared one after another. It's like turning into a sea of flames, and it's all flames and explosions as far as the eye can see. Immediately, the frightened mutated beast didn't hesitate anymore, and fled in all directions. At this moment, it couldn't care about any human beings, and the most important thing was to run for their lives. The burning of pollen lasted for 20 minutes, and explosions appeared one after another. Tens of thousands of mutant beasts were killed by this huge explosion. After all, most of the mutant beasts on the battlefield were hypnotized. When he woke up, his surroundings had turned into a sea of flames, and he couldn't even run away. Dust explosions have happened a long time ago, but not many people have paid attention to them. In fact, in places like kitchens, after combustible powder fills the space, only a small flame can cause the powder burns violently, and the gas expands rapidly, eventually resulting in an explosion. When the pollen was completely burned by the flames, the battlefield finally calmed down. In the communication vehicle on the northern front, Lu Qiang had been listening to the news from the front line, and all the content of Shen Feng and others using the walkie-talkie was also heard by the communication vehicle. All of a sudden, Lu Qiang heard a huge explosion sound from a distance. He got out of the car and saw the flames in the distance. The distance was at least 8 or 9 kilometers, but such flames could be seen even in the barracks. It can only be said that the scale of the flames in the distance is really too big. Chang Haoji also saw this scene, and couldn't help asking, "What happened?" Lu Qiang frowned, spread his hands helplessly, and said, "How do I know? I don't know any news from the front line. Wait for me to contact the city lord. It's best to know the battle situation. It stands to reason that besides carrying pistols, there are no explosive weapons, just..." When Lu Qiang was about to contact Shen Feng to find out the situation, a radar detected a mutant beast in the south, and immediately issued an alarm. The mutant beast is rushing over, prepare to defend. At this time, Lu Qiang didn't have time to figure out the situation ahead, so he could only command his soldiers, "Fire flares, aim the searchlights ahead, everyone go to the battlefield, and defend against the impact of mutant beasts." Chang Haoji is eager to try, now that his brother-in-law is not on the barracks, and he is the only person with supernatural powers. He will play a role at this time. "Brother Lu, what about me? What about me?" Chang Haoji asked hastily. Lu Qiang thought for a while and said, "My lord, please go to the sky and give us a raid, just throw a grenade. By the way, be careful not to be hit by flares." After getting the task, Chang Haoji immediately flew into the sky with a bag of grenades on his back. At this time, there were flares in the sky, and searchlights were constantly shining on the front line. The ground was illuminated as in daytime. Mutant beast, go to hell. Chang Jianyi pulled out the latch and threw the grenade out, only to see explosions constantly appearing on the ground, and the mutant beasts under the charge staggered to and fro, and many of them were killed. Chapter 363, Beast Tide Collapse Part 3. In addition to the attack of mutated beasts found in the barracks on the northern front, mutated beasts were also found on the southwest and southeast fronts. Everyone stopped fighting for about a week, and the hordes of beasts did not move at all. Now suddenly encountered a night attack by a mutant beast. Everyone was immediately mobilized, whether it was soldiers or mercenaries. They all went to the front line, and whenever they found a mutant beast approaching, they would immediately shoot. Both Guo Pinming and Lucian felt strange. Why did these mutant beasts start to break through? Moreover, the flames inside the encirclement can still be seen from afar. Could it be that the water has run out and all the woods in the encirclement are on fire? Although Shen Feng had already recruited workers to cut down the woods outside the encirclement, anyone with a discerning eye could tell at a glance that this was cutting down a firebreak. Once a fire broke out in the encirclement, the firebreak would come in handy. Shen Feng will definitely notify the people below, but right now, there is no news from Shen Feng. No matter what, it's fine as long as the beast horde doesn't stay where it is now. Guo Pinming thought silently in his heart. The scale of the beast horde is really too big. If the beast horde finally chooses a direction to break through, the line of defense may really be breached. But now, the beast horde is scattered and breaks through in an unknown direction. The pressure is dispersed, and the line of defense cannot be easily broken through. The soldiers who surrounded the net discovered that the mutant beasts rushed up, and immediately started shooting. Now there are shadows in the woods, and they can't see the specific situation clearly. It's helpless to shoot at the tree with a shuttle, but as long as it can hit the mutant beast, the wasted bullets are worth it. Blood flowers bloomed from the body of the mutant beast one by one. After being discharged from the chamber, the fiery bullet was spinning. When it hit the mutant beast, it was a hole the size of a fist. Don't say anything that would stimulate the bloodiness of the mutant beast. His bloodiness had already flowed away with the blood flowing out of the holes in his body at this time. The mutated beasts could only retreat helplessly under the fierce artillery fire. From the perspective of God, if these mutated beasts act together, no matter which direction they choose, they will have a chance to escape. But the mutant beasts don't know how to cooperate at all, and run in different directions, so they can only be defeated one by one. The soldiers on the outside couldn't figure out what was going on inside the circle, and Shen Feng inside the circle didn't know what was going on. He was also stunned by the sudden fire and explosion in the north, and had no idea what was happening ahead. Matter, boom. Shen Feng first heard the explosion sound from a distance, then stood still and looked at the distance carefully. He was surprised that the fire could be vaguely seen in the area behind the mountain. This. Does K. Yiming have such a strong strength? After becoming a fifth-order superhuman, his combat power has soared. Shen Feng couldn't help but marvel in Shen Feng's impression. K. Yiming's combat strength is actually very average, and even if he becomes a fifth-order supernatural user, he is probably similar to Xiao Shen. Killing a few thousand mutant beasts is the limit. But now, there is a violent fire in the north, and there are bursts of roaring, which is obviously not right. Such a drastic change has shocked the whole world. I don't know how many mutant beasts have been scared away, and the flames are soaring. Obviously, it is not ordinary people can do it. Li Qi frowned and thought for a while, then said, I don't think this can be done with human abilities. Qin Qi frowned, suddenly thought of something, immediately became anxious, and said loudly, let's go quickly, something may have happened to them. Go and take a look. Qin Qi was worried about the safety of her subordinates, so she rushed towards the north immediately. She made a judgment in her heart, and felt that such a dense explosion must not be something K. Yiming could do, so something must have happened on the battlefield. Shen Feng also reacted, and while rushing up, he began to use the walkie-talkie to ask, K. Yiming, Feng Qinghao, please answer, how are you doing? However, there was no message from the walkie-talkie. 2 minutes later, the answer came from the walkie-talkie, but it was a message from Lu Qiang from the headquarters, not from K. Yiming, city. Master, what happened on your side? Why is the beast horde breaking out now? It was Lu Qiang who was asking about the specific situation, but Shen Feng didn't know, so he simply didn't answer and waited to find out the truth before explaining the situation. When Shen Feng's group of 3 rushed to the battlefield, they were stunned immediately. There was a burnt smell everywhere, and the corpses of mutant beasts were all over the mountains and plains. There were still flames burning continuously on the battlefield. The flames had already burned into the woods, and it was unknown how many mutant beasts died in the explosion and flames this time. At this time, Shen Feng also quickly began to look for other people's traces, and finally found Fang Qinghao with a dark face under a mutant wild boar. The severe pain was like being run over by a tank, as if the bones had been broken. "Help me, push the wild boar away from me, I'm almost out of breath," Fang Qinghao said weakly. Shen Feng quickly pushed the boar away from Fang Qinghao's body, and then asked, "How are you doing now? What happened? Why are you in such a mess?" Fang Qinghao shook his head helplessly, and said, "You shouldn't ask me about this matter, you should ask this bastard K. Yiming. We were about to retreat, but this kid was so cheap, he lit a fire, and the result I set the pollen all on fire, and then there was the dust explosion, and we all got blown apart." Fang Qinghao was also thankful that he was still alive. The situation changed so fast at that time. Before he even had time to defend himself, the explosion had already arrived. He could only barely wrap himself in water, hoping to resist the explosion, and was eventually killed by a huge the explosion lifted off. Afterwards, a mutated wild boar was burned to death, and it pressed on Fang Qinghao's body impartially. Instead, it blocked the burning of the flames and saved Fang Qinghao's Xiaoming. The shortcoming was that he almost couldn't breathe. If Shen Feng had come later, Fang Qinghao would have been crushed by the heavy wild boar and couldn't breathe. It wasn't until Shen Feng arrived at this time that Fang Qinghao finally saw hope. Now he finally survived, and he had never experienced such a thrilling battle. He didn't die at the hands of the enemy, but died of his own injuries at the same time. Li Qi found K. Yiming, who had passed out on the ground. His body was intact and he was not injured by the flames and explosions. Presumably, he, a flame-using power user, would be burned to death. That's really ridiculous. Qin Kui also searched around and found Hao Xiaohu and Zhang Kui, who were buried by the mutant beasts, and they were still breathing. "Is there one person missing?" Shen Feng asked. He remembered that there were 8 people when he came out, but now he only found 7 people. Where did the remaining one go? Qin Kui's expression changed drastically, and he said, "Xiaohui is gone. Where's he? Let's go find him quickly. Put these wounded together first. Find Xiaohui first." The 3 of them separated afterward, looking for Yu Hengai everywhere, and K. Yiming also woke up leisurely. When he woke up, he rubbed his head and said, "What's going on? Where am I?" After K. Yiming was blown away by the strong air current, he was fine. The flames and explosions did not hurt him, but he was unlucky and hit his head on a rock, so he passed out on the spot. At this time, he finally woke up. "My head still hurts, but I forgot where I am." Fang Qinghao, who was covered in pitch black, saw K. Yiming's innocent face, and was so angry that he cursed, "It's all because of you, bastard. The mission has already been completed, and you still light the fire. We are like this now. You caused it." K. Yiming finally recalled it slowly. It seemed that when he was leaving, he met a toad, so he couldn't help throwing a fireball, which finally caused the fire powder to burn violently. Thinking of this, K. Yiming's face changed drastically, and he said in his heart, "Could it be because of me that the current tragic scene has been caused?" At this moment, K. Yiming rubbed his head, showed a puzzled expression, and asked, "Who are you? Also, who am I? Where do I come from? Where are I going?" It turned out that K. Yiming saw that the situation was not good, so he was going to pretend to have lost his memory. Doesn't this kind of plot often appear in TV dramas? When a person is hit, he will easily lose his memory. From this point of view, if he pretends to have amnesia, he can probably escape the responsibility this time, right? When Fang Qinghao saw K. Yiming, he seemed to have lost his memory, and the countless anger in his heart was choked in his throat. He never thought that the other party had lost his memory, and he even forgot who he was. Isn't this too weird? It's useless to continue scolding him now. It's better to wait for the follow-up arrangements. When you recover your memory, let's see how we settle accounts with you. Fang Qinghao said angrily. Hao Xiaohu slowly woke up. Just after waking up, he started to scratch the skin on his body. Immediately, the burnt skin on his body began to peel off, and the scorched skin immediately became white. This regenerative ability is simply amazing. Envious, thanks to my thick skin, I was almost burned to death. What happened? Was there a missile bombing? Otherwise, why would there be such a series of explosions? Hao Xiaohu scratched off the burned skin, and started asked Fan King Hao explained helplessly, and then leaned on a huge mutated goat and waited for Shen Feng's search results. At present, only Yu Hengai has not been found, and he does not know how the kid Yu Hengai is. Shen Feng and Li Qi searched on the mountain for a long time, but they couldn't find Yu Hengai. The two even started to examine the corpse of the mutant beast, worried that Yu Hengai would be suppressed by the mutant beast. If he suffocated to death, he would be aggrieved. In the end, 10 minutes later, Qin Kui found Yu Hengai who was severely burned in the woods. Yu Hengai's whole body was pitch black, and his clothes were burned a lot. His skin was red, obviously burned. The most terrible thing what's more, Yu Hengai's breathing is sporadic at this time, and his heartbeat is also unstable. When Qin Kui found Yu Hengai was hung head, foot, and foot on a tree branch, and he was in a coma. There were trees burning violently around him. If Qin Kui came later, Yu Hengai would be burned to death. I've found someone, come here. Qin Kui plucked Yu Hengai from the tree, and then started calling unexpectedly. At this moment, Yu Hengai suddenly lost his breath and his heartbeat stopped instantly. This frightened Qin Kui. Whatever Kui said, Yu Hengai would follow suit, and the relationship between the two was particularly good. But now that Yu Hengai had lost his breath, the fear in Qin Kui's heart was about to turn into reality. Could it be that his good friend was going to die in front of his eyes? Thinking of this, Qin Kui immediately started to rescue. First found a flat area, put Yu Hengai flat on the ground, crossed his hands on Yu Hengai's chest, pressed his arms straight down, and started to do cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Cardiopulmonary resuscitation while recovering, Qin Kui was still giving Yu Hengai artificial respiration. Shen Feng and Li Qi rushed to the woods, and immediately saw Qin Kui who was leaning over to kiss Yu Hengai, and they stopped in place immediately, as if they came too late. Sorry for the trouble, let's go right away. Shen Feng saw that he and Li Qi had appeared. Isn't this disturbing? Qin Kui and Yu Hengai, a man and a woman? It is understandable for two people to burn firewood in the woods, and kissing is also normal. Instead, the two of them have become light bulbs, so it is better to leave as soon as possible. Where are you going? Xiaoyu is about to die, why don't you hurry up and find a way to save him? Qin Kui turned around and said angrily, his face was covered with tears. Chapter 364 Long Lifespan. After hearing Qin Kui's roar, Shen Feng finally realized that he had misunderstood it. It wasn't a lonely man and widow doing shameful things in the woods. It turned out that Qin Kui was killing Yu Hengai, who was dying. Doing artificial respiration, but unfortunately I was caught by myself. Shen Feng stepped forward to observe, but found that Yu Hengai was seriously injured at this time, with severe burns on his body, and he flew from the battlefield into the woods. The flying distance was farther than anyone else. It would not be what it is now, so there must be multiple fractures in the bones of the body. Qin Kui quickly said, now you all have to think of a way, and you must rescue Xiaoyu. He is still young, only 18 years old, and he has been following me all the time. If someone who trusts me, if something happens, I don't know how to face his family. Shen Feng nodded, thought carefully, took out the walkie-talkie, and started to contact the headquarters. Tell Chang Haoji, let him come to pick us up. There are wounded here, they must be taken away immediately. Remember to bring a first aid kit when you come. Afterwards, Shen Feng quickly returned to the battlefield with Yu Hengai on his back, and stayed with the injured people. At this time, except for Yu Hengai, the rest of the people had already woken up. Their bodies were damaged to varying degrees, but they were still alive, can also speak among them. K. Yiming lost his memory because of the violent collision of his head. He even forgot himself, and he didn't know if he would use the power. 10 minutes later, Chang Haoji flew over slowly on a cloud. It wasn't that he didn't want to be fast, nor that he wanted to see the scenery, but that the speed was just that fast. After Chang Haoji heard Shen Feng's order, he did bring a first aid kit with him. As soon as he landed, Shen Feng opened the first aid kit and found adrenaline. There is toad venom in this thing, which is highly poisonous, but a small amount of medicine can strengthen the heart, and I tried to pour it into Yu Hengai. At this time, Yu Hengai's heartbeat finally recovered. Xiaoji, take these two back to Yazhao and go directly to Yazhao. If the speed is too slow, call the helicopter after returning to the barracks and send them to the hospital. Shen Feng put his hands on Qin Kui and Yu Hengai. Pointing, The relationship between the two seems to be relatively good, and Yu Hengai's injury is the most serious. It is better to send these two away first. Chang Haoji asked curiously, brother-in-law, what about you? Shen Feng shrugged and said, I'll wait for dawn. After dawn, I will call the helicopter and return to the barracks. There are minor injuries here, and there is no danger to life. Chang Haoji nodded, and left the battlefield with Yu Hengai and Qin Qiyi on the cloud. Li Qiyi was worried that there would be a comeback of mutant beasts, so he cast his supernatural ability and hid everyone invisibly, planning to wait until dawn before finding a way to leave. Shen Feng was not wrong. Don't look at Feng King Hao's broken bones at this time, but this is only a minor injury for a 5th-level supernatural user. As for Yu Hengai, who is already in danger, he was injured the severe impact, and the burns in the eyes on the body. This is what most needs to be treated. The situation on the battlefield is extremely tragic. There are dead mutant beasts everywhere. Some mutant beasts died from explosions, and some mutant beasts were burned to death by flames. The current battlefield looks like hell on Earth. In a short time, the victims. It is also impossible for the frightened mutant beast to approach here. Seeing the rare opportunity, Li Qiyi also began to persuade Shen Feng to go out to sea together. The reason is very simple, that is, if you get a meteorite, you will get the power to continue to evolve in the future, and you can train more supernatural beings in the future to strengthen your self-strength. Shen Feng, do you believe it? In fact, people with supernatural powers are no longer human beings. Many scientists have actually raised this point. Li Qiyi asked first. Shen Feng felt amused when he heard this question, and couldn't help but said, why are supernatural beings not human? Physically, supernatural beings are just a little more extraterrestrial elements. Psychologically, supernatural beings. The way of thinking of people with supernatural powers is the way of thinking of human beings, and people with supernatural powers are not excluded in society, so how can it be said that people with supernatural powers are not human? Li Qiyi explained, because the genes of people with supernatural powers have changed. According to scientists' observations, the telomeres of chromosomes of people with supernatural abilities have been extended, which shows that people with supernatural abilities can live longer. 150 years old, 200 years old, or even 300 years old are all possible. The basis of human survival is cell division. Whether it is an old man or a child, cell division is accompanied by lifelong, and the number of human cell divisions is also limited. That is to say, human lifespan is limited. It is generally believed that, ideally, humans can live to be 200 years old, but the body will continue to be attacked by free radicals, and the environment will also have a great impact. Therefore, the average person can live to be 100 years old, and few people can live to 120 years old. There are very few of them, but the supernatural person is different. After the telomere of the supernatural person is extended, it means that the number of cell divisions of the supernatural person can also increase, so as to obtain a longer life, which can easily surpass the limit of ordinary people. Centenarians can do it. Shen Feng was puzzled. How could Li Qiyi tell him this news all of a sudden? Besides, there were 4 irrelevant people around, and these 4 people probably couldn't understand. After all, they didn't study medicine, so they heard these words in their ears. Except apart from knowing that the lifespan of the supernatural being is extended, he doesn't understand anything. Shen Feng asked, what do you mean by these? Isn't it just that the lifespan is extended? It's impossible to stop being a human, right? Li Qiyi continued, the reason why people with supernatural powers are not human is because people with supernatural powers have stronger power. In the future, the number of people with supernatural powers will inevitably increase. At that time, there will be a clear understanding in society. More and more human beings will start to evolve. Some people will have stronger physical fitness, some people will become more flexible, and those with supernatural powers will also be caught up by these people. If they cannot continue to evolve, supernatural powers those who are capable will eventually be surpassed. Shen Feng was a little confused. How can he say that a group of evolutionaries can surpass supernatural beings? Isn't it always the case that supernatural beings evolve faster than ordinary people? Seeing that Shen Feng was puzzled, Li Qiyi continued, have you ever wondered, since the meteorite fell into the sea, why did humans on land become supernatural beings? Shen Feng was not clear and shook his head. Li Qiyi then explained in a low voice, this is due to the carrying effect of the zombie virus. The zombie virus can carry extraterrestrial elements dissolved in the sea, and then enter the human body through carriers such as rainwater. From this point of view, The ability except for being lucky, the survivors are exactly the same as ordinary people, except that a virus carrying extraterrestrial elements just happened to enter the body, and they neither turned into zombies nor gained supernatural powers. Shen Feng suddenly realized. In this way, it makes sense for ordinary people to become supernatural beings, that is, to obtain extraterrestrial elements. The supernatural beings who awakened naturally before were exposed to the rain and carried extraterrestrial elements into their bodies, so possess supernatural powers, but ordinary people can also use supernatural potions to become supernatural beings in the end. Li Qi saw it poorly and said to Shen Feng, "So, there will be more and more supernatural beings in the future, and if they are not in order, there will be new ways for people to obtain supernatural powers. In this way, who can master the meteorite, then whoever can master the most abilities, whoever gets the meteorite wins all, can sweep the world, but those who don't get the meteorite will be left behind by a huge gap." Shen Feng understood now. Isn't Li Qi trying to persuade him to go to sea? Really, I have clearly agreed, but now I am still being reminded by insinuations. Does this mean I care too much about myself? At this time, Ke Yiming also spoke, and he said seriously, "So, Shen Feng, we are also doing this for your own good. The headquarters is willing to give you a meteorite fragment, which is equivalent to allowing you to develop your own power. Yes, this is a good thing that many people can't find with a lantern." When Shen Feng heard Ke Yiming's words, he frowned immediately and asked, "Didn't you lose your memory? Why are you trying to persuade me now?" Ke Yiming froze in place. He also had a brain twitch, and then he said such a sentence suddenly. So the plan of pretending to have amnesia was seen through Feng Qinghao was in pain, but remembering how Ke Yiming had framed him, he immediately struggled and shouted, "Brothers, beat him up. This kid is so dishonest, he made us miserable, and even wanted to pretend to have amnesia dodge revenge. How?" Xian Ahu and Zhang Kui were still very obedient. They rushed forward and punched and kicked Ke Yiming. If Ke Yiming hadn't set off a fire, the five of them would not have been shocked by a series of explosions. In the end, he was in a panic and waited for rescue. Ke Yiming knew he was wrong, so he squatted down with his head in his arms, and began to pretend to be a mushroom, allowing Hao Xiaohu and Zhang Kui to beat him. After a few minutes, the two vented their anger and Ke Yiming was forgiven. At least no one died. Otherwise, Ke Yiming would not be so simple today. Ke Yiming protected his head. The so-called face is the capital of food. As long as you don't slap your face, everything is easy to say. In the end, Ke Yiming was covered in bruises and let his teammates vent their anger. Shen Feng also understood what Li Qi meant. Don't look at Li Qi, who has been talking about the difference between supernatural beings and human beings, and that human beings will catch up with the evolution speed of supernatural beings, but secretly they are beating and telling Shen Feng, his current position is not stable. Once someone else has the extraterrestrial meteorite, then his own position is really in jeopardy. When the headquarters has the most supernatural powers, Yaziao's advantage is completely lost. A dozen supernatural beings are not too many. Even if Shen Feng uses up all the supernatural potions, there are more than 30 supernatural powers. Those who are able, facing hundreds or thousands of other people with abilities, have no advantage left, and they can't even protect themselves. How can we turn this situation around? It's very simple. If you go out to sea to salvage meteorites, as long as you can successfully salvage and get even a piece of debris, you can cultivate more supernatural beings, enhance your self-protection ability, and have stronger forces. After the headquarters, it is impossible for the headquarters to shout at Yazhao. Shen Feng could only helplessly said, "Okay, I've said it all. As long as you help me win this war, I will go to sea with you." "Why are you trying to persuade me again, Li?" Qi was a little embarrassed, and explained, "This is a precious gift from your daughter-in-law, so we agree that this is the reward for your husband and wife to help us. As for whether the war will end or not, we are not sure whether we will go to sea with you. So, I will analyze the pros and cons for you, and I hope you can make a decision." Shen Feng suddenly realized when he heard this, and said, "So that's it, senior sister is really thoughtful." Shen Feng also told Chang Jianyi about going to sea before, but never thought that Chang Jianyi played a trick of giving gifts, and almost solved the problem. But if you think about it carefully, going to sea is something you must do. Otherwise, if you are really surpassed by others, then your own power will be easily subverted, and you will probably have nowhere to go for the rest of your life. Okay, I promise you now, when the war is over, I will definitely set off to salvage meteorites, don't worry. Shen Feng said hastily. Hearing this, Li Qiyi immediately felt at ease. As long as Shen Feng was willing to go to sea, that would be enough. In the hospital in Yazhou, Yu Hengai was sent to the emergency room for rescue, while Qin Qi sat helplessly outside the ward and waited. She was worried that if she heard bad news, she would regret it for the rest of her life. It would be too bad if her longtime friend died in an accident. Talk and laugh at the same time in the morning, and the evening as farewell. It was only a few hours. During the day, Yu Hengai was still alive and well, but now he was lying in the ward without knowing whether he was alive or dead. This is the impermanence of life and death. Finally, under intensive rescue efforts by doctors, Yu Hengai recovered his life. Fortunately, his internal organs were not damaged, and his body was severely burned, so the follow-up treatment must be to treat inflammation, and special attention should be paid to infection. Without the protection of the skin, the human body is very fragile. Qin Qi sat on the chair outside the ward and blamed himself, but he didn't know what was wrong with the East. It was the doctor who reminded Qin Qi, and Qin Qi went to the ward to wait. In the early morning, Yu Hengai woke up quietly. After seeing Qin Qi, the first sentence he said was, "Sister Qin, I like you, can you marry me?" If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365 Great Prestige. The ward is very messy, mainly because there are a lot of various instruments, but the ward is very small. Nurses come in and out of the ward, observing Yu Hengai's condition at all times, and Qin Qi also looked at Yu Hengai's tightly closed eyes, silently waiting for him to wake up, and covered Yu Hengai's body with ointment. Many of the burnt parts had been scraped off of dead flesh, and the clean gauze was almost wrapped around him. Yu Hengai's whole body was covered, even half of his originally handsome face was wrapped in gauze. Needless to say, Yu Hengai was already disfigured. Yu Hengai was the most seriously injured by everyone. In fact, it was his bad luck. At that time, the place where the explosion occurred was closest to him, so before he had time to react, he was blown away by the huge air wave, hit a tree and lost his life. Lost consciousness, and then was burned by the flames. It would be good to survive if Hao Xiaohu suffered burns. It would definitely not be a big deal, because he can cast his supernatural powers to continuously shed his skin, and the skin on his body can be renewed, but others can't do it. Others don't have such a powerful regenerative ability, so after being injured can only resist. Yu Hengai finally woke up slowly. When he woke up, he first saw Qin Qi beside him. Thinking of what happened last night, he felt sore in his heart, and immediately began to express his heart. "Sister Qin, I like you, please marry me." When Qin Qi saw Yu Hengai opened his eyes, he was relieved. As long as Yu Hengai was safe, that would be enough. However, Yu Hengai's first words after waking up were marriage proposals, which made Qin Qi unable to accept it for a while, and she quickly said, "You must have burned your head in the fire, and now you are talking nonsense. Stop, it's nonsense. Take care of your wounds." Qin Qi hurriedly interrupted, not planning to continue entangled in this matter, but her face turned slightly red at this time. Obviously she did not expect Yu Hengai to show love so suddenly. Yu Hengai was anxious, and quickly said, "My brain is not bad. I am talking seriously now. I have been looking forward to you since a long time ago. Especially when I went down to the cave together in Yankaiuchi, when I became you, but you have never given up on me, and finally escaped from the ground with me. At that time, I knew that you were a kind-hearted woman. I didn't dare to confess my love before, but this time, I experienced the sudden danger on the battlefield. I know that some things must be said earlier, otherwise, there may be no chance to say them in the future." Yu Hengai uttered all the thoughts in his heart, and after experiencing great danger, his mentality changed. He had been worried about various problems before, so he couldn't express the love in his heart. Danger may come at any time. If you don't speak your truth now, you may not be able to speak your truth in the future. At this time, Qin Qi stood up and left, leaving the ward directly, and said as he walked, "I'll go to the nurse and ask her to check you up. You're not in a good condition now." After finishing speaking, Qin Qi left the ward, and then found a nurse to take care of Yu Hengai, but she went directly to the front line. Qin Qi didn't give Yu Hengai a clear answer, and she also knew that she couldn't give a suitable answer, So she simply left Yazhao, let Yu Hengai recuperate well, and avoided the embarrassment when getting along. The nurse who took care of Yu Hengai was young and beautiful, and she was not married yet. After careful questioning, she discovered that this little nurse was only 16 years old, that is, she just graduated from a technical secondary school. She started working after learning some basic nursing knowledge. The little nurse was obviously very concerned about Yu Hengai's health, and had to check his body if there was anything to do. Your body has been severely burned. On the one hand, you need to avoid infection, and on the other hand, you must pay attention to the body's water and salt balance. You are a supernatural being. You can recover in about 10 days, but you will leave a lot of scars on your body. You have to be mentally prepared for this. The little nurse said to Yu Hengai. Yu Hengai nodded, and said in a waned mood, "Well, I see, thank you for taking care of me. No hard work, no hard work." The little nurse was also very polite and waved her hands quickly. Many parts of Yu Hengai's body were burned, and the tissue fluid would easily soak the gauze outside the body, and changing the gauze was necessary. The little nurse took care of Yu Hengai patiently, and she liked to ask some supernatural beings to know about it question during the day. Shen Feng also called the helicopter to pick him up. Now that the siege network is full of mutant beasts, it is obviously unrealistic to walk back to the barracks, so taking a helicopter is the most suitable way. It is difficult to find a flat place in the mountains, so after the helicopter found Shen Feng and his party, there was only a 20-meter-long rope ladder left in the air. If you want to get on the helicopter, you have to climb the rope ladder. Feng Qinghao and Zhang Kui were both injured. Several bones were broken, and they hurt when they exerted force, so they couldn't climb. Fortunately, Shen Feng and Cai Yiming were still able to move. The two climbed onto the helicopter with the wounded on their backs. After Li Qi died, he was not harassed by mutant beasts. Perhaps the explosion and flames last night frightened the mutant beasts. Let hundreds of thousands of mutant beasts dare not approach here at all. The fire on the battlefield spread, and the trees on the two mountains were completely burned out. The mountains were pitch black, but fortunately, there were many streams on the mountains, so the flames could not spread farther, and the fire did not cause any damage. Too much impact. After returning to the barracks, Shen Feng found a clean tent for Feng Qinghao and Zhang Kui, so that they could recover from their injuries, and the battle on the front line began again. Most of the golden monkeys were killed, and the remaining golden monkeys also lost their pollen. Weapons. The beast tide fell into chaos again. Lu Kaiang commanded the soldiers below to restart the Maupin plan. On the first day, the northern front fought first to drive away the mutant beasts, and then the southeast and southwest fronts took turns seeing Lu Kaiang's tactics. Cai Yiming's eyes lit up immediately, and he praised, "Shen Feng, you really have a lot of talents under your command. This plan is very good. Keep expelling mutant beasts and consuming mutant beasts. Physical strength can also share the pressure of combat, so that the pressure on a certain front will not be too great, and no one at the headquarters will implement this kind of plan." Shen Feng couldn't help shaking his head when he heard Cai Yiming's words, and said helplessly, "The headquarters has a big business, and there is no shortage of aircraft and cannons. It can directly bomb the mutant beasts, and it needs hard work like me. Encirclement and suppression? This is not a solution I came up with out of desperation. If I had 1,000 fighter jets, I would have started bombing long ago." 4. Cai Yiming's praise. Shen Feng doesn't feel honored. His own actions are always not on the table. If he has enough ammunition in his hand, then he can directly push the opponent with the Washuang flat. And as for the hard work of using the millstone plan, Cai Yiming heard Shen Feng's self-mockery, but said seriously, "Shen Feng, don't underestimate yourself. As long as you can kill the mutant beast, any method is worth using, and, between the northeast and the Kindling Mountains there are many mutant beasts in places where there are no human beings, and tens of thousands of people were eaten by mutant beasts, but in Yazhao, the mutant beasts were encircled and suppressed early, and the casualties were not large." Cai Yiming has a lot of information in his hands, so he can see more clearly from the perspective of God. The area under the hands of the headquarters is particularly huge, but this also means that its defense area is too large. It will cause harm. Although the area in Yazhao is small, the terrain has plains, where food can be grown, and there are mountains, so that zombies will not run around. The Yangtze River is the main shipping route, and the safety is more than that of many places. Really? Then I really have to be proud. Shen Feng shrugged helplessly. He didn't expect that Cai Yiming would have a day to praise himself. Shen Feng couldn't help but think of the first time he met K. Yiming. When K. Yiming was ordered to escort the supplies, he didn't like Shen Feng at all, and he always seemed to be indifferent when he talked. But now, K. Yiming's attitude has changed 180 degrees. For the next week, Lu Kaiang commanded the three fronts to implement a grinding tactic, constantly expelling the mutant beasts in the encirclement. Tens of thousands of mutant beasts were exhausted every day, and the encirclement was gradually shrinking. Finally, 7 days later, the battle line advanced at the same time, and all the remaining tens of thousands of mutant beasts were wiped out near the juniper forest. Shen Feng specially asked those who counted the corpses of mutant beasts to pay attention. If they found a mutant golden monkey, they must pay attention to it, and it is best to report it immediately. Shen Feng was reminded by Li Qi, and he also knew to beware of the mutation of primates. He didn't want new species to appear with intelligence comparable to human beings, which would eventually threaten the status of human beings. Therefore, Shen Feng hoped that this time encirclement and suppression could wipe out all golden monkeys. However, the person who counted the corpses did not find the corpse of the golden monkey, and more than 30 golden monkeys seemed to disappear suddenly. It is not known how these golden monkeys escaped the contraction of the encircling net in the end. It was Yang Cheng who happened to see a golden monkey fleeing to the southeast, and finally entered Wuling Mountain. It seems that this group of monkeys with IQ found a way to avoid the contraction of the encirclement, and finally avoided the fate of being wiped out, and fled to the southeast. It is impossible for Shen Feng to send people across the border to hunt down mutant beasts. Shen Feng was very worried about this matter, so he approached Lu Kaiwen and asked, "These golden monkeys have begun to evolve, but we have not been able to wipe them out. What should we do?" Hearing Shen Feng's inquiry, Lu Kaiwen spread his hands together, shrugged and said, "It's nothing to worry about. It's just a bunch of slightly smarter monkeys. Why are you worrying so much? City Lord, you should think about it after you go to see Thing." Li Qi followed Shen Feng's side when he had nothing to do recently, so when Shen Feng was asking Kevin Lu about this question, Li Qi also heard Lu Kevin's answer, and was immediately unhappy. Mr. Lu, we saw with our own eyes that the golden snub-nosed monkey has a higher IQ. They can already paint murals and eat people. If you don't believe me, go and see. If we don't care about it at this time, when will you care about it in the future? Li Qi asked quickly. Kevin Lu shrugged, sat on the ground, took a stick and began to draw on the ground. While drawing, he said, "Miss Li, please look at the map. All human beings today have come out of the Great Rift Valley in East Africa. It took millions of years of evolution to reach the current level. The evolution of creatures is not so easy. Even if the golden monkey has learned to wear clothes and learned to draw, it is not an imitation of human beings. There are millions of years to go. Worry too much, Lu." Kevin drew a simple map on the ground, 7 continents and 4 oceans, and lines that emerged from the Great Rift Valley in East Africa. Human beings came out of Africa and reached Easter Island as far as the Arctic ice cap or desert, all of which have human branches. His meaning is obvious. Even if the golden snub-nosed monkey wants to evolve to a level of intelligence comparable to that of humans, it will take a long time. Li Qi frowned, and said in his mouth, "But, now is the end, and the rainwater is full of zombie viruses, causing various animals to mutate. Once the evolution speed of the golden monkey increases." Miss Li, what subject do you study? Kevin Lu interrupted Li Qi's words. Li Qi replied, "I study physiology and inorganic chemistry, mainly studying the effects of viruses on various substances in the human body." Kevin Lu nodded and said, "So, Miss Li, you think that evolution is a simple thing, but I don't think so. Now animals mutate their bodies, and their brains don't change casually. Those who can evolve, these golden monkeys have not even entered the Stone Age, and even pigs can draw, so don't overestimate the level of golden monkeys." Speaking of this, Lu Kaiwen has already hinted that Li Qi's level is not good enough. Since he is not a student of biology and does not know the evolution process of biology, then stop talking nonsense all day long. When Li Qi heard this, he was a little angry, stomped his feet, and said, "Let's just wait and see. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Once new intelligent creatures appear, you Yuzhou will be the first to suffer here." After finishing speaking, Li Qi turned around and left. She only felt that she was treated as a donkey's liver and lungs out of her kindness. It was obviously a kind reminder to prevent new species from threatening the status of human beings from the perspective of all mankind, but she didn't get attention. That's all. but also to be ridiculed again. City. Lord, hurry up and go to comfort him. As for the golden monkey, don't worry about it. Liu Ke once said calmly. Chapter 366, Great Prestige II. Yao's war against mutant beasts in the Great Southern War finally came to an end, and Shen Feng's prestige suddenly rose to an unbelievable level. In the Yao area, all the streets and alleys were shouting Shen Feng's name, and all kinds of newspapers and news, all post a picture of Shen Feng on it. Not only did Shen Feng become more famous in Yao, but in farther places, countless media began to report on Shen Feng. The reason is also very simple. Shen Feng killed more than 70 mutant beasts in the southern mountains of Yao. 1. Directly solved the crisis of the mutated beast in Yao, and the security of the Yao area has been improved to a higher level after learning about the incident in Yao. Many people in Rongcheng took the train to Yao immediately, just to have a safer life. On this point, the ancients have long said the truth. Don't worry about scarcity but inequality, don't worry about poverty but worry about anxiety. It's okay to be poor, as long as you are safe. That's enough. In the second year of the doomsday, in the Chinese region, the threat of zombies is already very small. There are still many places in the south where zombies exist, but anyone with a discerning eye can see that zombies cannot reproduce, and the way zombies infect humans is also very simple. It's just scratching and biting, so zombies are not as direct as the threat to humans. Mutant beasts will go down the mountain to eat people when they are hungry, and they are everywhere, like flowers everywhere. Therefore, many people have just stepped out of the shadow brought by the zombies, and then faced with a mutant beasts that may appear at any time, the fear in their hearts is even greater than before. After encountering a strong mutant beast in the wild, human beings are often no match for the mutant beast, and most people can only become the mutant beast's dinner. Now, Shen Feng is the first to attack the mutant beasts, and directly wiped out hundreds of thousands of mutant beasts. This makes people see hope. As long as all the mutant beasts can be wiped out, then safety will come. As for the person who brought hope to people, Shen Feng was called a hero, and the title of Fengshen spread even more. No one called Shen Feng the strong grass in the wind, but simply called Fengshen. Perhaps, in the eyes of ordinary people, in his eyes, Shen Feng has completely become a god. Shen Feng returned to Yao with 80,000 people, leaving 20,000 people to clean up the battlefield. Many corpses of mutant beasts need to be recycled. The delicious parts can be made into cans, and the edible parts are directly sold. Send it to the lab. In this war, the laboratory is very beautiful. I thought that the laboratory would not help the war, but the laboratory has studied 3 mutant plants. Among them, the study of phoenix eggs is the most important, helping soldiers. The siege was completed directly, so Professor Niu naturally proposed to ask the city lord's mansion to give more funds to the laboratory. Chu Chaoyan approved this suggestion. If the laboratory hadn't been analyzing mutated plants, the war would not have been able to go on so smoothly. If the laboratory could produce more inventions in the future, wouldn't it strengthen the power of Yao? When entering the city, someone was throwing flower petals and colored paper down on the city wall. Winter has come, and there are not many flower petals to sprinkle here in Yao, but it is different in Yunnan province in the southwest. There are many flowers in Yunnan province, especially the flowers in Daonan. Unable to sell, Yao finally spent some grain and successfully exchanged for a large number of flowers. The moment Shen Feng entered the city, rose petals were thrown down from above, and the surroundings were fragrant. Shen Feng leaned comfortably on the co-pilot of the convertible, enjoying the cheers of the people. Fengshen, Fengshen. Countless people were cheering for Shen Feng, and both sides of the street were full of crowds. Shen Feng can enjoy the bath of fresh flowers. This is Chu Chaoyan's plan. In exchange for a large number of flowers, Shen Feng sprinkled them the moment Shen Feng entered the city. It took more than 10 tons of grain in exchange for fresh flowers. For the sake of ostentation, it costs too much. The soldiers in the back don't have this kind of treatment. The number of petals is limited. After they are all scattered, there are really no more. Therefore, the soldiers in the back can only enjoy the colored paper, which is sprinkled from the city wall, fluttering. It also looks very good looking, like butterflies flying in the air. The soldiers didn't care, as long as there were cheering scenes. They followed Shen Feng's actions and won the honor together. People cheered for Shen Feng just like they cheered for themselves. Compared with the two who were applauded, the treatment of mercenaries is much simpler, because they all carry weapons, but there are regulations in Yao that people who carry guns are not allowed to enter the city, So mercenaries can only envy watching the direct line soldiers in Shen Feng's hands enter the city. They are preparing to go home with their wages and a stack of food stamps. The excitement belongs to them, and I have nothing. The mercenaries felt this way in their hearts. They had obviously participated in the battle, but due to identity issues, they couldn't be welcomed on their side. However, when the mercenary returned home and saw his wife and children on the street, he was immediately comforted. Indeed, there were no cheers and applause, but so what? At least I protected my family, eh? Man should be like this. Many people looked at Shen Feng, who was sitting in the car, and received the cheers from the crowd, and they all felt jealous in their hearts. Who wouldn't want to accept the cheers of others in a triumphant manner? Unfortunately, there is only one Shen Feng, and it is impossible for others to replace Shen Feng during this expedition. Shen Feng brought great harvests to Yazhou. There are phoenix eggs that can be planted and sold as new crops, and there are countless cans made by mutant animals. With these cans, it is equivalent to holding a large number of food, and the hypnotic pollen that juniper forests can produce. These things are more suitable as controlled materials, and most importantly, Shen Feng's status can no longer be challenged. He has the strongest power in Yazhou. Moreover, it has great prestige among the people. Shen Feng came to the city lord's mansion. At this time, Chu Qiaoyan and Chang Jianyi were standing outside the city lord's mansion. Chang Jianyi had to lean back slightly because of his belly falling down. Luo Qing followed Chang Jianyi anytime and anywhere. The three stood in front to greet Shen Feng, who came back, and behind the three, there were more staff members of the city lord's mansion looking at Shen Feng adoringly. Shen Feng ignored other people's fanatical stares, but got out of the car and walked to Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoyan's side, and said with a smile, "I'm back, thank you for your hard work, Chang." Heoji has been flying in the sky all the time, holding a camera in his hand to take pictures. Even professional paparazzi can't compare to him. At this time, he also came down from the sky and said loudly, "I'm back too. It's good if you can come back safely. I've prepared meals for you. Go eat later. We'll talk about everything after dinner." Chang Jianyi said with a gentle face. Although the battle location is very close to Yazhou, and to put it bluntly, it is a battle at the gate of the house. If Shen Feng is willing, he can even go back to Yazhou to sleep every night and go to the front line during the day, but war is always war, and the degree of danger cannot be tolerated. Looking down, Chang Jianyi saw that her husband and younger brother had returned safely, and at this moment the stone hanging in her heart was also put down. Chu Qiaoyan's reaction was the most intense. She rushed up and hugged Shen Feng, not caring about the image anymore, wrapped her legs around Shen Feng's waist, and said in her mouth, "You have been out for more than a month, do you know? I miss you." Shen Feng patted Chu Qiaoyan's back helplessly, and said, it's alright, it's too hard, I'm almost out of breath, don't strangle me." "Nonsense, my chest is cushioned, how could I strangle you to death?" Chu Qiaoyan got off Shen Feng reluctantly, but her bold scene just now was captured by the reporter. "I believe it will happen tonight. You can read relevant reports in the newspapers." Shen Feng looked at the soldiers behind him, and asked Guo Pinming to take the soldiers back to the barracks to rest. It was time for vacation and training, and there was no plan to send troops in winter. "Finally, there are people from the Ability Administration Bureau," K. Yiming said narrowly. "City Lord, can you treat us to dinner?" "What the fuck? I'll give you food stamps. You can eat it yourself. You can buy what you want. We have a family dinner. It has nothing to do with you." Shen Feng replied angrily. K. Yiming wants to eat it this time. "Sengfen, isn't this just making trouble?" K. Yiming was not angry either. He smiled and took the food stamps, ready to take a stroll in Yazhou. Looking at Chang Jianyi's happy appearance and Chu Qiaoyan's happy expression, Li Qi couldn't tell what it was like. After that, she shook her head gently, turned and left the city lord's mansion. Back in the Fengshan Palace, Du Xinshi has supervised the chef to cook a table of sumptuous meals, most of which are Sichuan dishes. It just so happens that it is winter, and eating Sichuan dishes is easy to warm the body. While eating vegetables, you can warm your frozen body. After watching the battle this time, Chang Heoji couldn't help but tell the story of the battle when he returned home. He can be regarded as someone who has seen the world. Lu Qiang's tactics are so subtle, sister, don't you know? Those hundreds of thousands of mutant beasts were chased by us running around, exhausting more than 10,000 mutant beasts every day. When we shrink the battle line, we can often pick up dead mutant beasts in the mountains. These mutant beasts' claws are worn out and swollen like balloons. Chang Jianyi smiled and listened to her younger brother's narration. Chu Qiaoan also listened while eating. She still had to complete her shocking mission, but she was trapped in Yuzhou City. If she wanted to know what happened on the battlefield, she could only listen to Chang Haoji's narration. Du Xinshi was feeding his son. Zai Long had teeth and was learning to eat. When he saw Shen Feng, he opened his hands and called Daddy. Shen Feng looked helpless. Zhang Zixi never cared about what Chang Haoji said, because she didn't want to get close to Chang Haoji, so as not to be forcibly matched together, but this time Zhang Zixi was still attracted by the war. So many things happened on the battlefield. Chang Haoji told many things, especially what he had seen and heard on the battlefield. At this time, he was the protagonist at the dinner table. This mentality was very similar to that of a child who learned knowledge at school and returned home to show off. In fact, Chang Haoji was still as a child. He still hopes to be praised by his sister. After telling so many stories, Chang Jianyi listened to his younger brother's narration and encouraged him. Then you have to work hard in the future and strive to rely on your own strength to win the title given by others. At that time, you must also be a great hero. Of course, in the future battles, I will definitely become a hero in the eyes of others by virtue of my ability. It is best that people know me wherever I go, Chang Haoji said confidently. Looking at the warm scene on the dinner table, Shen Feng felt very warm in his heart. Indeed, he has worked so hard for such a long time, all for the sake of his family. Good thing now, however, Shen Feng had to break this rare tranquility at this time. For the future, Shen Feng could only say inappropriate words. Senior sister, I have already decided that I will go with K Yiming and the others in a few days. Going to sea, I need to bring a few supernatural beings with me. I'm going to salvage meteorites. As soon as this sentence came out, everyone in the living room fell silent, including Chang Haoji, who was still eloquent before. Everyone looked at Shen Feng. The atmosphere was originally quite warm, but the temperature suddenly dropped, and the atmosphere changed at this time. Embarrassed Chang Haoji is okay. He has heard about Shen Feng's decision before, and he is prepared in his heart. But Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoan don't understand. They don't understand why Shen Feng must do such a dangerous thing. At sea there are only a lot more crises in China than on land, so why take such a big risk? Why do we have to go to sea? If the people from the Ability Management Bureau are persuading them, we can give them a lot of evolutionary agents to stop their mouths. Yuzhou is now very stable, and there is no need to take risks to go to sea, and we don't need to listen to it. What's more, the headquarters didn't force you to set off now. Chang Jianyi asked puzzledly. She didn't understand why Shen Feng had to go to sea. She didn't have a stable life, but went to the dangerous sea instead. Chapter 367. The original cheerful atmosphere suddenly became heavy at this time. The reason was that Shen Feng was going to go to sea. Shen Feng had mentioned this when he called home before, but it was not confirmed. He only said that he was probably going to go to sea. At this time, Shen Feng finally decided on the matter of going to sea, which immediately aroused the confusion of Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoan. Chu Qiaoan said directly, Feng, I am not underestimating your strength, nor am I cursing you for being in danger. The monsters in the sea are too cruel. It is said that some warships were sunk by sea monsters while sailing in the sea. Now, can you be stronger than a warship? If you encounter a monster, what should you do? Apparently, both Chu Qiaoan and Chang Jianyi were worried that the danger at sea was too great. Even if Shen Feng was a 5th-level power user, he might not be able to cope with various situations at sea. Shen Feng quickly said, the warships that went out to sea before did not bring supernatural beings with them, so they encountered mutant beasts hiding underwater and did not bring high-damage weapons. Now, the headquarters is fully prepared. When it comes to danger, it also has a certain ability to protect itself. Chang Jianyi shook her head, and said seriously, who can say clearly about the things at sea? If you are performing missions on land, you can just walk away. Who in the world can stop you? But this is going to sea missions. There are boundless oceans everywhere. If you encounter danger, where can you go? Chang Jianyi's worry is very necessary. The previous warships have not been able to come back, and now no matter how much they have prepared, they will inevitably encounter danger. If they encounter danger, Shen Feng will not be able to use his speed when he is still at sea. Dangerous task, no need to take risks at all. Chu Qiaoan also pointed to Chang Jianyi's stomach, and said to Shen Feng seriously, look, your son will be born in 1 month. If you leave now, You may not see the child born. Are you a qualified father like this? In order to prevent Shen Feng's actions, Chu Chaoyan even started to kidnap Shen Feng with family affection. Isn't she going to leave Yazhao and go to sea? So you don't give a damn about the baby you're about to have? Are you really that heartless? Shen Feng smiled wryly, and said helplessly, I also know that it seems a little irresponsible for me to leave at this time, but I can only do this. I can't live on because of the temporary comfort in front of me. You can't imagine that once the meteorite is salvaged, get up, then all the forces will change. At that time, the headquarters will have a powerful legion of supernatural beings, and we in Yazhao will have at most 30 supernatural beings. At that time, we will not even have a place to hide. I feel that the headquarters will not attack us by then. Now, Shen Feng has spoken out about the predicament in front of him. Although the current situation in Yazhao is stable, it can be said that it is one of the safest places in China. The granary is full and the steel factory has been producing guns. However, this stability, it just looks like this on the surface. Once the meteorite falls into the hands of the headquarters, then the headquarters will cultivate an army of supernatural beings. At that time, the headquarters will have thousands of supernatural beings, and the power will completely crush others. Yazhao is the best place among non-governmental organizations, that is, representatives of countless non-governmental organizations. In this position, Yazhao is already at the forefront. It is impossible for Shen Feng to do nothing, and the headquarters will remain indifferent. Everyone is innocent. Huayibiat's crime. What Shen Feng is worried about is not the present, but the farther future. If his family ends up in a homeless situation, it will be too tragic at this time. Chang Jianyi also suddenly remembered that the previous laboratory had been stolen by the dead, and the information of the spies was not clear at that time, but thinking about it, the information of the spies is also inseparable from the headquarters, and also in other words, Yazhao has actually been targeted by the headquarters for a long time. Thinking of this, Chang Jianyi also felt a crisis. Yazhao is not as calm as it seems, but there is a bigger crisis to face. This crisis does not come from zombies or mutant beasts, but from humans themselves now. Chang Jianyi has no reason to stop Shen Feng from leaving, because she knows that Shen Feng's mission this time is also for the future of Yazhao. Chu Chaoyan was still worried, and said seriously, however, the headquarters said that they would only give you fragments of the meteorite, but what if the headquarters backed down at that time? Even if it was fragments, the headquarters might not give it to you. Gigan, won't I make Yazhao more difficult to deal with in the future if I give it to you? Regarding this matter, Shen Feng was very sure. He said directly, it's okay, I'm sure that's why I chose this way. I'm going to take Guo Pinming to do the mission together. As long as I get close to the meteorite, I will let Guo Pinming use his ability to hit the meteorite, and he will definitely be able to smash a piece of it. When the time comes, I will grab the piece and use the paraglider to fly away directly, and the headquarters can't do anything to me. Shen Feng is no longer the simple boy he used to be. Of course, he is on guard against a backlash from the headquarters. Therefore, in the process of salvaging the meteorite, it is an opportunity to do it himself. As long as a fragment can be snatched, it is impossible for the headquarters to repent in person. In this way, one's own goal can be successfully achieved. Chang Jianyi thought about it carefully, and this is indeed the truth. If you don't snatch the meteorite fragments, the development of Yazhao will definitely not be as good as the headquarters in the end. A silver lining, however, just to be on the safe side, Chang Jianyi still said to Shen Feng, even if you wear a paraglider and can fly in the sky, that's still not enough. It just so happens that the laboratory has produced a lot of evolution agents. Why don't you evolve to the 6th level is fine, so, with stronger abilities, maybe you can rely on your own strength to fly. Shen Feng nodded, and said, Senior is still thoughtful. After dinner, I will prepare to evolve immediately. After all, I need a lot of evolution agents to evolve to the 6th level. After discussing the next move with his wife, Shen Feng immediately left the hall and walked towards the castle. Living in the Chinese-style pavilions is indeed very quiet and enjoyable. When you open your eyes, you will be surrounded by the fragrance of birds and flowers, but the defense is not very good, but the castle is different. It is a masonry building, and its defense is far superior to civil structures, and there is a basement under the castle. Shen Feng is in an unconscious state during the evolution process, and in this case, the protection work must be done well, and this matter must not be announced. So Shen Feng went to the basement and found a separate room. Living in it, except for Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan, no one can enter the basement, Not even Chang Jianyi, fundamentally eliminating the possibility of Shen Feng being attacked before. When Shen Feng evolved to the 5th stage, he consumed about 20 liters of evolutionary bases, and every time he evolved to the next stage, he needed 10 times more evolutionary potions or evolutionary bases than before. That is to say, Shen Feng, if Feng wanted to become a 6th level supernatural user, he would need to eat 200 liters of evolutionary bases, which was equivalent to 10 barrels of large mineral water. With this volume of water, it could even fill a bathtub. Chu Qiaoyan personally pushed the trolley to the basement room. Shen Feng looked at the jello piled up like a hill, and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Water, isn't that too exaggerated? My stomach can't accept it either. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't evolve to the 6th level, how will you gain stronger power? How can we rest assured? Chu Qiaoyan couldn't help but said. Shen Feng shook his head helplessly, began to peel off the evolutionary base, and muttered in his mouth, Heaven will send a great mission to the people. You must first work hard on your heart and muscles. When Chu Qiaoyan heard what Shen Feng said, she turned around and left, still saying, Usually I don't see you with such a good literary talent, but now at this time, you talk a lot. My sister and I will guard the exit above. Yes, no one will enter the basement, don't worry. Shen Feng quickly peeled off the plastic skin of the evolutionary agent and put it in his mouth. In order to become a 6th level supernatural user, he had to let go of his stomach and eat it. For a 6th level supernatural person, Shen Feng would not. I haven't heard of it, but thinking about it, there are too many evolutionary foundations needed. No matter what organization it is reluctant to provide so many evolutionary foundations to one person. After all, it can cultivate the evolutionary foundation of a 6th order superhuman. It is enough to train 10 5th level supernatural beings on the 1st floor of the castle. Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoyan were guarding the entrance of the basement. If you want to enter the basement, there is only one passage, and there are infrared surveillance around. No matter who it is impossible for them to know unknowingly. They entered the basement from under the eyelids of the two of them. It's not that Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoyan are overly worried, but that the supernatural being is the most vulnerable moment during evolution. During the evolution period, even a child can easily take the life of the supernatural being, so, have to guard against. Chang Jianyi and Zhang Zixi were farther away from the entrance. The two of them stayed in the aisle of the castle, driving away the servants in the castle far away. No matter whether it was cleaning or packing bedding, they were not allowed to come near this side. The entrance to the basement is in the study, and no one knows the entrance to the basement except the person who built the castle. Normally, no one is allowed to enter this study. At this time, no one is even allowed to approach the aisle outside the study. It can be said that Chang Jianyi has already paid the utmost attention to Shen Feng's safety. When Shen Feng was preparing to evolve, Yu Hengyi in the hospital was unhappy in every possible way. Ever since he told the truth, he had never seen Qin Qi again. His powerful recovery ability as a supernatural being exploded. In a week, the injuries on his body healed up to 7 to 88. The burns on his body were severe, and most of his face was swollen, obviously disfigured. Yu Hengyi was caught in a tangle. He didn't understand why Qin Qi avoided him. Why didn't he give himself a clear answer? Could it be that he despised himself after being disfigured, or that she was thinking about whether to promise her confession? The little nurse who took care of Yu Hengyi was sending glances every day. Even a fool could see the nurse's intentions, but Yu Hengyi cruelly rejected her, saying very clearly, I won't like you, please respect yourself. Afterwards, Yu Hengyi was forcibly discharged from the hospital, and the doctors couldn't stop him. Yu Hengyi, who had recovered his body, could not stop him except those with supernatural powers. Yu Hengyi heard the news that Qin Qi had returned to Yazhou, so he immediately started searching. He wanted to find Qin Qi and ask her what she thought, so he couldn't continue being so unclear. Yu Hengyi searched for a long time in Yazhou. When he called, Qin Qi was turned off. When he went to the hotel, he couldn't find Qin Qi. Instead, he saw a group of people playing cards. Kei Yiming and Fang Qinghao called. Hao Xiaohu and Zhang Kui, you can't play cards without bets, and the bets are very simple, whoever loses will drink. Li Qi is too lazy to play cards with these stinky men, and reads in the corner of the living room with a book, citrus and apples. Li Qi just ate the fruit while reading. The group of people from the Ability Management Bureau are noble people with abilities. Naturally, the city lord's mansion did not dare to neglect them, so they found the best hotel to house them. The hotel with 30 floors, the highest floor and the roof are all let a few people live in it. Just say what you want to eat, The chef in the hotel is on call at any time, whether you want to eat Sichuan cuisine or Shandong cuisine, whether it is dessert or cold food, all can be delivered at the fastest speed. Yiming and the others finally enjoyed a superior life. They had been doing tasks before, and it was rare to enjoy it. Now they can rest with peace of mind, which couldn't be better. Where's Qin's big sister? Why isn't she here? Yu Henggai asked hastily. Yiming waved his hand and said, 1 on 2, do you want it? I don't know where the big sister is, so go ask someone else. Seeing that the 4 of them were concentrating on playing cards, Yu Henggai must not care about the surrounding situation. At this time, Yu Henggai could only find Li Qi, who was reading a book, and asked, Miss Li, have you seen Qin's big sister? Li Qi picked up a sweet, crunchy and delicious apple, took a bite, raised his head and said, I haven't seen her before. She left suddenly after eating. What can you do with her? Oh, it's okay, I'll wait here for her to come back. Yu Henggai couldn't tell the real situation, so he could only sit down helplessly in the living room, looking at the night sky outside the window. The worry in his heart became more and more serious. Chapter 368, 6th level. Yu Henggai was very disturbed. What he was worried about was that Qin Qi hated him. If he had no chance to see him again, then Yu Henggai would definitely not be able to accept it. If Qin Qi hated Yu Henggai and refused, Yu Henggai didn't know what to do. How to do ever since, even if Yu Henggai was sitting in the living room waiting, he was restless. Sometimes he took out his mobile phone to see if anyone was calling, and sometimes he went to the stairs to watch, even if there was a waiter downstairs delivering food. Yu Henggai also went to the stairs excitedly. Seeing Yu Henggai like this, Li Qi fidgeted in the living room. He couldn't read a book, so he could only ask, then what? I suggest you go to Qin Qi's bed and wait, and then you can give her a surprise. In this way, jumping up and down, people who don't know think you are sick. Yu Henggai found that Li Qi was angry, and he couldn't beat her, so he could only explain, please don't get me wrong, nothing happened between me and Qin's big sister, and I'm waiting for her now to get an answer. Li Qi shrugged, put the book on the table, disregarded his image, and leaned on the sofa with his slender legs resting on the armrest at the other end of the sofa, and said lightly, what are you waiting for? Now Qin Qi is avoiding you. I, an outsider, can see it. She is not going to give you any answer. You are still pressing so hard. You obviously don't understand women's heart. Hearing what Li Qi said, Yu Henggai immediately understood that the reason he was so restless now was not because he didn't understand Qin's big sister's thoughts. Now, Li Qi obviously came from here, so he naturally wanted to consult. Therefore, Yu Henggai quickly sat down and asked, Miss Li, please give me some advice. I just confessed before, but Qin big sister stood up and left. I don't know where I offended her. She didn't give me a suitable answer, she just avoided me like this. What should I do now? Hearing Yu Henggai's complaints, Li Qi immediately understood. It seems that he guessed right. There is indeed such a special relationship between the two. It's also a little too much. Li Qi touched his chin and began to think. In order to get the answer, Yu Henggai could only please Li Qi, so he took the initiative to peel the oranges. After the oranges were peeled, he carefully tore off the white flakes from the flesh, respectfully with both hands. How docile and docile should be sent to Li Qi. Yiming saw this scene from the corner of his eye, put down the poker in his hand, and pointed his chin in the direction of Li Qi. Fang Qinghao and the others stopped playing cards, and began to quietly listen to the conversation in the corner here. It seems that everyone likes gossip and anecdotes in their hearts. When they found out what they wanted to know, they immediately started stealing. Listen, it's best to use it as a conversation piece in the future, Li Qi said to Yu Henggai while eating oranges at this time. You don't understand, when women don't answer your questions, they are mostly hesitating. You think Qin Qi is avoiding you now, but in my opinion, come on, she is also upset and doesn't know how to face you, so she avoids you on purpose, and when she has the answer, she will tell you that Qin Qi will hate you if you press the question now. Hearing such an analysis, Yu Henggai felt as if he was facing an emotional mentor. He immediately nodded and said seriously, Miss Li is right, so what should I do? Li Qi's theoretical knowledge is very rich, and he quickly gave the answer, saying directly, you just go back to your room and go to sleep. Honestly, it is impossible for you to ask about this matter, and it is impossible to get an answer, so, or should I personally go out and ask you an answer? Understand? The Implication is that Li Qi is going to go out in person, and after finding Qin Qa, he will ask her what she thinks in her heart. Yu Hengyi nodded quickly, and said, in that case, it's hard for Ms. Li. At this moment, Li Qi suddenly pointed to his legs, and said, my legs are a little sore, rub it for me. It depends on your attitude. When I ask questions, the degree of seriousness varies, understand? Yu Hengyi looked at the straight legs on the sofa, hesitated for a moment, felt that it was inappropriate. Even if he was threatened to go for a massage, it was a bit too much, but if he didn't massage, he couldn't get the answer. Suddenly, Yu Hengyi fell into a dilemma. Ke Yiming saw this scene at the card table in the distance, and immediately shook his head in hatred, and said, Xiao, can you stop being so innocent? Have you never touched a girl's hand since you were a child? Ke Yiming has already married a wife, so he naturally looks at the current situation as someone who has been there. In his opinion, it is such a great opportunity to be able to touch a beautiful woman in person. Although there is still a layer of genes, it does not affect it. However, Yu Hengyi was so hesitant, he looked like a young boy who hadn't experienced much in the world. Yu Hengyi blushed immediately after being provoked by Ke Yiming, and defended himself. Who is innocent? I'm thinking about the strength of the massage. I'll press it now. After speaking, Yu Hengyi put his hand on Li Qi's calf and began to massage the muscles. Li Qi exercises regularly, so the muscles in his legs are still very well proportioned. I never thought that massaging a girl would feel like this. Li Qi looked at Yu Hengyi's flushed expression at this time, and his doubts deepened, and he said in his heart, I saw Qin Qa worried about Yu Hengyi before. Obviously Qin Qa is not that kind of unfeeling woman. For Yu Hengyi, she is even willing to do artificial respiration, but how could Qin Qa hide from such an innocent boy like Yu Hengyi? Could there be something hidden? After Yu Hengyi massaged Li Qi's calf, his palm was about to go up. Li Qi's face changed, and he kicked it out, saying, you can touch the absolute realm of my old lady? Don't go too far. To put it bluntly, the absolute domain of a woman is the thigh. Someone once concluded that when a woman wears a skirt, the thigh area is the area that attracts the most attention from men, and this area is generally not allowed to be touched by men, so it is called the absolute domain. Yu Hengyi didn't understand this, so he was kicked down as soon as he stretched out his hand. Yu Hengyi lay on the ground aggrieved, and said, obviously you asked me to massage, but at this moment, you are still kicking me. You are obviously bullying me. Be careful that I will die with you. Yu Hengyi couldn't help but use his ability at this time. When the 5 times the gravity field appeared, he would definitely hurt Li Qi's attack. She can't be humiliated. I've already massaged you. How about you? What do you want me to do? Ke Yiming couldn't help showing a smile at this time, and after whistling, he said, it turns out that there is not only an innocent little boy, but also an innocent little girl over there. I think you are a good match. Nonsense. Li Qi and Yu Hengyi retorted at the same time. Li Qi glanced at Yu Hengyi, shook his head helplessly, and said, okay, your massage is over here, go back to your own room. As for your question, I will ask Qin Qa clearly. After seeing Qin Qa, after Yu Hengyi heard Li Qi's assurance, the resentment in his heart dissipated, and then he left the living room and found an empty room to stay. Seeing that the good show was over, Ke Yiming turned around and continued to greet the 3 of them. Continue, let's continue playing cards. It's rare to be able to relax for 2 days. After going out to sea, there will be no chance to play cards. Feng Qinghao was a little absent-minded at this time, and couldn't help asking, Ke Yiming, what, if the person you pursue keeps alienating you, what will you do? Ke Yiming shrugged and said, how would I know that? My daughter-in-law doesn't alienate me, we are a match made in heaven. Hearing this answer, Feng Qinghao sighed helplessly, and it seemed that no one could solve the doubt in his heart. But in the middle of the night, Qin Qa quietly left the city and came to the edge of the Yangtze River. Looking at the dark flowing water, he could still hear the sound of waves, but the entanglement in his heart could not be resolved at all. Now that winter is coming and the weather is cold, Qin Qa doesn't care about it. She found a big rock, sat on it and started watching the flowing water, but the thoughts in her heart never stopped. How should I treat Yu Hengyi? Should I reject him? I already have someone I love, so why should I be moved? Qin Qa thought silently. When it was dawn, Fengshan Palace stood silently on the top of the mountain in Yuzhou City, while Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoying had already sat in the study all night, during which they did not sleep at all. Suddenly, a long cry came from the exit of the tunnel. Drink, immediately. Afterwards, there was a loud noise, boom, thick smoke billowed from the basement, and countless dust was blown out. The study room was filled with dust immediately. Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoyan couldn't help coughing, and stayed on all night. It's time. I didn't expect such a big movement when Shen Feng appeared. It was unexpected. The dust dissipated slowly, and Shen Feng had already appeared in the study. He looked at his whole body in surprise, and said to himself, "Is this the speed of sound? It's really unexpected." It turned out that after Shen Feng came out of the basement, he couldn't help using accompany the wind, but he didn't expect that after entering the sixth order state, Shen Feng's speed skyrocketed, directly reaching the speed of sound, and the sound coming from the basement. The loud noise was actually the sonic boom when Shen Feng's body broke through the sound barrier, blowing out all the dust in the basement. By the way, previously, Shen Feng once asked Professor Liu, who studies physics in the laboratory, to know what a speed limit looks like. Professor Liu made a prediction that if Shen Feng's body can evolve to withstand stronger forces, maybe it can reach the speed of sound. As for the fastest speed of light in the universe, it is impossible for anyone to reach it now. Shen Feng successfully reached the speed of sound, and slightly exceeded the speed of sound. The sound only came out when he rushed out of the basement. Now, even the sound can't keep up with Shen Feng's speed. For Shen Feng, after reaching the sixth level, his own speed is the biggest surprise now. However, what Chang Jianyi cared about was not Shen Feng's speed, but asked, "Then do you have any other changes? For example, can you fly into the sky?" What Chang Jianyi cares most about is whether Shen Feng can fly. After all, Shen Feng will go out to sea soon, and his speed will be affected at sea. The friction provided by seawater is very small, and Shen Feng cannot explode at sea the level of sound speed. Since this is the case, whether it can take off at sea is the most important thing now. Shen Feng has inexhaustible strength all over his body, his muscles are bulging, and he has more experience in manipulating supernatural powers. At this time, he also wants to test whether he can fly, so he opens the window and comes directly to go to the courtyard of the castle and prepare to try it. "Look at my performance. Today I will not rely on external force, but rely on my own strength to fly." Shen Feng was full of confidence at this time. He believed that his supernatural power could make his body hang in the air. Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoyan leaned expectantly by the window, ready to watch Shen Feng's performance. Shen Feng spread his legs apart, took a deep breath, and opened his angry eyes. A gust of wind was blowing in the distance, and Shen Feng was about to fly up. Shen Feng took advantage of the situation and shouted, "Get up!" As soon as the words fell, Shen Feng's feet left the ground, his body was swept up by the strong wind, and the dead branches and leaves on the ground were also rolled up. At this time, Shen Feng was blown into the sky uncontrollably by the wind, and went directly to the garden. The direction was blown away, and the whole person was dancing in the sky, but it was difficult to control his figure. Seeing this scene, Chu Qiaoyan looked disappointed, and said to Chang Jianyi, "Sister, it seems that Shen Feng has failed." Chang Jianyi also noticed that although Shen Feng's body left the ground, how could this be flying? Isn't this just being swept up by the strong wind? You can't even control the direction of flight. What kind of flight is this? Might as well bring a paraglider. Let's go. Find Shen Feng. Don't hide him, just give him some comfort. Chang Jianyi said to Chu Qiaoyan. Chapter 369 Walking on Water. Chu Qiaoyan and Chang Jianyi chased in the direction Shen Feng was flying towards. In the corridor, Zhang Zixi and Chang Haoji both leaned against the wall and fell asleep. These two teenagers are in the development stage. After staying up most of the night, I couldn't hold it anymore, so I fell asleep, not knowing what happened just now, and the huge sonic boom failed to wake them up. However, after Shen Feng was swept up by the strong wind, his body became uncontrollable for an instant. Obviously, the strong wind around him was summoned by himself, but at this time he himself was somewhat unable to control it. The effect of controlling supernatural abilities has become worse. Simply put, it is to forcibly improve the realm, but there is not enough cultivation to control it. When Chu Qiaoyan and Chang Jianyi came to the garden, they happened to see Xiaolong, who was learning to walk. Du Xinshi was standing beside him with a kind face and watching. Walking step by step, compared to the average child, he still learned to walk a little later. "Sister Du, have you seen Shen Feng?" Chu Qiaoyan asked quickly. Du Xinshi also pointed to the artificial lake in the distance, and said to the two of them, "Just now I saw the city lord flying over there, and I don't know what's going on now. You go and have a look." Chu Chaoyan and Chang Jianyi hurried towards the artificial lake, only to find that Shen Feng was holding his hands in front of his chest, with a calm expression on his face. He was standing on the water at this time, and the lake water under his feet was slightly sunken, but it didn't submerge Shen Feng. No matter what, Shen Feng was a man weighing more than 100 kgs. Now he stood on the water but didn't sink. It can only be said that he used his supernatural power to maintain his position. Seeing the arrival of the two wives, Shen Feng immediately said proudly, "Did you see it just now? I can already rely on my own strength to fly into the sky. I am going to call this move Wind and Remnant Clouds. What do you think?" When Chu Qiaoan heard Shen Feng's words, she immediately felt it was funny. Shen Feng couldn't even control the direction and speed of her flight. From her perspective, wasn't she just being swept up by the strong wind? This also deserves to be called flying. At this moment, Chu Qiaoyan couldn't help but want to tear the stage down, but Chang Jianyi tugged her sleeve lightly, and said in a low voice, "Save him some face, don't tear it down, he just likes to show off. Now if he can't step down, he will be hit hard." Chu Qiaoyan nodded, gave up the idea of hitting Shen Feng, but asked, "Then you are standing on the water now, what name do you want for this move?" Regarding this point, Shen Feng has not yet thought about it. All he thought about before was to rely on his own strength to fly into the sky, but now his dream of flying is shattered, but unexpectedly he can stand on the water, his body is light, his whole body people seem to be in a state of powerlessness. As for being able to stand on water, let's keep it simple. It's called walking on water. Isn't that reasonable? Shen Feng didn't pay too much attention, and named his newly developed moves casually. Why isn't it called Lingbo Weibo? Chu Qiaoyan thought of a better name instead, and immediately made a suggestion. When Shen Feng heard this word, he was immediately unhappy. This word was first used to describe women, and it seems to describe Luotian. The two most famous lines should be as if the moon is covered by light clouds, and the wind is like a wind. Back to the snow. I am a big man, how can I use this kind of words to describe women as the name of a skill? So, Shen Feng said directly, it's called walking on water, and simplicity is better. What kind of swaying steps? It is like describing me as a woman. Chu Qiaoyan had no choice but to think that Shen Feng would be so obsessed in such a special place. He clearly had good intentions and wanted to think of a suitable skill name for Shen Feng, but Shen Feng was stubborn. Then Shen Feng walked slowly from the lake to the shore, and said, "Now, my way of flying is still a bit inappropriate, so when I set off, I will take a paraglider, and, at sea, I can stand on the water." The self-protection ability has also improved a lot, so you can rest assured. Chang Jianyi also nodded, agreeing with Shen Feng's point of view, but she was still a little worried at this time, and said, "Since there are many dangers at sea, you should bring a few more people with you. If you only take Guo Pinming alone, there are still too few helpers. Try to bring as many supernatural beings as possible, so that you can take care of them on the road." Shen Feng thought for a while and said, "This matter can be discussed. In addition, Xiao Fuli and Lu Kayang performed very well in this war. I plan to reward them with supernatural potions. What do you think?" The supernatural potion is very precious, and Shen Feng didn't dare to keep it in the laboratory, but asked Chang Jianyi to keep it. When rewarding others, Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi must be present. Things that money can't buy. As long as you can become a supernatural person, it is equivalent to reaching the sky in one step, and money can no longer be measured, then rewarded as soon as possible. Speaking of it, Xiao Fuli is also the president of the Mercenary Union, but this time he took on the task of transporting supplies. There is no credit but hard work. He can be rewarded with supernatural potions. As for Lu Kayang, I feel that his contribution is not enough, but as long as he is loyal to you, that is enough. Chang Jianyi said calmly at this time. Chu Qiaoyan was very curious about what it was like for Shen Feng to evolve to the 6th level. He obviously sent more than 200 liters of evolutionary bases last night, and the evolutionary bases were like hills. Did Feng really eat so many evolutionary bases? Speaking of this incident, Shen Feng felt uncomfortable all over. Last night, Shen Feng even forgot how much evolutionary agent he had eaten. People seem to become numb, and the evolutionary bases are quickly digested after being eaten. Fortunately, this is the case, otherwise, even if Shen Feng has 10 stomachs, It is impossible to hold so many evolutionary bases. It took Shen Feng 2 hours just to take the evolution potion. After that, Shen Feng entered the state of evolution. When he woke up in the morning, he had been completely reborn, with stronger power, and more with a faster speed. Manipulating abilities has also become more handy. Chu Qiaoyan really wanted to do missions with Shen Feng, thinking that before, no matter where Shen Feng went, Chu Qiaoyan had always been by Shen Feng's side, and it could be considered that she had gone through life and death many times, but now, at this moment, but I have to stay in Yazhou. This kind of feeling is not easy at all. However, Chu Qiaoyan knew that it was useless to talk about this matter. Chang Jianyi is about to give birth now. In this case, he can only stay in Yazhou to take care of him. Although Chang Haoji is his own, he is too young, has no prestige, and the others are unreliable. Apart from her, there is no other suitable candidate. In the past few days, I will prepare, bring the necessary equipment, and strive to come back as soon as possible. I will leave the matter of Yazhou to you. Shen Feng said helplessly. Chang Jianyi smiled, walked behind Chu Qiaoyan, pushed Chu Qiaoyan out, and directly pushed Chu Qiaoyan into Shen Feng's arms, and Shen Feng hugged her. I'll go and make breakfast for the kitchen first. If you have any whispers, just talk slowly. Chang Jianyi then left the garden, and when she left, she took Du Xinxi and Zai along to walk away together. She told Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoyan left a separate space. Shen Feng was also very moved by doing so. Chu Qiaoyan leaned into Shen Feng's arms, lowered her head and said, "Actually, I really want to be by your side, no matter where I am, no matter where I am going. I want to be with you all the time. I know that I can't stay at home and wait for you to come back. Only by following behind you and looking at your back can I feel at ease." Shen Feng is also very helpless. He knows Chu Qiaoyan's character. No matter where he goes, Chu Qiaoyan will follow by his side. Back then in the fog in Yuzhen, in the cave in Taihang Mountain, Chu Qiaoyan to accompany her. She is different from her senior sister, who will silently stay at home. So no matter where Shen Feng goes, she will always find a home. Shen Feng can only guarantee Chu Qiaoyan's desire. When I come back from the sea, when my senior gives birth to a child, I will take you with me no matter where I go. I promise. Shen Feng said firmly. Chu Qiaoyan could only nod when he heard Shen Feng's assurance. A group of people from the Ability Management Bureau in the hotel are still enjoying life leisurely. Kei Yiming and a few people play cards and mahjong all day long. Li Qi reads, and Yu Henggai is about to turn into a watchmaker. If he had nothing to do, he ran to the rooftop and looked down, hoping to find Qin Qiuyi's trace. However, Qin Qiuyi never appeared near the hotel. She seemed to have grasped the traces of Yu Henggai. She had a lot of food coupons presented by Shen Feng in her hand. There was no need to worry about small things like eating and staying at the hotel. I saw Qin Qiuyi outside the city, but after Yu Henggai chased him out according to the instructions, he couldn't find anything now. Yu Henggai could only pin his hopes on Li Qi, hoping that Li Qi could ask for the real answer. Even if he refused, it was better than avoiding it under such circumstances. Someone from Fengshan Palace sent a message to the group of the Ability Management Bureau. Leave in 3 days and go directly to Hainan Island. After that, we will go to sea together on a warship. Hearing the news, Li Qi couldn't help asking, how many people did your city master take with you? Can you tell me? Sorry, I have no comment. The person who came to deliver the news shook his head quickly. Obviously it was impossible to tell the content. Li Qi thought for a while, then suddenly put down the dream of red mansions in his hand, picked up an apple and walked out, and said as he walked, in this case, then I should get down to business. Xiaoyu, you just wait to hear the answer. After Li Qi finished speaking, he immediately disappeared, and his whole body disappeared out of thin air, with footprints appearing on the carpet. Obviously, Li Qi used his ability to leave the hotel. Seeing Li Qi's actions, Yu Henggai immediately felt relieved. Li Qi can use his ability to hide himself. In this case, Qin Qiu can always be found, right? Li Qi left Yazhou City while gnawing on an apple. She felt that in order to avoid Yu Henggai, Qin Qiu should leave the city, most likely hiding outside the city. Looking outside the city is the most appropriate way. The inside of the city and the outside of the city are completely two worlds. The streets inside the city are clean, and there are people maintaining public facilities every day. Although the people inside the city are not well dressed, at least they are clean, but outside the city, it is different. Well, the people outside the city are basically mercenaries and their family members. They live in crowded streets, the streets are noisy, and the children have no place to go to school, so they play on the streets all day long. Li Qi thought about it, and left these crowded areas. In her opinion, Qin Qi will probably find a clean place. When he is in a mess, he should stay in a quiet place and think quietly instead of just staying in a daze. In the busy city, the boredom in my heart will continue to deepen. In the end, Li Qi found Qin Qi on the bank of the Yangtze River. Qin Qi was sitting on a rock with a half-cut bread in his hand and a bottle of soda beside him. Many people passed by, but they don't care. Li Qi approached Qin Qi quietly, but didn't want to step on a piece of gravel on the ground, and made a slight voice tap. Such a slight voice was enough to arouse Qin Qi's caution. She turned around instantly and asked sharply, "Who is it?" "Don't hide in a sneaky way." Chapter 370. Ready to set off. Seeing that he was exposed, Li Qi shrugged helplessly, lifted his invisibility, and said, "It's me. Don't be nervous. I just want to be alone and quiet, so I'm going to take a stroll outside the city." Thinking of meeting you, Qin Qi originally thought that the sneaky person hiding behind him was an enemy, or he might be a guy who wanted to harm him because of his lust, but when he turned around, he found that it was Li Qi, so he immediately relaxed, and then said, "You can do whatever you want, as long as you don't bother me." Li Qi looked at the half section of bread in Qin Qi's hand and a bottle of soda beside him, and said with a smile, "Why don't you go to the hotel for dinner? Today's breakfast is roast duck and braised carp, which taste really delicious. It's so good, it's a pity that you don't eat it." Qin Qi replied while biting the bread, "It's just a meal or two, it's not important." "Speaking of which, are you really here to see the scenery?" Li Qi smiled, sat down on the big rock, and then said, "Looking at the scenery is secondary, and the main thing is to be entrusted by others. Let me ask you something. As for whether you are willing to answer, I will accept it. I won't force you anymore. What do you think?" Qin Qi can now see that Li Qi came to look for her because of Yu Hengai's question, but at this moment she was in a state of confusion, but she didn't know what answer to give. Ever since, Qin Qi fell into silence, and simply stopped eating bread, and threw half of the bread into the river, letting the bread feed the fish. Seeing the other party like this, Li Qi asked tentatively, "Then you are going to reject Xiao? Why don't you speak?" Qin Qi replied, "Xiao was seriously injured by the fire just now. I can't bear to let him down. Moreover, he is disfigured now, and I don't know if his skin can recover. If I reject him, the blow to him is really too heavy, so I can only avoid him." Li Qi nodded. It seems that Qin Qi really didn't think about how to refuse, so he didn't show up for a long time. Qin Qi continued to say at this time, "Actually, after spending more than a year together, I have also noticed a little change in Xiao. I also have a good impression of him, but it is impossible for me to accept his feelings. I'm 32 years old, he's only 18, and I'm more than a round older than him. This relationship is bound to cause tragedy." Li Qi suddenly realized that it was because of her age, but she then began to persuade, "I don't think you need to worry about this, because experiments have been done in the laboratory, and the lifespan of people with supernatural powers has been greatly extended. It's just a matter of time, and it's nothing in your long life to come, really." Qin Qi heard such a thing for the first time. It turns out that supernatural beings even have a longer lifespan. It's really great that they can live longer. However, Qin Qi then continued, "Even so, it is still impossible for me to accept Xiao. I have a childhood sweetheart boyfriend. I gave him a supernatural potion. We are actually going to get married before, but the pressure of housing prices and education was too great before, so we never got the certificate, and the matter has been dragged down. That is to say, I already have my own home, and Xiao should have found a better woman to marry, but not me." "Oh, so that's the case, there's no other way." Li Qi felt regretful. He wanted to be a matchmaker at first, but now it seems that such an opportunity is gone. After all, Qin Qi already has a man. "Friends, if I continue to persuade, it is tantamount to helping Yu Hengai dig into the wall. This kind of behavior is especially immoral." However, then Li Qi saw Qin Qi's sullenness, and couldn't help asking, "Since you have figured it out, why don't you go back? If you don't know how to answer, I will help your answer, and neither is Yu Hengai. You're as fragile as you imagined, and you can't take any blows, or else, I'm going to talk about it now. Don't go." Qin Qi said hastily. At this moment, Qin Qi's attitude is immediately worth pondering. She has clearly made it clear that she wants to reject Yu Hengai. At this time, Li Qi offered to help, but she began to refuse. This attitude of wanting to refuse is obviously not what it seems. As simple as that. Li Qi understood, and suddenly realized, I understand, you want to hang on to Yu Hengai, and you are worried that if you refuse early, you will miss Yu Hengai, a little milk dog. So, you have to develop a relationship with your boyfriend while paying attention to him. It's a good way to have an affair with Yu Hengai. As soon as these words came out, Qin Qi's face immediately became gloomy. She didn't expect her image to become so unbearable, and then said coldly, it's best to keep the words in your mouth clean. Li Qi shrugged, and said calmly, isn't that what you mean? If you refuse, you don't simply refuse, and if you agree, you don't agree. Instead, you procrastinate. Isn't this the classic behavior of fishing for money? No, it should be called keeping a spare tire. Qin Qi became angry and said, what do you know, you outsider? You care so much about the affairs between me and Yu Hengai? Who are you? Could it be that you still have an affair with him? Li Qi was also irritated at this time. She thought she was a pure and clean person, but now she was splashed with dirty water by an older leftover woman. Qi's green tea suspicion is really a drunkard catching a thief. No one I have an affair with can compare to you. I'm on 2 boats, looking at the vegetables and eating, pretending to be embarrassed, but actually observing who is more beneficial to you. Even my childhood sweetheart of 30 years can be your friend. The object of consideration is watery. Li Qi said with a sneer, you're looking for death? Qin Qi became angry at this moment, and now he couldn't care about anything. With a wave of his palm, countless oil thorns grew on the ground, and he began to attack Li Qi. Now it is obvious that she is ready to attack. Well, it's usually like this for women who are angry. First accuse others, and then if you can't say it, then do it directly. Boom, the earth thorns closed instantly. If someone was in the center, they must have been pricked into a hedgehog by so many earth thorns. Qin Qi acted in anger, but the moment she did it, she regretted it. The other party is an excellent talent in the laboratory. If she hurt Li Qi now, wouldn't it lead to the research of the Ability Administration Bureau and Yanjing Court feud? However, at this moment, Li Qi's voice came from a distance, be anxious. Since you are anxious, it means that you have been hurt by what I said, and I will go and tell Xiao about it now. Let him see clearly who you are. Qin Qi quickly looked in the direction of the sound. She didn't want these words to reach Yu Hengai's ears, but no matter how hard she searched, she couldn't see Li Qi. Presumably, Li Qi had already. She is invisible by using the ability, and ordinary people can't see her. Hey, this is my destiny. But that's fine, let Xiao and I break contact. Qin Qi shook his head helplessly, and then continued to sit on the rock and look at the river. After Li Qi returned to the hotel, she immediately took out her mobile phone. She had already recorded the conversation with Qin Qi before, and now she can give Yu Hengai an explanation. Next, she started to play this recording, including the quarrel with Qin Qi, all played out in the living room of the hotel. Kei Yiming and others also gathered together. After hearing this recording, they all shook their heads. They didn't expect Qin Qi to be such a person. From the outside, Qin Qi is a gentle and virtuous person. Although a woman is in her 30s, her mature temperament is the most attractive. As a result, Qin Qi was able to play with 2 boats. All I can say is that you know people, you know your face, but you don't know your heart. Hearing this, Kei Yiming couldn't help but shook his head slightly, and then said, Xiao, don't worry about Qin's big sister. I know you are 18 years old now, and you are young. Don't say anything else. Alright, big brother, I will take you to a good place tonight. I have made inquiries. There's a building outside Yazhou City. There are many women there that can let you vent. I invite you to go. Feng Qinghao glanced at Kei Yiming, and said, can you not take Xiao with you, and take him to places like this outside the city? It's not reasonable at all. Xiao, listen to me, I will take the big brother with you. You look for it in the city. This place in the city is safe. Kei Yiming and Feng Qinghao obviously wanted to let Yu Hengai grow up, and they didn't want Yu Hengai to be trapped in this relationship that shouldn't be. So, they both chose the same path. In this place, call a few beauties, and Yu Hengai will definitely be able to vent the sorrow in his heart. However, Yu Hengai shook his head vigorously at this time, and said seriously, The reason why Qin's big sister said these words means that she probably has something to hide, and she is not rejecting me now, so she must have her own considerations. Maybe, Qin big sister still has me in her heart, damn. K. Yiming waved his hand, too lazy to continue persuading Yu Hengyi. Originally, he wanted to bring an inexperienced boy out of love, but now it seems that this is not a lost boy. This is obviously a senior. Lick the dog. Feng Qinghao also shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect Yu Hengyi to have such thoughts. It seems that he is always old, and he can't even understand the thoughts of young people. Li Qi shrugged, and said to K. Yiming and others, is there any card that 5 people can play together? My hands are itchy too, so I play too. K. Yiming thought for a while and said, how about killing the 3 kingdoms? Let the people in the hotel bring the cards right away. I didn't expect that you, Miss Li, the goddess of light and ordinary people, can also play cards now. Next, the 5 people started playing the game. Yu Hengyi sat alone by the side, looking very Zio-set. It was obvious that the 5 people present did not intend to talk to Yu Hengyi anymore. If the other party still did not change his mind about the dog licking that he had persuaded, that is really nothing to say, but Yu Hengyi said firmly in his heart, as long as Qin's big sister doesn't directly reject me, it means that she has me in her heart, and I still have a chance. At this moment, Qin's big sister is just hesitating, and she will definitely find out that that's what suits her best. 3 days later, Shen Feng prepared all the equipment and was ready to go. At the airport in Yuzhou, the private plane of the Supernatural Authority was still parked. He just took this plane and went straight to Hainan. Behind Shen Feng, there are Cheng Haoji, Guo Pinming and Qi Lingshan. In this way, Shen Feng can have 11 supernatural beings to perform tasks. With such a large number, a football team can be formed. At the airport, Chang Jianyi was stroking his younger brother's head, and said, when you are at sea, you must listen to your brother-in-law, you must obey the command, and don't think too highly of your own strength. You can't do anything except fly, understand? Chang Haoji nodded, and said seriously, sister, don't worry, I will definitely obey the command, and if I can complete the mission this time, I will get a proper title and become famous all over the world. Originally, Chang Haoji was not within the scope of Shen Feng's leadership, mainly because there were too many dangers at sea, and if he accidentally encountered a monster, Chang Haoji basically had no combat effectiveness, so Shen Feng did not intend to take Chang Haoji with him, but Chang Jianyi was not at ease. She knew that Shen Feng still hadn't learned how to fly. Although he could walk on water, his speed could not be displayed. At this time, he needed someone who could respond in the sky. Therefore, Chang Haoji had no choice but to fly. They set off together. Chang Haoji was very happy. He was finally able to go on a dangerous mission with his brother-in-law. As long as he could complete the mission and salvage the meteorites in the sea, he would definitely become famous. As for his title, he had already thought about it for a long time. Yes, it seems that it is not bad to be called Yun's Hongjin. I recently read the comments, and some people said that my writing is relatively idiot. Thank you for the compliment. Idiot means that everyone can understand, so I am very happy to express the content clearly. In addition, the author is updating vertically and horizontally. I want to see. Please go to Zongheng to watch the latest chapter. Thank you. Chapter 371 Global Competition. The airport, which had been empty for a long time, finally became lively at this time, and there were very few people on the plane. Most of them came to see them off. Chang Jianyi brought a group of people from the city lord's mansion to see him off. People did not dare to disobey, so they all came to the airport. However, in fact, there were only 4 people who left Yuzhou, and almost all of them came to see Shen Feng off originally. Lu Kevin was also going to follow. He wanted to see the giant beasts on the sea with his own eyes. Only by seeing these monsters with his own eyes can he have the most intuitive feeling. If possible, killing a monster can still be done well. Research. But in the end, Shen Feng didn't choose to take him with him. The sea is so dangerous that even superhumans may not be able to protect themselves. If an accident occurs at sea, it is a loss of talent. Shen Feng chatted politely with a group of people from the city lord's mansion for a long time, and finally it was his turn to talk to Chu Qiaoyan. Chu Qiaoyan held a suitcase in her hand. She handed the suitcase to Shen Feng reluctantly, and said, "You can't live without some money, so I sewed a lot of gold buttons on your clothes. At critical moments, you just need to pull off the button to use it, and you must always think of me outside." Shen Feng was very moved. He put his arms around Chu Qiaoyan and kissed her forehead, and said, "I will definitely come back in the shortest possible time. During the time I'm not in Yazhou, I've worked hard for you to take care of me. Now, the currencies in the world have basically collapsed. Although food stamps have been issued in China, food stamps in many places cannot be exchanged. As a result, only gold and silver are the only common currency. Gold is the most precious thing, and the degree to which this thing has risen in value is simply staggering." And Chu Qiaoyan was also worried that Shen Feng would have no money to spend outside, so she thought of ways to keep Shen Feng from being downcast outside. She read a lot of books and found that in ancient times, many ladies would carry golden beans with them. It can also be used as currency, so Chu Qiaoyan thought of a way to use gold buttons to sew on the clothes. In this way, if Shen Feng is short of money outside, he only needs to tear off the buttons to spend. And Guo Pinming was also saying goodbye to her goddaughter. Zhou Lili looked at Guo Pinming timidly. She knew that Guo Pinming was the best person to her, but now that Guo Pinming was about to leave her, she immediately didn't know what to do. Guo Pinming touched Zhou Lili's head, raised his head and said to Yang Chang, "My daughter has been asking you to take care of her for a while, and you should record all her expenses during this period, and when I come back, I will compensate you all." Yang Chang waved his hand and said with a smile, "Old Guo, do you still talk so much between brothers? Your daughter is my niece, and I will take care of it carefully. As for the money, it doesn't matter. I have a lot of money. Can't afford to support a little girl in restaurants and hotels." Compared with the others, Qi Lingshan didn't get much attention. After all, he was a member of the intelligence department, and he wasn't someone who would show his face. At this time, Lin Yu was the only one who came to see him off. "Keep your face down and try not to be recognized by others, old classmate. Thank you for coming to see me off. If you want to see me off, then find a suitable woman for me during this time. You plan to be single for the rest of your life, but I can't do it. I want to pass on the family line to my family." Qi Lingshan said to Lin Yu. Lin Yu nodded, and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I will pay attention to help you find suitable women, but it is best for you to come back alive." Qi Lingshan is actually younger than Yu Hangyi. After all, he hasn't even graduated from high school, but physically, he is already an adult. He helped Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoyan to find the poisoning partner through risky means. The guy who assassinated him was considered a meritorious service, and he got the supernatural potion. Now, Qi Lingshan has also gained a high status in the intelligence department. Think about what is missing. Except for the other half, there is nothing bad. At the same time, Qin Kui also came late. She bypassed the seeing off crowd and went directly to the plane and sat down. Unable to speak for a long time, he finally chose to shut up. After the farewell, Shen Feng took the 3 people under his command to get on the plane, and the plane went straight to Hainan. Sitting on the plane, Shen Feng was bored. He opened the suitcase and saw a few comics in the suitcase. It could be seen that Chu Qiaoyan knew Shen Feng very well. He even knew that Shen Feng liked to read comics when he was bored. Comic book in the suitcase. Zhao Yan is really thoughtful. Shen Feng took out a comic book and began to read it with relish. Chang Haoji couldn't sit still, so he ran to the edge of the dazzling window and began to watch. Although Chang Haoji could fly, he could only fly a few hundred meters at most. Others seemed to be high altitude, but Chang Haoji knew that at such a height, it's just a low altitude, but the plane can fly into the stratosphere. Even the clouds are below the plane. Chang Haoji lay on the edge of the dazzling window and kept looking down, but he couldn't see anything clearly. The main reason was that there were too many clouds. Mountains and rivers were all under his feet, and he couldn't see anything except the Yangtze River. In the haze, Chang Haoji's heart became more excited. In fact, he hoped to fly above the clouds with his own strength. Now he is only a second-level supernatural user and cannot fly too high, but when he arrives, he may be able to do this. The point originally, Chang Haoji was sitting next to Shen Feng, so Li Qi couldn't get close to Shen Feng, but at this time Chang Haoji ran to the window, and Li Qi immediately came up and sat by Shen Feng's beside him. He said with a smile, "Chu Qiaoyan doesn't seem to be careful. I just saw that your luggage is basically full of thick clothes. You have prepared several pieces of cotton jackets and overcoats. As everyone knows, we are going to the southern hemisphere. It's summer now, so I can't wear these clothes. I'll wear whatever Qiaoyan gives me, and I'll just wear a t-shirt if I get to the South Pacific." Shen Feng can't tolerate others criticizing the person he likes, not even Li Qi. He said indifferently. At this moment Li Qi came up and asked, What are you looking at? I'll look at it too. Men and women don't know each other. Please respect yourself. Also, other people are watching. Do you understand? Shen Feng said quickly. He didn't want his wife to know the news that he was being entangled by Li Qi, and then he would really damn Li Qi didn't mess around, but pondered Shen Feng's words. Others are watching. Others are watching. I understand. Next time I come to you, I will definitely not pay attention to you. Time to find you. After speaking, Li Qi immediately returned to his seat, took out the book and started reading. On the contrary, Shen Feng thinks this guy is getting darker and darker. Although the private jet has a lot of space and a special living room, the people present are all supernatural beings who can't hear the conversation. It can be said that many people don't look at it. They all concentrated on their seats, but their ears were already pricked up. Shen Feng is also very helpless. He didn't expect that Li Qi is still entangled until now. Is his charm really that great? It seems that being handsome is also a sin. Shen Feng said to himself in his heart. Finally, 5 hours later, Shen Feng and his group arrived in Hainan. As soon as they got off the plane, someone came to greet them, and the meaning was very simple. Everyone with supernatural powers, hurry up and follow me. We will go to the pier immediately. The warship has already arrived. I've been waiting for several days, and I'm waiting for you. I can't delay any longer. Shen Feng was very puzzled. After sitting here for several hours, he finally arrived at his destination. It was still noon, and before he had time to fill his stomach, someone from the headquarters was going to take him to the pier immediately. Is it too much? Before Shen Feng opened his mouth, Chang Jianyi had already spoken, and he said bluntly, "You people really don't understand manners at all. We just got off the plane and were so hungry that our chests were pressed against our backs. Now we will continue to add energy. You are still asking us to perform tasks. This is too much." Guo Pinming was used to suffering, and he didn't think there was any problem, but Qilingshan also started to protest, saying to the person who was inviting him to get in the car, as the saying goes, if you want a horse to run fast, you must horses eat well. Even if the cows are milked, they have to be fed fodder, and you don't give any fodder now, so you want us to milk on an empty stomach. Isn't that too much? Now, Shen Feng didn't need to speak anymore. The people under him had already said what they needed to say. Instead he was waiting to see the jokes of these people. Qin Qa, as the captain of the Ability Management Bureau at this time, can be regarded as half of the host. Now that the headquarters has done such a thing, she also feels that her face is dull, and she can't help but say, "Sir, our headquarters, the food reserves should not be so stretched, right? You can still afford a meal, so why be so anxious?" The airport receptionist in Hainan was very helpless, and he spread his hands and said directly, "Big sisters, it's not that I want to squeeze you, and I don't have the guts to do such a thing to you. The situation is changing too fast now. We hurry up too." Then, the response staff began to explain. It turned out that since the supernatural beings in Australia successfully came out of the God's domain, scientists all over the world have understood that it is impossible for ordinary people and sophisticated instruments in the God's domain to get close. People will lose consciousness, and the electromagnetic equipment will be completely out of control. The magnetic field in God's domain is still chaotic, and it is completely impossible for ordinary people to approach, except for those with supernatural powers. People with supernatural powers can enter and exit God's domain without hindrance. Therefore, as long as people with supernatural powers can row into God's domain, there will be no danger. After scientists discover this, they immediately report to the organization, and all countries start to salvage meteorites. However, the big countries are all located in the northern hemisphere, and their ability to resist disasters is also the strongest. No country in the southern hemisphere has the strength to salvage meteorites. Then, whoever can salvage meteorites from the northern hemisphere country first will obtain the ownership of the meteorites. Not a fool, so they all dispatched warships and superhumans as quickly as possible. The great powers of North America set off, the great powers of Europe gathered together and set off, and the great powers of Siberia also joined in the fun. Let the fleet set out from the Black Sea, pass through the Suez Canal into the Red Sea, cross the Gulf of Aden, pass through the Indian Ocean, and make a big circle to go to the South Pacific for salvage. Even ASEAN in India asked warships to salvage meteorites. It can be said that all the big countries in the northern hemisphere have started to act. Their eyes are focused on the sea basin of the South Pacific Ocean, and satellites are constantly monitoring the sky. and they all want to take the extraterrestrial meteorite as their own. No one is a fool. Ever since they found out that the elements of the meteorite can create supernatural beings, all countries want to get it. At that time, as long as they form an army of supernatural beings, it will be enough to conquer the whole world. In order to seize the opportunity, the headquarters can't wait for the Ability Management Bureau to order the already prepared Xiangsong Bureau to set off, and if the ability users of the Ability Management Bureau come to Hainan, they must use the fastest time to catch up. That's why the responders were so anxious to take Shen Feng and his party to the pier, all in order to get a meteorite. This was no longer a conflict between Yazhao and the headquarters, but also a conflict between countries, people. From the Xiangsong Bureau set off on a destroyer 2 days ago. Now, there are still warships waiting for you. Time waits for no one. Hurry up and leave, please. The responder was about to cry. Now, in order to explain the situation clearly, another 5 minutes of time was wasted. If we continue to drag on, there will be more and more forces in the South Pacific. Qin Qiyi looked at Shen Feng and asked, Shen Feng, what do you mean? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372, Watching a Good Show Together. When Shen Feng heard this question, he didn't hesitate anymore. He didn't expect these countries to react so quickly, and they all started to compete for the meteorite. Time waits for no one. He has to speed up on his side. He said quickly, let's eat when we are on the warship. Now, let's get on the ship first. Hurry up and follow. Shen Feng can still tell the difference between right and wrong. At this moment, the most important thing is to help the headquarters compete for the meteorite in the South Pacific. Disaster. However, Guo Pinming hesitated for a moment and said, City Master, my supernatural ability requires a lot of steel. I thought I would prepare it after arriving in Hainan, but it seems that there is no such time now. What should I do, Guo? Pinming's ability is to manipulate steel, so for him, the more steel around him, the stronger his combat effectiveness. If the battlefield is in a steel factory, he is confident that he will not lose to any ability user, but in at sea, steel is not everywhere. Although warships are also made of steel, it is impossible to randomly extract the steel parts from them. Otherwise, it is likely to cause the warship to sink. Therefore, what Guo Pinming is most worried about now is the lack of steel components. Shen Feng looked at the responding staff and said, please tell the pier quickly to prepare a lot of iron ingots. Someone on my side needs to use them. This matter must be done immediately, understand? The responder nodded quickly and said, understood, I'll contact my superiors to do this right away. It will take at least an hour for us to go to the pier. Such a long time is enough to prepare the iron ingots. Next, the responders quickly contacted their superiors, explaining the current situation, that is, there are a lot of iron ingots to be carried on the warship. Although the request is urgent, Hainan attaches great importance to it, and quickly mobilizes it from a nearby steel factory. A large amount of steel was sent directly to the warship after leaving the airport. There were 5 military vehicles outside the airport, all of which were wrapped in steel. Even the exposed glass was bulletproof glass. It can be seen that the headquarters attaches great importance to meteorites, and it is already necessary to use such important military vehicles. The car transported the supernatural beings. Shen Feng and others got into the car and went straight to the port. It was still noon. Although it was winter in Yazhao, a layer of hoarfrost would form on the ground and leaves at night in Yazhao. Obviously the weather was cold, but it's different. This place is located in the tropics. After getting off the car, everyone took off their coats. They really couldn't stand the hot weather. Chang Haoji also complained a little, and couldn't help but said, in my suitcase, there are all thick clothes prepared by my sister. I didn't expect that we would go to the southern hemisphere. What should I do? Shen Feng shrugged helplessly. It seems that the senior sister made a common-sense mistake like Chu Chaoyan, and even put on thick clothes for Chang Haoji, probably because she watched the cold scene outside the window all day, so I habitually prepared thick clothes, but forgot that this time I was going to the southern hemisphere. Be patient, if there is a chance, I will find a chance to buy you 2 sets of clothes. Shen Feng shrugged and said helplessly. Chang Haoji asked suspiciously, where's there any chance to buy clothes? Didn't we go straight to the South Pacific? Shen Feng pointed to the portable paraglider he carried with him in the car, and said confidently, "Don't worry about this, I can fly. When I pass by some islands in the sea, I will go to the islands to look for them. There must be a store that sells clothes." Hearing this explanation, Chang Haoji couldn't help but said, "Why don't I go by myself? I can't do this by myself, you're not fast enough. You can fly, but it's too slow." Shen Feng said as a matter of course Chang Haoji can fly on the clouds. This advantage alone has already surpassed countless people, especially when at sea. There is no foothold at all except ships, and Chang Haoji can take off anytime and anywhere. The water vapor on the sea the steaming water vapor can just make Chang Haoji's abilities stronger, but the disadvantages are also obvious. The speed is too slow, and the warship will not stop sailing. After preparing enough supplies, it must be he went straight to the South Pacific, and by the time Chang Haoji went to buy the clothes leisurely, the warship had already disappeared. The conversation between Shen Feng and Chang Haoji reached the driver's ears, and the driver couldn't help but said, "Lord Fengshen, all living supplies on board will be fully prepared. Please don't worry too much, clothes and the like will also be distributed to you." In the eyes of the driver, these two people have never been out at sea, let alone on a warship. Otherwise, they must know that ocean voyages are fully prepared, whether it is food or other supplies, all have been packed. There is no need to worry about the problem at all. Shen Feng smiled awkwardly. It seemed that he was despite. He felt like a country bumpkin who didn't know anything about going to sea. Although Shen Feng had been on a ship in Lianyunguang before, they were all sailing in the offshore. Even if the ship shook slightly, it was not a big problem, but this time it was an ocean voyage. The two are not the same. It's normal for Feng not to understand the situation. After arriving at the port, everyone was immediately taken to the destroyer. This is a large ship with a displacement of 100,000 tons. The weapons on board are complete. There is also a frigate beside the destroyer. When the destroyer sets off, the frigate will also start. Shen Feng's group was immediately taken to the room on the boat. Two people share a room. All the facilities in the room are fixed on the boat to prevent the bed and other facilities from falling down due to the shaking of the boat. Even the side of the boat is also surrounded by railings. After Chang Haoji saw the bed, he couldn't help shaking his head slightly, and said, "This is obviously a cradle." Shen Feng and Chang Haoji live in the same room. After all, they have the best relationship. Guo Pinming and Qi Lingshan live together as a matter of course. The rest of them live in pairs. Qin Qi and Li Qi are not deal, but helpless. Both of them are women, and they can barely live in the same room. In order to avoid embarrassment, Li Qi plans not to go back to the room except for sleeping time. Shen Feng and Chang Haoji came to the deck to breathe fresh air. At this time, the warship had already left the port. Next to the destroyer, 5 frigates followed. Obviously, these frigates also set off together. When Chang Haoji saw so many ships following him, he couldn't help but wonder immediately, "Brother-in-law, didn't you say that only supernatural beings can move in God's domain? Then why does the headquarters have to mobilize so many ships?" Before Shen Feng could answer, someone suddenly came over and explained, "Who made our enemies not only monsters in the sea? When necessary, we may also attack other enemies." Shen Feng turned his head to look, and found that K Yiming was beside him. This guy was in a room alone, so lucky Chang Haoji didn't understand very well at this time, and asked, "Aside from encountering huge mutant beasts in the sea, is there any danger?" K Yiming smiled and explained helplessly, "Of course it's human beings. If you think about it carefully, basically the larger forces have already sent fleets to salvage them. What should I do?" Although Chang Haoji doesn't have much experience, he is also a person who knows a little bit. He immediately reacted and said, "I understand, if someone else gets the meteorite first, then we have to do it and get the meteorite back. Is that what you mean?" K Yiming nodded and said, "That's right." Although the headquarters didn't say it clearly, everyone knows that after dispatching so many warships, if they can't get back the meteorite, it's equivalent to watching others get a meteorite. Other countries have obtained countless supernatural beings, and their strength will dominate the world. Chang Haoji also understood that no matter what, he must successfully snatch the meteorite, and not allow other countries to get there first. If they really can't get it, then no one else can get what they can't get. Suddenly, at this time, a soldier came to inform, "Gentlemen, the canteen specially made lunch for you. The captain heard that you didn't eat, so he prepared it. Please move to the canteen." Shen Feng became refreshed when he heard this, and the three of them then went to the cafeteria to prepare for lunch. It was already 4 o'clock, and it could already be considered dinner. Yiming was very happy, and said, "Based on this, we can still have a supper at night. The treatment is not bad." A group of people came to the cafeteria, and there were already rich dishes in the cafeteria. Lobsters and scallops were commonly seen. The rest of the braised octopus and stewed yellow croaker were also eye-catching. The rice was steamed in a large pot. It seems that the chef also knows about supernatural beings. I have a lot of food, so I specially cook a lot of meals to keep my stomach full. Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi basically stayed in Yuzhou, and it was rare to eat seafood. Now that there are countless seafood on the table, they immediately let go of their stomachs and started eating. Shen Feng ate 13 bowls of rice in a row, changing the dishes in front of him. Finally he was full, his stomach was slightly distended. He was not satisfied. He made a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup and drank it, and went back to the deck. Fishing is available on the deck, but it is very difficult to fish successfully while driving, and at night, the boat will choose to anchor. At that time, if the supernatural beings have spare time, they can choose to fish and relax. The warship first wanted to start from the east. After passing through the Bashi Channel, even if it entered the Pacific Ocean, it seemed to be taking a detour, but this is the shortest route to the South Pacific. If you choose the closest route on the map, 1/3 of the one's road goes through the Southeast Asian islands, and there are many straits, one after another, which will slow down the speed instead. Shen Feng put on fresh clothes, and wanted to sleep, but this is a tropical area, and it was still broad daylight, so the room was really stuffy. Shen Feng lay on the bed for a long time, unable to sleep, so he could only helplessly. He got up and chose to go to the deck to get some air. Unexpectedly, at this time, Li Qi found Shen Feng quietly, and said in a low voice, "Shen Feng, do you want to watch a good show? Come out quietly from the port cabin door tonight, don't make a sound, let's watch a good show quietly. Play." Shen Feng was puzzled and asked, "Good show? What good show?" Li Qi said with a smile, "It's the bloody love story between Yu Hengyi and Qin Qa, a thrilling conversation between a green tea and a dog licking. By the way, you don't know about it yet? I will give it to you. You listen to a recording and you understand right away." After finishing speaking, Li Qi took out his mobile phone and listened to Shen Feng's previous recording. Shen Feng understood what was going on, but he didn't expect Yu Hengyi to be so persistent. It turned out that Li Qi and Qin Qa lived in the same room, and happened to overhear the exchange between Qin Qa and Yu Hengyi. It was very simple, that is, tonight, in the dead of night, the two of them were on the deck, sharing everything they had said. Clearly Li Qi wanted to eavesdrop alone, but when he thought of such a good scene, how could he enjoy it all by himself? Therefore, Li Qi found Shen Feng, on the one hand, to invite Shen Feng to watch a good show, and on the other hand, to have time to be alone with Shen Feng. Hearing this, Shen Feng started to gossip. He also wanted to know what kind of development is going on between Qin Qa and Yu Hengyi, so he immediately agreed, "Okay, I will come over when the time comes." Chapter 373. The night is quiet, and the warship has stopped sailing at night. It has not yet left Bashi Strait. In order to avoid hitting the reef, it tries not to sail at night. This can be regarded as a peaceful night in the official voyage. Sailing day and night, Qin Qa and Yu Hengyi walked to the deck one after another. The moonlight was quiet, and the cool air kept blowing away the scorching heat. When Qin Qa went out, she carefully observed Li Qi on the other side of the bed. She could hear Li Qi's even breathing, so Li Qi was probably still sleeping soundly at this time, and Yu Hengyi was the same. He only went out when he was sure that Fan Qinghao was asleep, and it was already 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. Although there were personnel on duty on the deck, they were far away, and they would not ask questions about the supernatural beings. Therefore, both Qin Qa and Yu Hengyi felt that no one else would hear the conversation at this time. However, in fact, Li Qi hadn't slept all this time. She waited until Qin Qa left the dormitory, and then quietly used her invisibility technique to follow her. She didn't dare to get too close, so, following from a distance, Qin Qa and Yu Hengyi went up to the deck from the stairs on the starboard side, but Li Qi went in the opposite direction, and she was going to go up to the port side. As a result, Li Qi found 4 big men on the port side, Shen Feng head in the front, and the rest Yiming, Hao Ziahu and Zhang Kui followed behind. At this moment, Li Qi couldn't help showing up and asked, "Shen Feng, what's the matter with you? Did you call this group of people? Shen Feng shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, didn't you say that you were watching a good show? I thought about it and felt that this matter cannot be seen by only you and me, so I called K. Yiming. The two also called. K. Yiming shook the fishing rod and plastic bucket in his hand, and said, don't you want to go fishing after watching a good show? The weather is too hot, so I can't sleep. Relax and relax while fishing. When the whole body is blown to cool down, it's time to go back. Go to the dormitory to sleep. Li Qi looked again and saw that Hao Xiaohu and Zhang Kui were also holding fishing rods in their hands. These people were really leisurely, and now they were still thinking about fishing without any sense of crisis. Hey! Li Qi sighed helplessly, and said, later, you must not make any noise. I will use the ability to make you invisible. Please remember, once exposed, it will be a big deal. Great, so, be sure to stay calm. Everyone nodded quickly. At this time, Li Qi used his ability to make everyone invisible, and then crept onto the deck. Li Qi's ability is not used in many battles at present, but stealth to inquire about news it's still too simple, and it's really hard for ordinary people to find it. The stairs are made of steel plates. If you walk around randomly, there will be a dong 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 sound, and everyone slows down deliberately. Even if they step on the stairs, they will not make any sound. Next, everyone arrived on the deck, and immediately found Qin Kui and Yu Henggai talking beside the railing on one side. Qin Kui first asked, you should have heard my true face from Li Qi. I am a woman up for sale, so why do you still come to meet me? Qin Kui obviously didn't expect that Yu Henggai agreed to meet him quietly, and seeing his current expression, he was not angry at all. At this time, Qin Kui was somewhat puzzled. Yu Henggai said seriously, I am not a licking dog they say, because I believe my eyes. I have been following you, big sister, for the past year when I performed the mission, so, I know, you are not the kind who plays around with me. A bad woman with other people's feelings, the reason why you haven't answered my question for a long time, besides not wanting to hurt me, there must be other reasons. I'm waiting for you to tell me the truth. Yu Henggai said these words sincerely. Although he is only 18 years old, but now that the internet is so developed, he already knows what he should know, and he confirms one thing, that is, Qin Kui cannot be that kind of flamboyant woman. Her hesitation is justified. Qin Kui suddenly smiled relievedly at this moment, and said, it would be great if others were as understanding as you, but it's also good, you can think so much, it shows that you care about me. Then I also want to tell you a little truth. Are you willing to listen to the content? Yu Henggai nodded quickly. He really wanted to know what kind of unspeakable secret Qin Kui had before. Actually, I have a childhood sweetheart boyfriend, but I still have something to say, that is, he is a scum. Qin Kui suddenly started talking. Originally, Qin Kui grew up with her boyfriend, and the relationship between her childhood sweethearts was naturally very close. However, since she graduated from university, she found that her boyfriend has gradually changed. He doesn't work hard at work, and often leaves early and returns late. Sometimes there is still some strange perfume smell on his body, and some women's hair can often be found on his body. Qin Kui knew that her boyfriend might be having an affair, but she didn't want this relationship to end, so she proposed marriage to her boyfriend many times. She hoped that after marriage, her boyfriend would restrain himself. However, the boyfriend pushed back and forth, and never agreed, until the end came and the zombies broke out. Qin Kui slept for a week after being exposed to the rain. During this time, Qin Kui collapsed in the rented house alone, with no one to take care of him. When Qin Kui woke up, he had already become a supernatural being. She was discovered by the headquarters, and then joined the Ability Management Bureau. Because she was the oldest, she naturally became the captain, but usually she didn't care much, so that Xiao Sheng became the actual captain of everyone. Qin Kui finally found her boyfriend who was hiding from zombies. At this time, there was a young and beautiful woman beside him. Qin Kui wanted to cut off this relationship completely, but he didn't expect her boyfriend to see her on the heroic side, and after becoming a supernatural being, he felt repentant, and after kicking away the woman beside him, he began to boo and greet Qin Kui. 30 years of love has always lingered in Qin Kui's heart, which made Qin Kui a little helpless, so Qin Kui didn't want to cut off contact so heartlessly, so he accepted his boyfriend again. At this time, her boyfriend also proposed to get married. It turned out that he had planned that only those with supernatural powers could survive better in the apocalypse. Therefore, after getting married, they would be able to have a good guarantee. Qin Qi hesitated. She was worried that her boyfriend would commit infidelity after she got married, so she never agreed, but her boyfriend didn't care about it, and declared in the ears of the neighbors that they were already husband and wife. Qin Qi couldn't just end the relationship because of her face, but after the Yanjing Defense War ended, she got the supernatural potion, and she was going to give it to her boyfriend. In this way, her boyfriend became a supernatural person. Maybe I won't pester myself anymore, and I have a reason to break up. After explaining these things clearly, Qin Qi lowered his head helplessly, and said, "Now do you understand? Family ugliness should not be publicized. How can a person like me who is played by a scumbag be worthy of you? I even beheaded my boyfriend. If you don't have the courage to break the relationship, how can you accept your feelings?" Now, Yu Hengyi finally understood the truth of the matter, but he quickly said, "It's not your fault, it's the scumbag's fault. I'm the one who doesn't deserve you. Now I've been disfigured, the whole person. It's just ugly. What I'm worried about is that you despise me." Seeing Yu Hengyi's serious expression at this time, Qin Qi was relieved, and then said, "You are such a good person. I think you will definitely meet a woman you like in the future. As for me, I am old and young, around older than you more than enough. I gave birth to the king to live, and the king gave birth to me, and I am old." Qin. Big sister, don't say that. Didn't Ms. Li already say that? A person with supernatural powers has gained a long lifespan. 10 years is nothing. It's just a few years older. To me, this is a big deal. A gold brick. I'm too happy to be in time. Yu Hengyi saw that there was something going on, and hurriedly said while the iron was hot, "I hate it. You can talk nonsense." Qin Qi's heart knot had already been untied, and a smile appeared on his face, but after hearing what Yu Hengyi said, she still slapped it. Qin Qi slapped Yu Hengyi's chest. Although it was a slap from a supernatural person, he didn't use much force, as if he was acting like a baby at this time. Yu Hengyi showed a high emotional intelligence, and he grabbed Qin Qi's catkin with his hand, and said softly, "Then you promised me?" "I promise, I will treat you well for the rest of my life." What Qin Qi was most worried about before was that his previous experience would attract criticism, especially in the mouths of his neighbors and the rumors of his boyfriend, that he was already a married woman. But at this time, Yu Hengyi's sincere words finally touched her and made her feel that as long as there is someone who really likes her, then everything is not important. "Okay, I will promise you when we finish the task and salvage the meteorite." Qin Qi said with a smile. Yu Hengyi knew that his wish had finally come true. So excited, he hugged Qin Qi and circled in the sky twice, and said excitedly, "When the task is completed and I go back, I will take you to see my friend. Family, I will let them know that you are a very virtuous woman." Qin Qi quickly patted Yu Hengyi's arm and said, put me down quickly. If someone sees you, I'd be so embarrassing." Yu Hengyi looked around and said, "Is there anyone here?" Even if the soldiers on duty saw it, they would have seen it. "What are you afraid of?" However, at this moment, Li Qi withdrew his ability and began to applaud, saying, "Congratulations." Prior to this, Li Qi didn't know anything about the situation. He instinctively thought that Qin Qi's practice of stepping on two boats was a green tea behavior. But now, after hearing Qin Qi's story, Li Qi realized that Qin Qi was the most helpless person. So, after Li Qi removed the light curtain, he no longer became invisible, but began to congratulate the two people in front of him. Facts have proved that it is better not to draw conclusions about unclear situations. Yu Hengyi quickly put Qin Qi down from the air, and asked, "Why are you here?" Li Qi couldn't answer. It can't be said that a group came to eavesdrop, right? It was Shen Feng who was quick to think, pointed to the fishing rod in K Yiming's hand, and said, "We are here to fish, and we didn't expect to disturb you. I'm sorry. You continue to date, and we didn't see anything." Yu Hengyi already believed Shen Feng's explanation, but Qin Qi was not so easy to fool, and asked directly, "Then why do you have to be invisible when fishing? To be honest, are you eavesdropping on our conversation?" At this time, Li Qi could only helplessly step forward to admit his mistake. "Qin big sister, I was talking nonsense before. It was my fault. I didn't understand the whole picture of the matter, so I accused you of being promiscuous. I'm sorry. What happened tonight, it was my idea, and they just came with me. If you want to blame it, you can blame me." Seeing Li Qi apologizing at this time, Qin Qi lowered her proud head. Seeing the other party's confession, Qin Kui calmed down. These days, her heart has always been surrounded by Li Qi's words. The words stung his heart. At this time, Li Qi admitted his mistake, and Qin Kui was relieved. Don't talk about it, I'm also to blame for this matter. I couldn't explain the situation early, but it caused a misunderstanding. Qin Kui also forgave Li Qi's eavesdropping at this time. In fact, many times, disputes between two people are due to misunderstandings. When the misunderstandings are resolved, both parties will find out that when they don't know the whole picture of the matter, it is best not to make too arbitrary guesses, because things will happen in the future. Then there's the possibility of a reversal. Chapter 374 Giant Sea Beast Attack. When Fang Qinghao woke up from his sleep, the sun was already rising outside the window. He got up and rubbed his stomach, and calculated the time. It was time for breakfast. He looked on the bed and found that Yu Henggai was not on the bed, probably because he was getting up very early. After Fang Qinghao walked to the cafeteria, he saw Guo Pinming and Qi Lingshan eating breakfast, and the two were discussing how to use their abilities while eating. Where are the others? Why are they all gone? Fang Qinghao asked suspiciously. Guo Pinming pointed to the top of his head and said, "He's having breakfast on the deck. As for the eldest son, he's probably still sleeping. As for the kid, he's growing up, so he must sleep longer." Fang Qinghao nodded, and walked to the deck with 2 steamed buns and a cup of soy milk. When Fang Qinghao came to the deck, he found a group of supernatural beings fishing. There were many palm-sized small fish in the bucket beside them. They had dark circles on their faces, and they probably stayed up late fishing. What puzzled Fang Qinghao the most was that Yu Henggai and Qin Kui walked over pushing the dining car together. The dining car was full of deep-fried dough sticks and white rice porridge, and there was grape juice on the lower floor. The two were talking and laughing as they walked. Yes, the distance between the two is very close. Brothers and sisters, eat breakfast. It's hard to catch fish in a bowl now, so let's put the things at hand aside. Yu Henggai said loudly. Shen Feng had caught the fish at this time, and the fishing rod in his hand was bent down. Obviously he had caught a big fish, and he had no time to eat breakfast at this time, so he said loudly, "Just give me a bowl of rice porridge, cut the fried dough sticks and throw them in it's soaking in it, and when I catch this fish, I'll eat it right away." Qin Kui smiled helplessly, picked up a bowl and made a bowl of porridge for Shen Feng, cut off the fritters with scissors, put them in the rice porridge, added 2 spoonfuls of sugar, and said, "Okay, put yours early, here it is, come and eat later." K. Yiming's fishing rod was also bent at this time. It was very difficult to fish during the voyage. He just tied a string of fish hooks to the line and threw them into the water. "Greeting, Xiaoyu, save me some fried dough sticks and soy milk, I'm going to catch a big fish here too." Yu Henggai nodded and began to reserve the breakfast K. Yiming needed. As a result, Shen Feng caught a leather shoe from the water, and K. Yiming caught a rag from the water. It cannot be said that it has something to do with fishing, but it can only be said that the fish did not cooperate very well and did not hang themselves on the hook. Fang Qinghao suddenly didn't understand. Before Qin Kui and Yu Henggai got along very awkwardly, others didn't want to see them. Now at this moment, how come they suddenly become warm? Did something unusual happen last night? How? Xiaohu, what happened last night? Didn't you guys stay away from Yu Henggai before? Now your attitude has changed. Fang Qinghao walked aside and asked, "He just fell asleep, why did it happen so strangely?" Xiaohu shrugged and said, "It's not that I don't want to say it, it's just that this is someone else's family business, so you can't be too zang-yang. You just need to know that Qin's big sister and Yu Henggai have already made everything clear. That's fine, the rest I can't say much about the content. It is also impossible for Xiaohu to zang-yang about other people's family affairs all day long, which is inappropriate, so Xiaohu avoided talking about this matter." Fang Qinghao really wanted to know what happened. It seemed that everyone's attitudes changed overnight, but he was deceived and didn't know anything. He couldn't find out the specific situation even if he asked others. Qin Kui and Yu Henggai are tired of being together all day long, and others are also used to it. At noon, the fleet crossed the Bashi Strait and entered the Pacific Ocean. Immediately, all the warships turned on their horsepower, and the ships cut through the waves and headed south. After the freshness of the first few days passed, everyone felt the boredom of ocean voyages. The scenery was almost the same, and there was only a small area for activities. Shen Feng could occasionally fly into the sky to breathe, but others just you can stay on the deck and chat in the cabin. Although there are many books on the ship, most of these books are very boring, and not many people can read them. Yiming brought 2 decks of poker, which can be regarded as a pastime in his spare time, but there is only one game, and he will always get tired of playing it. In the end, after 5 days, everyone wants to stay on the deck and bask in the sun. The sun, or go back to sleep in the cabin. In addition, there is nothing else to do. Shen Feng originally wanted to see the monsters in the sea with his own eyes. He heard that the monsters in the sea appeared 1 kilometer long. This is bigger than a warship. Only an aircraft carrier can compare with it. If you really see this kind of monster, guys, you have to take pictures as a result. During this period of sailing at sea, I could only hear the sound of waves in my ears, and only see the blue water in my eyes. Except for the change of light every day, it seemed that the warship stayed in place. A small island appeared in the sea, and many people gathered to watch it. Brother-in-law, I'm so bored, Chang Jianyi said to Shen Feng. Shen Feng was also bored. He thought that after going out to sea, he would encounter new things every day, but after this period of time, he had nothing to do every day except playing cards and fishing. I have comics in my suitcase, read them if you want, Shen Feng said to Chang Jianyi. Chang Jianyi shook his head and said, I've watched it twice, and I want to play games. Playing games are not allowed on warships. Alice, lie on the deck and sleep, Shen Feng said helplessly, and then, regardless of his image, lay down on the deck. The sun was scorching and the deck was scorching hot. Who told this place to be in the tropics? Woolen cloth people in the tropics have never seen snow in their entire lives. That is, after the popularity of the internet, these local talents know what it looks like when it snows. Chang Jianyi also slept on the deck with Shen Feng. In order to avoid the sun, both of them wore sunglasses. Soon, the two fell asleep on the deck. In such a hot weather, there was no other choice but to sleep. The weather at sea changed drastically. At the beginning, the sky was still clear, but when it turned around, it was covered with dark clouds, followed by lightning and thunder, and soybean-sized raindrops fell from the sky, awakening Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi, who were sleeping. The two hurried to the cabin. Only then did they realize that all the supernatural beings had arrived in the command room. Everyone looked solemn, and after hearing the news from the front, they all felt the pressure coming. What's the matter? Why are you all so nervous? Could it be a storm? Seeing that everyone in the command room looked solemn, Shen Feng quickly began to ask. Guo Pinming explained, City Master, we have received a distress signal from the Shyangshun Bureau, which set off 2 days earlier than us. It is said that they were attacked by mutant beasts at sea. There are 3 monsters, all of which are hundreds of meters away. Long Monster, we have been fighting for half an hour, but suffered heavy losses, so we ask for support. Hearing this, Shen Feng couldn't help gloating, and said in his heart, you guys deserve to sneak away. Now you are in danger. Can't you handle it? The captain is a man in his 40s. At this time, he looked at the supernatural beings in the command room with a serious face, and asked, now, some of our comrades in arms have been attacked, and we must go to support them immediately. What do you mean, gentlemen? Guo Pinming remained silent. Qi Lingshan pointed to Shen Feng and said, we all listened to the Santo. On the side of the Ability Management Bureau, they all looked at Qin Qi. In name, Qin Qi is still the captain of the Ability Management Bureau, and she is the one who should make the most decisions now. Qin Qi first looked at Shen Feng and asked, Mr. Shen, what do you mean? Do you want to rescue him? Nowadays, there is only one question that needs to be decided by everyone, and that is whether to go to the rescue. The relationship between the Shyangshun Bureau and the Ability Management Bureau is not good, but they are all on the ocean voyage now. Once they encounter danger, they should. It is right to help each other. If you blindly preserve your strength, it will let other forces take advantage of it. Shen Feng shrugged and said, I'm free, but I want to remind you that the environment is not good due to the heavy rain, and there are still 2 days away from the team in front. Even if we make it, I'm afraid it's too late. After Shen Feng finished speaking, K. Yiming immediately picked up, and said directly, how can we save at this time? Don't forget that our mission is to salvage meteorites. The most important thing now is to rush to God's domain as soon as possible and salvage the meteorites. Catching the meteorite is the best course of action. Besides, there are more than 30 supernatural beings in the Shyangshun Bureau. If they can't handle the situation, do we still need our help? K. Yiming's words at this time can be regarded as representing the thoughts of several members of the Ability Management Bureau, but the 3 mutant beasts made the Shyangshun Bureau and the entire fleet ask for help. There are only 11 people with abilities on his side, even it is not very helpful to rush there. Let's go to the South Pacific as soon as possible. However, at this moment, the captain said, "Gentlemen, please listen to me. No matter what kind of grievances you have with the people from the Shyangtsung Bureau, you are at sea now. Our fleet will also encounter mutant beasts. When the time comes, who can help us?" Although the captain didn't say it clearly at this time, he pointed directly at K. Yiming because of K. Yiming's solitary thinking. This kind of thinking is completely abandoning the brothers in the fleet ahead. In the past, it was bound to help a lot. In the end, K. Yiming actually persuaded everyone not to go to the dangerous zone, which is inappropriate. K. Yiming shrugged and said, okay, I was wrong. If you want to rescue, you should start as soon as possible. It's a 2-day journey. When we arrive at the battlefield, who knows what it will be like, the captain said in a deep voice at this time. It is wrong to think of being alone when you are attacked by sea beasts at sea. Therefore, I decided to go to the rescue as quickly as possible. This is not only my intention, but also the intention of the Yanjing headquarters. I also ask everyone to help each other and tide over the difficulties together. What else can anyone say? If you don't agree now, you will abandon your companions. Moreover, the supernatural beings present are also starting to wonder, what do these giant sea monsters look like? Is it really as huge as a hill? Afterwards, the cruiser and the frigate immediately accelerated and set off in the direction of the Shyangtsung Bureau. Shen Feng found Guo Pinming and Qi Lingshan, and said to them, according to Luke Kevin's guess, these huge sea beasts can use supernatural powers, so don't underestimate them. So, for your own safety, you stand with Chang Haoji at any time, and if you encounter danger, you will fly to the sky immediately, and I will also carry a paraglider at any time. Guo Pinming and Qi Lingshan didn't dare to be careless. Battles at sea are completely different from battles on land. Once they fall into the water, they may be eaten by sea beasts. No one knows what's underwater. In this case, Chang Haoji can take people to heaven, and the ability to protect himself is no problem. City Master, we can protect ourselves here. What about the Ability Management Bureau? Guo Pinming asked cautiously. Shen Feng looked at the group of supernatural beings gathered in the distance. They were obviously discussing the follow-up battle. On the contrary, Li Qi was sitting alone. Li Qi has no affiliation in this situation. They will have their own means. We don't need to worry about it too much. We just need to give priority to protecting ourselves. Shen Feng said calmly. Chapter 375 The Sea Beast with Rough Skin and Thick Flesh. When everyone learned that the Shyangtsung Bureau was about to be rescued, they immediately started to group together. The 4 people on Shen Feng's side came from one place, so they naturally gathered together to discuss countermeasures, and Qin Kui also had 6 supernatural beings by his side. While discussing countermeasures, Li Qi couldn't integrate into the 2 groups, so he simply sat aside and didn't talk to people from the 2 groups. Fighting with sea beasts is very dangerous. No one has killed sea beasts before. On the contrary, many people have been killed by sea beasts. Now, facing the danger, everyone immediately began to choose the best way to protect themselves, that is, grouping together. In the end, Shen Feng relented, walked to Li Qi's side and said, when the battle starts, please remember to stay close to us. If you are really in danger, I will try my best to protect you. Thank you. I knew that you are a good person. Li Qi showed a charming smile. Obviously, she had expected that Shen Feng would invite her over on Qin Kui's side. Feng Qinghao said seriously, when the battle starts, all of you will follow me. The sea is my home field. As long as I'm here, I won't let you sink. If you fall into the water, I can give you a place to stay. With Feng Qinghao's guarantee, everyone is relieved. It is indeed what Feng Qinghao said. As a superpower who uses water, the sea is his home field. Now he is already a 5th-level superpower, and he will definitely be able to explode at sea. A strong fighting force. The fleet on Shen Feng's side is rushing to the destination at high speed, while the Shyangtsung Bureau ahead is fighting fiercely. Although it was afternoon at this time, the sky was full of dark clouds, and it was difficult for the sun to shine down, so that the sea surface was dark. After the lightning pierced the sky, the rain also fell. In the torrential rain, there were 3 huge monsters on the sea in a triangular formation, which had already trapped the fleet. These 3 sea beasts couldn't tell what kind of animals they were at a glance, because they were too huge, and the supernatural beings could only see part of them region. It is impossible to determine what kind of mutant animal this is in the end. The sonar on the cruiser determined after careful scanning that the three animals were sharks, turtles and squids. The shark is the smallest in size, but its body length is also a full 400 meters. The rest of the turtles are only 300 meters in length, but they are oval in shape, but they are the largest animals. As for the squid, their body length is 500 meters, but this is the increased length of the tentacles. If the tentacles are removed, may not be as huge as a shark. The fleet of the Shyangtsung Bureau has a cruiser, 4 frigates, and a very complete staffing. However, many soldiers are still very nervous in the face of the ferocious sea beast. They have all heard of the combat power of the sea beast. A sea beast can easily sink a frigate, but now, the fleet was surrounded by 3 sea beasts, and everyone felt as if they were facing a big enemy. Not knowing how to deal with these sea beasts, the ability users of the Shyangtsung Bureau also took a small boat to the nearby frigate, leaving a few ability users who were not suitable for fighting on the cruiser. The battle was about to break out, and no one dared to be careless. The sea beast side obviously knew the power of the warship, so they didn't dare to act without authorization, and seemed to be waiting for the other 2 sea beasts to strike first, and the warship side also stopped moving forward. All kinds of weapons and equipment have been prepared, but they don't know what kind of attack method the sea beast has in the end. The sea beast side couldn't help but make the first move. The great white shark suddenly changed the direction of the parade, and rushed directly towards the frigate. The dorsal fin of the great white shark pierced the waves and pointed directly at the frigate. The already gloomy water surface became extremely dark. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the huge shark hidden under the water was the biggest threat. Sharks must not be allowed to approach. The great white shark hides underwater, and the weapons on board are very difficult to kill the shark, so the captain of the frigate immediately made a decision and shouted into the intercom, "Launch underwater missiles to stop the shark from approaching. In addition, the high-voltage coil is ready." The underwater missiles immediately started to launch from the bottom of the water. The approach of the great white shark was like the impact of an iceberg. The dorsal fin on the surface of the water was tens of meters high, and the underwater body was the largest. Boom! The underwater missile hit the approaching shark, and there was a violent explosion immediately. Huge water columns appeared on the sea surface, and the huge explosion successfully prevented the great white shark from approaching. If the missile hits an ordinary ship, it can produce a violent explosion on the spot, which can sink the ship. However, the great white shark suffered from more than a dozen missiles, and apart from a slight slowdown in speed, there was no other abnormality. There was a blood-red stream of water on the surface of the water. The observer saw this scene and immediately understood, the shark is injured. The underwater missile is effective and can indeed cause damage. The captain breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the observer's report. It is very difficult to effectively kill the underwater enemy. Previously, there were mutated octopuses from warships at sea. Due to the soft body of the mutated octopus, underwater missiles had failed to cause effective damage, and at this time, underwater missiles can cause damage to mutant sharks, which means that relying on human strength can also defeat sea beasts. After the mutated shark suffered injuries, many large and small wounds appeared on its body, and blood flowed out. The shark's sense of smell is very sensitive in the sea, but now it smells the smell of blood, and it suddenly goes crazy. The mutated shark in a berserk state immediately, he rushed towards the warship again, even faster than before. Great white sharks are carnivorous, and there have been many attacks on humans around the world. The number of human beings killed in the mouth of great white sharks has triple digits, and great white sharks can smell blood within a few kilometers. Once they smell blood, then swim over to eat meat immediately, and the smell of blood is equivalent to the switch of the shark's berserk, as long as it smells the smell of blood. For the shark, this is a signal to eat. The observer found that the shark was approaching again, and quickly reported, "Captain, the shark is coming again." The captain continued to command, "Continue to launch underwater missiles, put the high-voltage coil in the seawater, wait until the shark approaches, and immediately turn on the switch." From the underwater position, the missile was launched again, and the missile drew white straight lines underwater, heading straight for the great white shark. Judging from the reaction of the great white shark, its huge body is still difficult to cause fatal damage. The explosion of the missile can do limited damage underwater and cannot cause huge lacerations. The damage suffered by the great white shark is only skin trauma. However, as long as missiles that can hit the shark's gills, or that can penetrate the shark's mouth and inflict damage from the inside, can also kill it. Fish live in water, and the most important part is actually the gills. Once the gills are damaged, the fish will not be able to breathe in the water and will suffocate to death. The great white shark was in a berserk state, but it didn't lose its mind. After being attacked by underwater missiles, the shark obviously knew how powerful it was, and didn't want to resist such severe damage. The direction of movement, dodging the attack of underwater missiles at this time, the great white shark rushed towards the frigate again, and its swimming trajectory became irregular. Sometimes it rushed straight, sometimes turned, and even learned to turn around. After avoiding the shooting of underwater missiles, it kept going. Near the ocean has always been the territory of the great white shark. Although the great white shark is huge, it is always too small compared to the ocean. In the wanton swimming underwater, the great white shark escaped the underwater missile. In the end, the great white shark approached the frigate. In order to protect itself, the frigate immediately activated the high-voltage coil, and a huge current burst out instantly. The great white shark could avoid the underwater missile, but the current was impossible to dodge. The huge current flowed from the coil when it was released. The great white shark was instantly twitched by electricity. The waves on the water surface kept churning, and even the frigate began to shake. The powerful electric current acts on the great white shark, causing the great white shark to twitch in an instant. But the size of the great white shark is still too big, and the high voltage still cannot kill it. I dare not approach the frigate. Within the moment the great white shark's attack started, the other two sea beasts also started to move. The big squid started to move first. The squid has a word thief. First of all, it is because of its strong life-saving ability. Find a way to escape. So squid is synonymous with timidity in the eyes of others at the moment. The squid's fighting method is not to rush forward recklessly, but to spray out a jet of black ink first. The sky was originally gloomy, and the water surface was also dark blue. Now, after the squid sprayed out the black ink, the surrounding seawater instantly it became even darker. In this situation, the squid kept squeezing the water in its abdomen underwater, and its streamlined body immediately rushed towards the frigate. The observers on the deck could not see the squid's actions clearly. Fortunately, there is a sonar device on the frigate. The squid thought that it blocked the light so that others could not see it. In this way, it could get close to the frigate, but the sonar could clearly see every move of the big squid. Immediately began to launch underwater missile interception. The water surface began to oscillate again, the waves rolled more than 10 meters high, and the frigate swayed endlessly. The squid's body was really soft. Obviously the missile had already hit the squid's body, but it slid away from the squid's body. There were only a few missiles. It hit the squid's head, and then there was an explosion. There is a bone in the head of the squid, which is called sea scorpion in traditional Chinese medicine. Only when it hits this bone can the missile explode. The body of the giant squid is 500 meters long, and the damage of the missile is also very limited. In the end, under the continuous approach of the squid, the frigate could only be forced to turn on the high-voltage coil, forcing the squid to stop approaching. At the same time, the big turtle on the front exposed its shell and slowly approached the frigate ahead. The sea turtle's tactics are very simple. Take no time to rush. After exposing the turtle shell, they approach the frigate. Immediately, the fighter jets on the cruiser and frigate have found an opportunity. As for the underwater sea beasts, the fighter jets have no way to deal with them, so there has been no takeoff. At this moment, if the sea turtle dared to expose its shell, it must attack. Whoosh! The fighter jets cut through the sky quickly, and then began to shoot crossfire. Countless bullets fell as if they didn't need money, and directly hit the turtle's shell. Took took. The bullets fired by the fighter plane hit the shell of the turtle, and there was a dull sound immediately, but the turtle continued to swim as if it didn't feel anything, and its speed was not affected. Can you stop the bullets, right? Then I'll see if you can stop the missiles. The pilots became anxious when they found out that the bullets couldn't break through the turtle's defense, and immediately used the missiles carried by the fighter jets to launch downwards. With such a huge body shape of the sea turtle, the missiles easily hit the turtle shell. Boom! After the two missiles hit the sea turtle, there was a violent explosion immediately. Thick smoke billowed, and the sea turtle's shell instantly cracked. There was a strong wind on the sea, the rain kept falling, and the thick smoke temporarily dissipated. At this time, the situation on the turtle's back also appeared in the eyes of everyone. Two missiles directly blasted two huge holes in the turtle's shell, and the explosion exploded. In the area, the tortoise's shell has been shattered, and the bottom is bloody. The pilots breathed a sigh of relief after seeing this scene. Now it seems that the missile is still useful. Let you not dive. Next, just wait to be bombed. The pilots said to themselves. However, at this moment, the shell on the turtle's back suddenly began to heal. There was a deep crack before, but after a moment, the crack disappeared. Moreover, in the big hole that was bloody, the shell unexpectedly reappeared. When it grows out, it only takes a few breaths, and the turtle shell becomes intact. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened. They couldn't believe what they saw. Sea turtles had such a terrifying ability to recover. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.